that nothing stays the same in time. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything must have holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high and light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. Never stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. You know that it's colder than ice, you gon' pay the price. Sit and drive, got my bodies in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never.
Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the skies. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. The chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win.
Honor.
I'm a warrior, burning, burning, burning up the flame. What is story? A rebel, 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 won't be tamed. I'm running up, I'm flying, and I'm reaching for the sky.
It's honor, time, we got it, got it.
I'm a warrior, fighting, fighting, fighting for the game. Make it glorious, running, running,
International are looking to get away on this one. The unruly blade by Carl. He's going to be on out. Joshi on the prowl, but Jamie won with the Soaring Great Dragon. They get the pushback onto Miggy, and they're pushing him around. They're doing the damage. He tries to go with it, whatever, but he gets smashed in with the Trevor Smash, and the Fever Barrage is on point by Blackness International. Carl is the last man standing.
The bottom peak G3, one stun might change it.
Yeah, might at this point. Nev with that wind slash, they find him, but they get the kill. Nev is gonna be picked off. The Stampede is now gonna be used. They get Busan King and VV, and this could be another turn of events. Vesakha, they did this in game one where they're able to get the pick. The Blazing Brilliance covering the retreat. They find Jiyoung as well. Guyu looking to turn, but he gets picked off as well. John Young with that control. And now he might actually look for the jump in, misses the Tremor Smash. Infinite Vastus has been used by Golden Kite. He's circling around, and it looks like he wants to go for this one. Golden Kite, and now here comes Justy. Nice two-man stun, though. Draw with the play. The Sage of Sanctuary used by Golden Kite. He's not able to get away, and now Carl is looking to go. Finding Dragon. Carl is looking to turn this. Binding on, but he gets a little bit serious by Chammy. One. Sage of Sanctuary now, and the Stampede is on point. Tatsuri's going to be killed. They find Draw. He's so tanky at this point. Joshie's looking to chase him down, and now Joshi fighting 1 versus 2. Carl with the shield, and now Sage of Sanctuary for Joshi. He's the last man standing with that Storm Strike. Carl looking to go back in, but Miggy scares him away. He's able to dive in. He is not scared as he gets the Storm Strike, and he takes the tower on his way to a team ace. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Skyfall used yet again. Gen Mid guards the graves, and he gets back to safety. But Musan King taking a decent amount. Cannon Blast, they're going to stun lock him, but they don't have the damage. Oh, nice! True gets him, and Jay's going to be killed as well. And they find Booby as well, and Vesakha with a great turn of events. Get 3 for nothing.
They can't even get the Annihilation. Raven was super low. This is why you have to be careful.
Yeah, you have to be careful here. I mean, there was the rest of them. They were pushed back. They did not expect that angle. Blackness International have done a good job of compounding the lead here, but with this Overlord going to be potentially taken away. Joshi's in the heart of the enemy team as well. Carl, he's going to take this one. They find Joshi, and now Miggy looking to go for Chammy 1. He's been completely outnumbered. They have 4 members that are focusing it down. Carl had already been killed, but they find Chammy 1 as well. They take down Dragon. Tatsuri goes Golden, but here comes Golden Kite with his damage, and Draw gets picked off as well. Golden Kite even goes forward, goes for Miggy, gets that pick off, and Golden Kite with the last one gets the pick!
It's going to be a big win for the side of Blacklist.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
What's an undead doing here? You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marsh Soulseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Soulseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
No one can stop me. Kamel, finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
The strongest mercenary. This is all you've got?
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors, eternal repentance! Nucleus control, privileges, curse, all plain lies. They broke the pact!
The history of the Wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Perfect timing. She might have the clue I need. The Nucleus Council has a haunting and needs me to clean it up. This job's gonna be fun.
The show's about to begin.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. The words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PPL. Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings. Semalam telah berlalu. Hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Fighting illusion as well.
Congratulations! Ele cai! E tem o roubo! Simplesmente!
Good morning. Today, later 2 p.m. we need to go to practice room to warm up, and today we have a game with Homeboys BSE. I have buy some fruits for every day because in Philippines the fruit all is the fried, didn't have any vegetable or what, so every day I eat some fruit to take some vitamin, right? Now I want to go to bath and ready to go to practice room. Very hot. Right. Halo, sekarang kami tunggu shuttle untuk ke venue. Habis masuk knockout stage baru plan.
Habis masuk
knockout stage ya baru plan. Because if tak ada masuk kami besok sudah pulang. You already eat, Son? Pork sisi manginasa. Banggu sisi, apa itu? What delicious, what I like. Apa? Ya, kami sudah sampai sekarang. Wah, kaget saya. Itu OG BSE bantai ini OG oh. Hari ini kak saya tetap macam mana sudah. Wah. Tarik orang dulu. Oh my god. Today I come visit the carnival, KIC. Look this area. This area can 1v1, and if you win, you can get 280 peso. Nice. As you guys can see, so many people here. So crazy, insane, guys. Yes. Anyway. Yes. Also here have the board you can like sign like. Yes. Thank you. Have the 16 yang join KIC punya team ini, the jersey. Same. Yes. And you also can karaoke in this carnival. Have the event like this, you see. You can like.
Let's try.
Wait. Thank you. Yeah, here you also can like customize your bag. Like you can take with what you want, take what alphabet you want. You can mix like this, your name or something. Yeah, if you want to eat ice cream, just come because it's free. Just eat what you want. Yes. How much? How much? So many. Sama luar benda es krim lah. Ya, sama luar benda enak lah. Ya. Tapi ini yang free benda guys. Yes, so good.
Do not think anything outside the game, okay? And the pressure should be on them. So just enjoy your game, okay? 1, 2, 3, win! Maestra yang fuck maestra.
Tadi habis lawan Kamboy BSC, yeah, we already try our best and yes, it's a good day. Yeah, thank you kalian dukung kami, thank you Bigetron Troopers already dukung kami. See you next time. Bye bye.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Of the crowd. Oh no, we don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, put in work. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. I can feel the smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly.
Fight for survival down to lower bracket. So get ready, set, and rise for honor.
But I think the elite too strong, you know. No, they are smart because they know, right? Charlotte need item, and you also need item, so they just go play 4-4-4-4-4.
He did not expect that angle from Tank. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Skyfall used yet again. Jet mid guards the graves, and he gets back to safety. But Musan King taking a decent amount. Cannon blast. They're going to stun lock him, but they don't have the damage. Oh, nice! Truth gets him, and Jay's going to be killed as well. And they find Vuvi as well, and Vesakha with a great turn of events, get 3 for nothing.
把细节搞一搞，感觉是没有那个的，一个大闪墙，一个什么大刀给按出来，闪墙吗？其实给到方便了。什么？商务？商务餐了。
To him. He's just trying to pull them away. VV back on his dragon, but now Jihong looking to end this game, and they're looking to go, but they don't have the minions. They push back with Ride the Wind. They find the pick off on a Nev, and Junyoung is back, and HBSC are going to take game 4 in the series.
And there we go, the complete...
Something happened. Can shake up something.
You know, being under pressure in that circumstances is, yeah, it's hard. But then that's their job to win.
Pero naiintindihan mo? Di pa na tapos. Ikaw na lang natin. Sabihin mo kasi na lang ng pintats.
Yeah, I think just play confident, play your best game. I think we all know in our best day we can beat anyone. And on our best day, I think we can win the whole championship.
It's on that boot to the back. It was a group stage here, so bring it up once again here in Game 2 of the Best of 7 series, and there we go. This is really a backlist draft. They like the Daji into the Luna.
The bounce up onto Joshi, and Carl looking to go in for this. The Conductor of Souls has to be used. They have the stun, he's been pulled back, but Joshi's so low, he's gonna be going down. Miggy finds him with that corporal punishment, but Carl is gonna be traded as well. And Draw, he gets stunned, and he will try to flash away, but he too...
Meron niya ipipikiling kasi naka-open yung goal niya. Magdo-goal niya. Pabigyan natin goal niya, coach. Oo.
Is in the fountain. Blackness International looking to just end this game. They go in for that moment, and Carl, what is he doing? He's just watching as he realizes his base is under siege, and Blackness International will continue on in the upper bracket semifinals.
And we are very familiar of Boom. That's why we studied them and we had a chance to beat them.
Telling us why we are champions of PKL Season 2.
Birthday wish!
Wala pa. Ano lang? Happy lang.
Happy, there you go. Wish for isa mamaya ah. Nung isang ganun ah.
Paikot ako, paikot.
Ayun na lang.
When I say happy, you say birthday. Happy! Happy! Happy birthday once again, Chantal. Happy birthday, Chashti.
Magandang hapon, Pilipinas! A good afternoon to everyone here and watching at home. I'm Mara Aquino, and welcome to Day 3 of the Knockout Stage. Today, we will witness the battles in the lower bracket. A brutal survival match where only the strongest and most resilient can rise for honor. Those victorious are one step closer to the throne, while those who will fall will take their final bow. This is a race to the top 6, an opportunity to cement their spot in the playoffs. Who will rewrite their story? And who will take their final bow? Now this is the moment to prove themselves. Let the battle begin. Kings for the throne. This is the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Casters, lead the gorge.
The climb to the top is never easy, and right now we are going into the lower bracket elimination matches here. This is the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, and this is Day 3 of the knockout stage, where we see survival of the fittest only for the teams that are able to survive in the lower bracket itself. My name is Sagi HOK, your desk host and analyst for today. With me are the casters, the Voices of the Gorge, featuring Kindofu and also Blam.
Alright, it's going to be a defining day today because today is a potential where both the IKL teams might bid KIC 2025 bye-bye forever.
Exactly. I mean, these kind of days are like my favorite. Like, we've had some amazing days throughout the entire of KIC 2025, but when it's tournament life on the line, those are the days I really enjoy, right? I mean, for some of the teams, they are going to be pretty scared that they may lose their run here, but there's so much at play here that the teams bring out their best forms.
I feel like that's the stressful part, right? Because for any of these teams, they all come with a purpose, and aside from that purpose, there is also the prize pool that they are playing for, which is the lion's share of 1 million USD. If you win first place, that's 300,000 USD. And I did the rough calculation. You probably get like what, 30,000 USD to 40,000 USD per player if you win this whole thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of money, right? Life-changing money, I would say. And of course, you want to battle it out for the top. So we've already the 8 teams that will make it through to the knockouts. Now we are whittling them down because we want to find our strongest team in KIC 2025.
Exactly, and for them, it will be a jump from the 40,000 US dollar to a 60,000 here. If they do bow out from the lower bracket today, they will take the 40,000. But if you win, you get to pace yourself to that upper level of the prize pool itself. So definitely every little win counts here. So yesterday, we witnessed all the teams coming in from the side of the upper bracket to qualify for the semifinals here. Hence, 4 teams are currently in the lower brackets here. After today, we only get 2 teams heading on the lower bracket itself for that continuation of their run.
So it's going to be a very important day, right? Because as you have mentioned yesterday, every single team in that upper bracket, they have won their way. They are now at the top upper bracket run. Now for the bottom teams here, BTR, Twisted Minds, as well as Boom and Vesakha Esports. This is an important day. I would say a stressful day for sure.
Exactly, you put it well there, right? Obviously, the teams in the top bracket have literally run their way through, whereas we've had no lower bracket action, which is why I'm so excited for today's matches, which are all lower brackets. Tournament life on the line. First game of the day is going to be BTR by Vitality and Twisted Minds, and then Boom against Vesakha Esports. The underdog against the potential IKL Slayers.
I think really coming into this first series itself, Bigetron by Vitality going up against Twisted Minds, this is a matchup where pride is on the line and regional hopes are on the line because BTR is the kings of IKL here, and Twisted Minds is the sole lone wolf coming in from the KMW region here, so everyone has a reason to not lose in the series itself.
Yep, I think both teams also, they're kind of finding themselves, right? As a team, this is not the strongest we've ever seen them, and this is not the top potential that they can show us as well. So today is really a challenge. Can you find those markers? Can you hit those targets that you want? Now, with the targets that everyone looking at, here are the targets that you can vote for as well. Starting from the teams, you have the individual players, and of course, you have the talents as well.
Well, this is definitely something to be interested about because Alpha Gaming, Blacklist, Nova currently top 3 in the ladder for the most favorable teams. And of course, a comedian himself, Mr. Zankyu, is on tour with the board here. You can see the top 3, all of them are junglers here. I'm pretty sure the Shren was up there yesterday, but today it has been dominated by the jungle players. And of course, our talents here, Linger, Mara, and also Momochan currently sitting at the top of the top 3 coming in for the talent lineup.
So everyone is trying to get a race to the finish as well. And today, this first series is going to prove quite a lot of people right or wrong, because if you take a look at this rise of the Relentless, this has to be the day where you show up, right? Because if you don't, you're going home. And I think, Blam, like you said, you are very excited by this. And I think there's been a lot of hopes on both sides because they represent their own regions. Number one, IKL. This is their best chance at giving a shot towards the upper brackets finish or going to the grand finals. But KMW, this is the last hope for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. KMW is obviously their second place, but also their last chance qualifying team. But I mean, like Yuki was saying there, obviously I enjoy these days. I think it's a sadist in me that likes these days, right? Like you know that something big is on the line, but you know the players are going to turn up. It's not like they're just going to like walk into another day at the office. It is pretty much like, hey, if you don't perform, you lose your job.
I think some teams, they strive under pressure, potentially like Twisted Minds, and some teams may crumble with the same pressure as well. So it's really up to the fact whereby whoever can account to that pressure to perform even better, or the other side, whoever succumbs to pressure, the performance level will really dwindle down the chart.
I think that's quite important because actually both these teams, when they're put with their back against the wall, they really show up, right? And down here, we're going to have the star players, the faces of both teams. Zankyu going up against Hailang. We know about the dangerous picks coming in. Zankyu, of course, with the Jing, and Hailang with his Mai Shiranui as well.
I feel like aside from the game itself and their role in the game, I feel like they are both, how would I put it, IGL in-game leaders in their own respective teams, whereby Hailang has been the vocal and loud one in terms of the taunting and everything else. And for the side of Zankyu, he's been the player that always control the tempo and also be the main voice for the side of Bigetron by Vitality.
Right, so this team head-to-head is actually pretty close, right? A differential of like single digits at this point. And I think this comes down to the form of the team today, individually and as a whole.
But to be honest though, like you look at this head-to-head, you look at these two teams, I mean, Twisted Minds comes from Group D. Like, that is a solid group. And then obviously Bigetron Vitality, they've had, yes, some turmoil within their group as well, right? Like, they have battled some hard enemies just to get to the lower brackets as well. But head-to-head wise here, we're looking at the mid lane. Neil going up against Hailang. Obviously, average damage going over to Neil here, whereas average assist going over to Hailang. Obviously, just hence to the rotations that we see from Hailang. Then KDA is where we see just a little bit of slight difference there, as well as the kill participation. Very close matchup.
I think the main difference here is Hailang normally plays the macro game for the team, right?
Yeah.
Which is why there's a slightly lesser average damage for the side of Hailang. But at the same time, Neo is a completely different playstyle for him. When he gets put on the Mai, he's looking for kills. I mean, the entire thing for the side of BTR today is, can you get those relevant setups? Because when you land that opening, you know that the rest of the team can clean up your opponents.
And talking about picks as well, especially between these two players, it's really down to both of them playing the Shi as a conditional pick for their team, for their utility itself. But let's invite our first team towards the stage. It will be the home team coming in from Bigetron.
So here it is, the first team on the stage. It's going to be fighting for tournament life. It's going to be a Bigetron by Vitality, and we've just seen the head-ups into the mid lane here. But I mean, we should also be looking at that head-to-head in the jungle, right? John-Q going up against Clean, so maybe this time around we'll look towards there. But next team going through is going to be their victims or potential winners is Twisted Minds.
And welcome Twisted Minds to the stage. They are pointing in the direction that they want to go, and that is forward. They have overcome one of the most tremendous difficulties in this year alone of 2025, which is beating OG. And now they find themselves in a strange spot here because VTR has also achieved the same kind of success, taking their revenge match against Alpha 7.
The storyline has been pretty great so far coming in for both of these teams, whereby they have went through roster changes here, but do bring me through Bigetron by Vitality here.
Yes, so the BTR roster is looking at Tufts into the Clash lane, Zhan into the farm lane, John Q into the jungle, Ormson in that support role, and Neil into the mid lane.
This one is a bit difficult for the side of BTR because they need to play as a big team and a whole team today, right? Yeah. At the same time, I think having been beaten down and now placed in the lower brackets, I hope they are able to steel their minds to be able to last against the pressure that we know that Twisted Minds is going to offer.
I feel like the first thing first that they need to break is the top 8 curse that they currently have coming in from KWC itself. So in KIC, they are facing the same thing, but this time another opponent known as Twisted Minds.
Right, we'll take a look at the boys representing Twisted Minds here. Shanks in the farm lane, City Boy in the roam, 90 in the Clash, Highlang in the mid, and Clean in the jungle. So far, I think they have found their rhythm, their groove. Is it going to be a big win for them today?
We'll have to wait and see, right? Obviously, like you just said, BTR have that top 8 curse, and to be honest, a team to go up against for that top 8 curse to be trying broken here is Twisted Minds. I mean, there has to be a bit of a reality check, right? Like, Twisted Minds was top 4, BTR was top 8. Yes, the form between these two teams has kind of flickered and flowed within the KIC 2025, but they've really got to try and throw all the punches, because if not, either of these teams are going out.
Exactly, because, you know, at the same time, both of these teams are doing what we call the lower bracket run, which is one of the most difficult things to do in any esports competition. Yeah. And, you know, HOK is no exception at this point.
And especially we are running in with the global ban pick format here with the addition of the ultimate battle in Game 7. So every single step that you take in this lower bracket, it will be added difficulty. You have to go through so many teams, so many BO7s, but the first thing that you have to do is to beat your opponent in this current one.
So the coaches are going to play a very monumental role here. They need to give the teams the best equipment possible, and this first equipment is going to be the hero pick. Now, once again, global ban pick, you can only pick those heroes once the entire series, and it is a best of 7 today, so maybe we get the ultimate battle.
And the worry I have coming in for the side of Bigetron by Vitality is that teams have started to catch on towards the drafting style against them, whereby, yes, Game 1, you can give whatever jungle assassin towards Zhan-Q, but as long as the Luna and the Pei is locked away, that really restricts the entire BTR draft to a certain extent.
Yes, it really does, right? At the same time, I think, look, there's a lot of consideration for Twisted Minds as well. The Pei is also one of their own signature picks. And the main worry here for the side of the IKL fans is Highlang. What kind of mid laner is he going to get? Is he going to get the Shi? Is he going to get the Mai? Is he going to get the Heino? These are all big picks.
Yep. And these two mid lanes have a very distinct playstyle whereby I feel like Hailang's pool is much more complete, as he can as well pilot the likes of the Mai Shiranui to a very scary level, like what we saw so far in that upper bracket against Alpha Gaming. With that Mai Shiranui that he did get a win over them, although not a series, but a win is still a win. For the side of Neil though, so far in this tournament, he is more towards the utility and the long-range carry mages here, so I'm excited to see what they have in store for this game number 1 with BTR towards the blue side and Twisted Minds on the reactive grid.
Yeah, we have seen the success of Hailang when he uses the Hano, right? Now the question is, does Neo, when he gets the Nuat, can he find that value? That has been one of the signature picks coming up from Neo. But we'll take a look at the first ban of this game. And BTR, they're going to take away the Dharma. This is one of 90's most scary heroes.
Okay, so banning out the Dharma here does signify that they will potentially look for something like the early first pick, because so far in this tournament, if you lock away the Dharma, you lock away the Mai Shiranui here, it opens up a lot of path for the side of the certain team, especially BTR in this case, to pick up the likes of the Arlie here, hence why we see these two bans here. Now, for Twisted Minds, do you go for the pay ban or do you go for the Arlie ban here on this second ban in this first phase?
I think you will want to ban out the pay, right? Because the Mai Shiranui has been banned out, which means Hailang has had a power cap at this point. They have to try a different style, but Twisted Minds, they open it up. They're more afraid of the Zhang Qiujing.
It has been a very scary one coming in towards this game one itself. And Dolia, another pick that has skyrocketed in terms of their popularity, being locked in for BTR. This allows BTR to look for a few combos, such as the Dolia Yuhuan, Dolia Nerza, or Yang Jin in the jungle.
Right, so with that being said, BTR here take up the Dolia. So they have two options to explore, and it looks like Twisted Minds are forcing them to take the other option, which is the Nerza potential. Yang Jin will be picked up as a solo pick for the side of Twisted Minds.
And it's an interesting one, whereby red side Yang Jin always allows you for a lot of options. You can flex it towards the Clash game to avoid the Nerza matchup. So if BTR really locks in the Nerza, I am pretty sure that Twisted Minds on this third pick will lock in the pay to play that fast tempo against them.
At the same time, this early pick is actually quite detrimental to the Nerza because you can kind of say a Parasols away and escape the moment the Nerza jumps onto you, right?
That's very reactive, yeah.
With that being said, BTR, they're going to put their faith in Zan on this Long, the Aoyan pick. Can the Dragon bring the gold over to the side of BTR?
And this is a very comfortable one. This exact draft is what BTR used to win against, if I'm not mistaken, Kongendra and also HBSE back in their own groups here. So something that they are familiar with, lock in forwards them, and Twisted Minds answering with a Zhang Fei of their own to complete the first round draft here coming in for both of these squads.
I like this, right? So you lessen the damage that they're taking because you have the Leaping Savior for the skills. That's your second skill on the side of the Zhang Fei. The question is, do we get this unbridled outburst from City Boy? He has been pretty clean so far, and I'm not talking about the jungler, I'm talking about the plays.
Yep, all the roamers in this KIC so far, especially the top 8, has had pivotal moments with the Zhang Fei, with the Liam Po, and recently with the addition of Lapu Lapu, that could be an interesting pick coming into this tournament itself. And Twisted Minds, they're identifying more of these Dolia combos. Dun will be banned out, and assuming another combo, potentially a Nerza as well, will be locked away.
I like this, right? Because at the end of the day, they do need a big tank on the side of BTR. The purpose of the tank is to attract attention and try to be this unignorable spike that you have to really pay attention to. So with that being said, BTR is a different kind of setting for them. The Yixing is able to lock out the entirety of BTR, which also gives maximum value for the Zhang Fei Unbridled Outburst.
Interesting enough, I do think that with these two ban out, there is still the potential of the Yang Jin being flexed towards the jungle, or even Allgram being locked in for Twisted Mind on this fourth itself. But of course, if you can maintain this flex towards the last pick, it is much more beneficial for Twisted Mind's draft here. Hence, a lot of these junglers here, I think that's 4 junglers banned away from the hands of Zhang Qiu just by the side of Twisted Minds.
Yes, and BTR, they're going to return the favor as well. No pay for clean, which means we're going to have a utility mage for the side of Hailang. They already have the sufficient damage and burst potential. They just need the control.
Yep. And talking about control here, Twisted Minds, they do lock in the Shirk here. As we talk about back in the talent room, I feel like these two mid lanes, they play a very strong Shi on both of their players here. Oftentimes you can see Hailang on towards the Shi, finding those picks such as Neil when he's playing the hero itself. So interested to see whether Twisted Minds on this Shi and Zhang Fei, do they go for a jungle assassin and go with a mid roam item here?
I think it's a little bit difficult, but at this point, they have put Agudo here, most probably going into the jungle. And this is a great strategy for BTR, right? This is the turret take strategy. So you can get free damage from the Lung, and you can get free damage from the Agudo as well. Now, BTR are going to wrap up their draft in game number 1 with the Byron. So he needs to land those Storm Strikes. Those stuns are super important.
And there's a very strong team fight and also laning draft here that's being set up by BTR. You have triple sustain coming in from the Dolia, Yuhuan, and Agudo here. So if the fight goes long, it's very beneficial for the BTR squad here. And there we go! Twisted Minds, they are potentially going for the mid Shi roam item setup and funneling all the gold into Clean's Lam here. It's also very interesting whereby this Lam is locked in because of the fact that there is an Agudo on the enemy team.
Yep, the space play is going to be very effective on the side of Lam, right? You get iframes when you use his first and second skill together in great combination as well. You're able to pull back the members of BTR into the welcoming arms of Zhang Fei or even Shi, and even 90 on his Yang Xian. So I like this answer from Twisted Minds. This should be a pretty spicy game number 1.
For the side of BTR, I want to see whether Zhang Q does the level 1 cheese, walk towards the enemy jungle, release away the enemy buff, so you can get one additional buff in towards your pockets. Yeah, because so far in the laning phase itself, I would give it priority towards BTR. Hence, the jungle invasion is much more prominent and possible coming in from Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, which means City Boy or even 90 needs to keep a very clear eye on the corresponding buff if he goes towards their lane, right? If not, there is a potential that the Agudo from Zhang Q will be able to get that steal.
That's correct. So, draft has been locked in for both sides here. This is the stakes at hand where we talk about elimination match. It's not just any elimination match. This is KIC2025. You lose this, you bow out of the tournament at top 8 itself.
Yeah, now this is going to add a lot of pressure towards both teams because you have to make sure that your plays are clean, calculated, and unpunishable, right? With that being said, it is Bigetron by Vitality against Twisted Minds. If you have just joined us, it's a best of 7. First one of 4 wins will get the series. Doesn't matter whether you do it in a row or just in totality. As long as you hit 4, that's your formula.
And always in the best of 7 setting itself. If you win the game 1, it always puts you into a much more comfortable zone towards a long series itself, because you always say it's not a sprint, it's always a marathon here, and you need to be preparing yourself for the long con, for the full best of 7 series, potentially even the ultimate battle here. But so far in this setup, I gotta say, BTR's draft is looking super comfortable with their well-sustained round-out draft. But this is, ladies and gentlemen, the first day of this tournament itself as we go into the gorge. BTR on towards the blue side and Twisted Minds on the red side.
Exactly right. BTR, Bigetron by Vitality, going up against Twisted Minds. Game number 1 for tournament life on the line. We have obviously Sagi saying there that for the comp of BTR, they have the sustainability, but in terms of team fight for the side of Twisted Minds, they have the control. They have the Sure, they have the Unbridled Outburst from the Zhangfei.
Yep, so they really need to land those skills. This is very important for Highline. If Highline gets that first catch, I think you can kind of soft guarantee that the first blood should go into the hands of Twisted Minds.
Oh, absolutely, especially with Clean on the Lamb, right? But I mean, I want to note, right, like last time the Lamb come out against the Agudo, it actually went very bad.
Yeah, because they didn't manage to secure the early game resources, right? And then they lost control. When Clean cannot dive as a Lam, that's a huge problem. That's because that's a requirement for the Lam to find success in the team fights.
Yeah, so maybe using the depth from below in a very strategical way, maybe try and like play as a into the backline here, because you are looking at trying to exhaust Zan's infinite vastness as well out of these team fights.
Yep, you really need a big, sharp fight, and this one needs to make them hurt. So BTR, they need to be careful about their positioning as well as their rotations. You can see Twisted Minds, they want to speeden up their process. They're going to try and get the space right. Clean has already secured that first one, and with the shared goal on top side, this is going to allow Clean to make that first rotation down.
He's going to be able to use that space right down to the middle of the map here, go for that minion wave as well to get some more gold over to the side of Twisted Minds. They are ahead by around about 200 gold at this current moment in time. You see the Yang Jian just trying to make sure that he's got highs and intel onto that Azure Golem.
Yeah, nice checking there. Actually gets to see that Highline is around with Clean, but the steal here does not happen. Zhangqiu will be able to take that away, secure that camp from Clean, which means he's going to be able to catch up to Clean in quite a bit.
They may not get it, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? So they are just going to be throwing out those little boats from Sher just to try and see if they can get the catch onto anybody or even get those little boars come through onto the side of BTR. But just a lot of tip for tat going on right now. You can see quite a respected gameplay coming through from both of these teams, because I feel like if you make one wrong mistake here, it's going to get punished by the other team.
And sometimes not making a mistake can be a big thing, right? So Twisted Minds actually doing well in the gold sharing department. They have managed to funnel quite a few members into the same lane, and now they have this very, very slight advantage in gold.
Yeah, so it's all going to start to kind of like flitter apart from between these two teams, right? It's like that goldie, but there again, 90 has to be forced out the flash there on the side of Twisted Minds. They try and get some control come through, but it's going to be the Twilight from the Yang Jian. But now, can he get the death from below? Can this be the following kill for the first blood? Not quite for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, actually quite difficult because Tubbs did have his passive there, fully charged, which allows him to regain his health when he lands those normal basic attacks or first skill. Now with that being said, BTR have held their own against Twisted Minds, but this very slight goal difference may change very soon.
It may do indeed. I mean, they keep focusing top side of the map here on the Tough Z, but now it's going to be that 2v1 90, just trying to block any kind of extras into the T1 here. He doesn't have the flash, so he has to kind of just fight and brawl for this one. But instead, he tries to get a knock up here onto Highlang. Maybe this could be it. The diving onto the back line here. The pull comes through. It's going to be the Karma for level 1 right now with the side of Twisted Minds, getting that first blood onto the Gorge.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just edging it out. That was a nice attempt by Tubbs, right? In order to stop the TP coming in where they could balance out the numbers. But unfortunately for them, even with a numbers advantage, BTR could not find an angle. Instead, they give away first blood.
Give away first blood, but obviously maybe they're trying to get some pressure elsewhere onto the map, right? Obviously, looking at the mini-map right now, it seems to be going into the favor of Twisted Minds. There's not seeming to be a lane that was sacrificed here for the side of Twisted Minds to get that first blood, but maybe potentially here a little bit of a contention for the Tyrant. We see the flash in from Neil already, trying to get the CC onto Highlang. He gets taken down as well. But ultimately, Twisted Minds comes out with the Tyrant.
Yep, he's going to be a first one if he can get more kills.
Oh, Shanks with the bad placement there. I mean, he got caught out. A bit of unfortunate for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, so BTR, they recover, but at the same time, 90 knows that this is the risk they're taking, so he's going to try and rush down the T1 at the top. But already, BTR has gotten access into the T1 in the mid, as well as the Crimson Golem. This one hurts for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, BTR's momentum's clearly starting to surface here. Yes, obviously they aren't quite getting it within the gold lead. It's only about 500 gold lead, so not the thing to write home to mum about to be proud of for the side of Twisted Minds. They need to be making sure these team fights are looking a little bit more convincing for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult because if you take a look at the build here, actually BTR Neil, he's going for a little bit of greed, but they understand that, hey, you know, the lineup, especially Highlang, is a bit squishy. So he goes for the staves of sorcery. This is going to help amplify his basic attacks after every skill usage, and this is additional magic damage as well.
Exactly, going to be the front of the lines, giving Neil just kind of chipping away that damage, chipping away the health of Twisted Minds, sorry there, but then it's going to be all down to what we saw in that team fight, right? Tubbs going in with the Storm Strike. We have obviously the Gudo using Gorge Mobilization as well to get the knock up there. But I mean, to the idea of Twisted Minds here, getting that split push down to the bot side of the map, maybe the thing that's going to put them back into this game number 1.
Yeah, unless BTR balances out that T1 at the bottom, right? At the same time, you can see 90 is just applying pressure. They want to force BTR to come and defend, of which that role is going to be delegated to ZhangQ here.
Yes. See here, Tubbs just funneling that minion wave down to the bottom side of the map, trying to pay back that dividends down there. But now 90 get caught out. Forced a flash! He was found in the wrong neighborhood, and I feel like we saw there Twisted Minds, we saw Clean, Highlang, Shanks looking to go and help him, but then it was all thanks to BTR's fantastic rotation that cut them off.
Yep, and it's a double whammy, right? 90 actually had to use the flash, but still gave his life. Now with that, the Crimson Golem is going to be under pressure, but it's still going to be secured by Twisted Minds. So at least they have some fighting power. They do have the ability to try and make them trip on the side of BTR.
We always say pressure creates diamonds here, and I mean, BTR definitely had the pressure of that first blood, and obviously the T1 takedown to the bot side of the map and losing the Tyrant, but now they've been able to kind of resurface. They get the T1 into the mid lane. Top side of the map is looking not too healthy. That goes down as well. So BTR, Bigetron by Vitality, are bouncing back in this one.
Yeah, in fact, they have taken a very slight lead as well. So it's a big wrestle for them because they were trailing by 1,000 gold. And right now, nice catch.
Yep, nice catch into the back line there. Obviously, you can see Verbal trying to put pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds. Shanks has to kind of reformulate, maybe get some health before even trying to attempt to go back in here. But Tubbs, Neil, there it is, Clean, looking to go for that death from below. Actually gets nobody there, so that's a little bit of an unfortunate soul for the side of Twisted Minds. But you can see the Highlang's just trying to catch any of those lone stragglers, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, Clean did manage to force the flash out from Tubbs, right? Yeah. So I think that's a benefit for them. This is also a timer that maybe Twisted Minds, if they find that correct angle on the side of City Boy's ultimate, I think it could be a big win for the side of TM.
Yeah. It could be a huge one, especially getting that CC counter, maybe getting the push back onto one of the sides of BTR. But right now, they're looking for a bit of a play top side of the map here. It's going to be Twisted Minds trying to get the first E2 onto the Gorge here. You can see 90 Clean rotating down bot side here as well with City Boy. Maybe potentially set up a big team fight for this T2 down to the bot side. Really put pressure onto Zahn.
Yeah, this T2 is definitely a big prize to have, right? Shanks already put it in there.
Oh, Neil with the flash in with the mobile tempo. There's the unending sorrow as well, but maybe just only just getting a little bit of a CC onto the side of Twisted Minds. No real setup for a pickup.
I mean, Twisted Minds, they have done what they needed to do, which is to apply pressure and put a lot of damage, right? That T2 is not going to stay standing for long. In fact, Shanks can actually just, you know, go past that backdoor defense. But for now, it's not going to be necessary because, number one, Tyrant is here and the minions are approaching T2.
Yeah, tough stuff to be expended for that one, and they are going to go for the Tyrant as well. So they do get a Tyrant, but they aren't able to just keep away those minions from taking any more health from that T2 down to the bottom side of the map here. So just back to your point there, Ken, it's going to take a little less now for the side of Twisted Minds, but there it is. The Unbridled Outburst is really going to set up the pick up onto Zan there, and now Neil goes down. We was talking about sustainability for the side of BTR, and it's not looking sustainable. Shanks with the double kill.
Yeah, it's a big play, and one mistake, like you mentioned before, Twisted Minds take 3 lives from the side of BTR. They have to defend the T1. At the same time, this stopped them from trying to slow down Shanks. Now remember, Shanks did get taken down earlier in this game, but I feel like he is completely recovered.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he had like one moment, that one bit of clarity there, like, okay, my positioning cannot be off even to a small decimal point. So now he knows that he has to play either try aggressive in the early part and then use the Parasol back, but then obviously really go in after the front line of the side of Twisted Minds goes and retreats into the team fight, or just sit behind carefully, pick up the stragglers.
Yeah, you take a look at Clean's positioning. He gives information to the side of Twisted Minds. And I think the most impressive thing so far is Hailang. Hailang has been catching so many BTR members. More importantly, he catches Zan. Once he gets caught, there is no escape because he's going to be stunned for days.
Yeah, we talk about interesting information. Obviously, we know that Hailang was part of the Vitality roster last year, and now obviously Jiangqiu, Bigetron by Vitality are on this same roster. So it's a little bit of a battle of the roster ops, right?
Yeah, and so far it's neck and neck, right? Take a look at the goal. There is no difference between the two teams at this point. Now, the 10-minute mark is where the difference will be made.
Yeah, I mean, we look at that gold lead. It's pretty much neck and neck right now between BTR and Twisted Minds, but these team fight setups are definitely going in the favor of the good mobilization with the Storm Strike. Picks up Island, but now it's going to be that Unbridled Outburst that gives City Boy a little bit more of a second wind here. They could potentially got 2 picks onto the side of Twisted Minds, but now we're seeing Tufts. He is looking like a strong front line for the side on BTR.
And this makes life very difficult for the side of Twisted Minds because they have no control now. The only form of control is City Boy's ultimate or Clean's ultimate, of which requires you to dive. And that's a risk they cannot take at this time because it's too close.
It's very close indeed. I mean, you are putting in a lot of resources and potential takedown for your jungler as well, right? I mean, that's where the oppression from Twisted Minds, especially the backline of BTR, could come from here is the side of Clean, but Clean maybe getting caught out now. He's trying to get the dunk onto Neo, but that's not going to happen right now. 90 is trying to get as much HP regen. They do force the flash out from 90 as well. They're trying to catch Hailang with the Furball. Just a pretty much a bit of a brawl, but nobody dying.
I mean, now you see the value of Tufts, right? Tufts on this Byron, he is able to be the one getting caught out by Hailang. If we take a look at his itemization as well, he's only at 7.2 thousand, but he's way ahead of 90 on this Yangjin.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a more fruitful pick into these team fight potentials, right? Like, obviously, yes, Yang Jian into the jungle when paired with a Dolly is pretty great, but up into the clash lane, you don't see it getting much success.
Yeah, let's switch our focus over here to Zangqiu for a little bit. Look, his itemization, he already has a lifesteal, and he also has the Eternity Blade along with the Shadow Ripper. So this is a lot of crit damage going down. And this might be trouble for Twisted Minds because so far they haven't been able to find Zangqiu because Tufts has been setting up the fight perfectly with the Storm Strikes.
Exactly. I mean, 90's not really had the moment to shine. City Boy really relies on that Unbridled Outburst to keep him into that into the team fight as well, right? So, I mean, we saw there previously into that mid lane brawl where they almost got the pick up onto Hailang as well as City Boy, but it was just that ultimate that saved him, gave him the second wind.
Yeah, I feel like Hailang is the cornerstone, at least in this game #1, right? Yeah. When Hailang is taken down, then all of a sudden, there is a little entry point for Twisted Minds to try.
Speaking of entry points here, 90 tries to go in to steal the Overlord, but he has no smite. So no smite, that's a problem. And now you're in the pit. That's a problem too. You get taken down as well. Nearly to the back line. Tries to get CC onto Shanks, but no. He responds kindly with a kill, but now double kill going over to John Q. They're looking for a little bit more here on the side of BTR. Overall, a 2-2 trade.
But a big win for the side of BTR. They can be patient because in the mid lane, Shadow Vanguards and the Shadow Overlord are flying down as well. Shanks is going to try. He's not going to be able to do it.
He's just trying to put pressure on, right? He's trying to force them away from this T2, but I mean, once they have the critters, it's kind of the part and parcel of the Gudo pick, right? Just popping those down means you don't really need the minions into these T1, T2s.
Yeah, so credits once again to Omkarus, right? This draft is pretty sick because Zanq here, as well as Zan, the both of them are great turret takers. And Twisted Minds are so far the victims of this macro play.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at obviously Twisted Mind's team composition as well, right? I mean, it's definitely more so towards this sort of like team fight potential here. With the addition of tanks, the frontline dives from Clean and 90, and then you got the control from Highlang, and then you really just relying on Shanks to just do all the damage onto the enemy team. But looking at BTR, they have the early game to mid game, which is where we're kind of like situated right now, obviously more towards mid game, and using that Agudo to get these pushes is kind of catching the side of Twisted Minds off guard.
Very much so. And at the same time, look, they have, I think, better setup on the side of BTR. They have 3 potential members that get the stunts for them to be able to start the fight. City Boy has to commit a huge ultimate just to be able to start a fight for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's scary. If you're relying on the relying on singular motives into a team fight or a potential win condition into a team fight is very scary if you are Twisted Minds. Whereas BTR, they seem to have multiple facets going into these team fights, but right now look to try and go for the Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, sorry, here. It's going to be John Q getting that pick up here. So the one thing obviously they were quite kind of lacking, obviously is John. We saw get the Siege Breaker as well. He now has the additional damage from that Shadow Tyrant. He's definitely going to be packing a punch.
Yeah, I mean, punches galore from the side of BTR, and this is what the IKL fans are hoping to see at this point. For game number 1, it seems like the pressure is increasing by a lot. Once again,
pressure increasing, but also the Gorge mobilizing as well with the throw of ball into the back line here. Now Neil tries to go in and tries to get a stun onto Shanks, but no avail. But they are able to force him away from that T3 down to the bot side of the map. So once again, a solid team fight here for BTR. It may have gone into the favor of Twisted Minds if they lost a member on the side of BTR, but they got everything to play for here.
Very disciplined play from the side of BTR. This is what we want to see, right? And I mean, we talk about these two teams. This is where the pressure is going to be the greatest. But with their backs against the wall, both these teams have the potential to turn around. They've shown it to us so many times.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they definitely show the flavor and they know the know-how to get out of a sticky situation, which, again, we can see Twisted Minds. They're losing their Azure Golem, and that's going to be at the detriment of Clean.
And you know what? The happy number here is 12, because 12,000, you are 6 slotted, and this is exactly where Zanq is at. He has double buffs. The Crimson buff is also in the hands of Zan as well, so there's maximum damage output. Right now, all they need is for Tough Z to have his ultimate, and with that, they should be able to outlast and maybe outburst Twisted Minds as well.
And there you go. You see the green light onto Byron's head there, so Tufts has his ultimate, so maybe this big play around the Shadow Overlord could be the case here. Maybe just trying to clean up these minion waves, get the pressure here as well, but 90 just looking for a little bit of intel for his teammates here, saying, guys, they're trying to rotate from mid, trying to go onto the Overlord.
It all comes down to vision here, right? The Gorge mobilization by Zanq is going to be very critical in this, and vital in the team fight, because if he lands that onto members like Shanks, I think the fight is over.
Oh, absolutely. Shanks, if he gets taken out in these early parts of the team fights or even gets caught out here, it's definitely going to be bye-bye night for the side of Twisted Minds. But now, you can just see them posturing around this Shadow Overlord. Maybe just trying to make a bit of a bait switch. Obviously, bot side of the map, they have the super minions onto the side of BTR.
Yeah, it's literally a waiting game for BTR, right? How much do you want to try and commit? And as long as Highlang does not get that Silky imprint, then it's not going to be easy for the side of Twisted Minds to start anything in this game. They're just going to consistently reset this Shadow Overlord on the side of BTR.
Yeah, but they've got to be careful though, right? Because obviously, if you keep doing this, Twisted Minds going to find a way in, or alternatively, BTR is going to find their way in, and it's going to be sort of like good night for either of these two teams. But You can see now, City Boy, he does have that unbridled airburst, trying to get the pull here onto Tubbs, because obviously he is going to be the front line here. Unbridled airburst, catches onto 3, 90 goes in, forces out the infinite bastards onto the side of BTR, but they are able to reconvene, go for their Azure Golem, no pick off for the side of Twisted Minds just yet.
They might rush this. Clean has shown himself at the bottom part of the map. They have expended all the big elements on the side of Twisted Minds. Right now, it's all for BTR. They can make the steal, and if Clean doesn't show up soon, they will lose this.
They will lose this indeed. They're going to try and contest it, but no, it's going to be the Overlord going up the side of BTR once again, but Clean into the back line, tries to go onto the side of Tufts, but he is tough nonetheless, but gets taken down. When you have 5 members on you, you can't sustain that kind of damage.
Beautiful work, exactly what you need from Shanks, and right now, you can see Clean making a beeline for the Shadow Tyrant. They need this extra fighting power. At the same time, he was looking for a potential steal at the Crimson. That's going to be secured by Zan, and we'll see, is there a turnaround for the side of BTR? I feel like they have to let this one go.
Yes, they have to let the Tyrant go. They don't, well, they could obviously go in with John Q, but at the same time, at what cost? If they go in now with 2 members down, it's not going to look too healthy for them.
Yeah, exactly. I think the safe marker here is when Ormson has his ultimate, right? You want that Celestial Melody, you want that refresh. Only then does BTR feel comfortable to fight, because that goal lead that we're talking about just now for BTR completely negated. It is neck and neck once again.
Yeah, very close gold leads between both of these 2 teams as well. That's 55.1k now, as you can see, top side of the board here. But I mean, now it's I think it's BTR's game to lose here. They had the advantage with the push down to the bot side here, but now they are looking for more.
It really depends on how Twisted Minds manage this bleeding wound on the bottom side of the map. And they can't lose a team fight here.
They can't lose a team fight here. No, definitely not. Tufts cannot get caught out by Highlang. Once again, we've seen that scenario play out already, but there it is. The death from below. Gorge mobilization being procced here from both of the 2 junglers, so they don't have their ultimate. And Verbal goes down, looks for the retreat, look for a push here into the mid and into top side of the map here, could be BTR.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they have to make really quick decisions here. They have dealt with the Shadow Overlord, that's great for them, but at the same time, BTR gets the reset, and with 25 seconds to go, game number 1, we're looking at a potential, I mean no, this is a guaranteed Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I could imagine either of these teams with the situation they have with the Gorge right now, finishing the game with 13 seconds on the map, but there it is. 10. Very frightful time coming here, and then speaking of frightful, you don't want to lose your jungler at this point in time. John Q goes there and builds the Sage's Sanctuary a little too late.
All right, they have 39 seconds. Can they hold Twisted Minds? I don't think so. Clean now has the opening to try and catch the Tempest Dragon. Shanks is going to help him as well. BTR have found himself in a very tight spot now.
I mean, we don't love tight spots, do we? We are very much claustrophobic here on the broadcast desk. We like our room and freedom as we see fit, but as you can see here, it's not really the advantage of BTR, right? Like, they have definitely been forced into a very sticky situation.
But this is exactly what we need from the KMW finalists and hopeful. This is the last team coming in from the region of Italy to try and win against BTR. Now, BTR, this is not impossible to deal with, but it's a extremely difficult situation to find yourself in.
Oh, absolutely, especially with the Vanguards having disrupt onto these turrets, right? Like, we could really see a big siege play here from the side of Twisted Minds right now, going into that 21-minute mark. Very low kill game. It's been played very tactically by both of these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's really trying to keep it out of range. That's the biggest difficulty they have, right? BTR, as long as they keep it out of range, the towers will still be active. But Twisted Minds, they also have a very quick turret-taking power.
They do indeed. They have the Vanguards come through here as well as Shanks with that increased damage from these Vanguards as well. You can see him just trying to like poke and prod onto the side of BTR. See him there, Ormson just taking a lot of damage. There it is, there's Control coming through once again. Unbridled Outburst coupled up with everything in between. Now we see the opening of that bot side of the map as well. 2 members of the side of BTR do go down, and we're looking at a 3rd. Neil goes down, the Stampede locks on into place, and there it is. Game number 1 Crystal for Twisted Minds.
Pulling it to the absolute limits here. First Tempest Dragon of game number 1, and Twisted Minds turn their fates here, and it's going to be a big success story. Great start.
That was so close coming in from Bigetron by Vitality here. They had so much control in that middle to late game department, but it was Highlang finding that crucial Soaking Imprint right before the spawn of Tempest Dragon, deeming the side of BTR without a jungle pressure there. Having that play it immediately set the tone for the side of Twisted Minds to get control of the entirety of that last push.
That's why he's the face of Twisted Minds, right? The guy has made so many big plays, turned the whole situation around. Because if you take a look at the condition of the map that they had on the side of Twisted Minds, they had a bleeding wound. There was a T3 taken down. Very, I would consider early in the game.
I feel like if, let's say, in a world where Zankyu didn't get called out and they just did the Tempest Dragon dance, bait it out, wait for the wave to crash towards bottom side, then it will be very advantageous for the side of Bigetron Vitality to look for that Tempest contest and force Twisted Minds to be in an uncomfortable spot. It's either you attend to the bot wave, fight me 4v5, or you get the risk of the minions backdooring your base.
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of funny how Zankyu knew the risk and still got caught. I mean, you can't blame him, right? This is where the most minute of mistakes will cost you potentially the game. We'll take a look at the items in this game itself. I'm very curious about Clean's build here because he did not try to dive at all.
Well, let's check out Clean's build like you mentioned here. As we pointed out, it will be a semi-tank build with a lot of these defensive items here. The Destiny that you see is actually an item swap coming in from the boots to the Sage Sanctuary, but the other items though is Axe of Torment into the Pure Sky upgrade Sky Dome, and then the defensive item coming in from the Ominous Premonition and also the Demon's Bane here. So it's a very, how would I say, high physical damage with a very beefy setup.
I like the Demon's Bane build. We don't see this item being built too much, right? But this is where the build of New matter because New had the Tome of Wisdom. Look at the damage that New was dealing, 113,000 plus. But with the entirety of the side of Twisted Minds, they actually really played this well. Shanks dealing over 168,000.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about Shank's positioning, right? Like, that was one of his weakest parts of his play style in KWC. And then, obviously, in that game number 1, we thought after that first death, it was going to be a continuation of that. But he only died once. He realized that he cannot be caught because if not, that team will lose this game number 1.
And that was really eventual whereby, like you mentioned, Shank's positioning, it wasn't really that consistent. But in this game alone, aside from that early mishap coming in from Shanks, a lot of the moments he was very consistent in those team fights, pulling it to a full potential and backing off with like 10 to 20% HP. That means that in these fights, he is very calculated with his damage approach and how much damage he can withstand. Hence, we see this goal chart, it was looking very consistent for the side of Bigetron Vitality up until the 20-minute marker where Zankyu unfortunately got caught by the Silky Imprint coming in from Hyla.
But this goal graph, it shows you the stakes.
Correct.
Here. This is one of the closest goal graphs we've had in KIC 2025 so far. And with knockouts being, you know, the prize as well as the potential loss, this is where the farm laners play a very critical role. Shanks here with a KD of 9, 1, and 3. The itemization just pure crit coming in.
Aside, I think in every stats in this chart itself, Shank has outdone Zan in every potential way. Even vision score, assist, GPM, every single marker here.
Yeah, that's a huge success, right? Having over 200 gold per minute extra compared to Zan was a huge factor in getting the win. But it's also about the space that Twisted Minds got for Shanks.
That is correct here. And the MVP coming into this game 1 has to be Hylang here. For me, his playstyle on the Shi was very daring, I would say, in finding those big teamfight plays, in finding those isolation plays. 2-11 is the scoreline here. If I'm not mistaken, he has the highest kill participation, about 93% in his team alone.
And he makes it look very easy, but here's the difficulty of playing the Shi. When you execute that flash second skill combination, you need to land it, or it's 120 seconds to waste it. And with that,
it's 120 seconds to be attacked on and dunked on by the side of BTR, right? But you can see in these highlights as well that you can see Hylang really great with the positioning, kind of being the driving force and the mastermind of Twisted Minds.
Exactly, even Zan, when he got pulled in, he had no chance of getting that Infinite Massive away from safety here. And this was a key play coming in from the side of Twisted Mind itself. Shanks, consistent DPS and positioning, getting on towards Neil and Puffs. Without Flash here, gets shoved into the mouths of Twisted Mind. As of this point, the game is already looking very solid and equal, but this was the key pivotal play that allowed Twisted Minds and Hylang to secure that Game 1 victory.
Yeah, beautiful work, right? City Boy actually stopping the potential of Ormson here. He used his Celestial Melody so late. By that time, the rest of BTR had already fallen. Zangyu was down, Touch was down, and the most important, Zan couldn't find any opening at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of lateness within that match, right? Because obviously we saw when Jongkyu was going down, he built the Sage Sanctuary very late. He already died, so he couldn't proc the actual passive of that, the active of that item. And then obviously, as you say there, like using those skills at a very late moment really cost you these games. And you can see here with the updated knockout bracket, the Twisted Minds have the first point onto the Gorge here against BTR, but there is still a potential of 6 games still to be had between these two teams.
Yeah, I like this potential, and you now see the value of Twisted Minds draft in that game number 1, because we were talking about it. Do you really want to rely on Zhang Fei's ultimate to be that winning condition? And they said yes, we will wait. Every single cooldown, we'll wait for that perfect ultimate unbridled outburst to be ready, and then we take the fight.
And also sometimes as well, without the unbridled outburst coming to action, it was really Hailang's MVP performance in finding those silky imprints on towards the key members. And that's why we see in a lot of these team fights, without it starting entirely with the unbridled outburst, it was the sheer pull tanking so much damage for the team itself and baiting the spells coming in from the side of Bigetron by Vitality here. But all this wouldn't be possible without our official sponsor here, Mightier. Smart control anytime, anywhere with energy management and AI technology that features AI Eco Master here. If you need cooling, if you need anything, do give Mightier a try.
Yeah, we definitely need the cooling because this series is going to start to heat up. Right now, BTR, this is their strongest draft? I don't think so. But this execution has been a lot cleaner from the side of Twisted Minds, at least in the later parts of the game.
The early game that we saw so far, it was really due to the fact that the Bigetron by Vitality draft was very consistent in those long fights. If they always get to 5v5, it's really good. But due to the fact that the Hailang sure keep catching them out, forcing in a 4v5, their entire composition just crumbles with less one ultimate.
So if you want to learn how to make this plays, you have to come and take a look at our social media, right? We're going to show you what are the potential perks as well. You get in-game rewards, but more importantly, you get in-game knowledge, which is going to help you rise the ranks in not just your rank matches, but your peak matches, and maybe you are well on your way to becoming a professional. We might see you play on the stage right here.
Exactly. I mean, if Vesakha can do it as well, right? Like, they are an open series team coming into that one. They're going to be a team that you will have to watch next in the following series. But this series so far has definitely not been one that has not delivered, right? Obviously, we saw a very sort of 50-50 Twisted Minds BTR game in that first one. It was just all about positioning, making mistakes, and the lateness of itemization and skills.
And you can start to see the emotions on the player's face itself. We saw coach for the side of TM talking to their players here. Smiles are on their faces here, but take a look over to the side of BTR. They look a bit slightly stressed out, at the very least, if you were to observe their faces.
I think the thing here is, look, every team drafts to win, right?
Correct.
So obviously, if that draft doesn't work out with the result that you want, you're not going to be too happy about it, right? But with that adding on is the stress of this match being number 1, a best of 7, but also a loser bracket run, meaning if you lose the entire series, you're going home.
Yeah, pressure really forges champions and also starts the downfall of certain teams here. Hopefully for the side of BTR, this is not the first time they are dealt with the situation here. Back in the IKL Grand Finals against Kagendra, they did start the series was a best of 7 in a 0-2 start here, so they are not really unfamiliar with the situation itself.
Okay, now we talk about the side. So if you take a look at what's happening now, Twisted Minds have gone to the blue side, right? So their prior pick. BTR, they have chosen to go to the red side counter pick. But this opens up a couple of things for the side of Twisted Minds. Do you want to take that Mai? Because, you know, I think we have seen the pattern for Twisted Minds in this particular fashion. If Hailang has a good game, Twisted Minds have a great game.
Very agreeable. We saw how Hailang back in that upper bracket series against Alpha Gaming, his Maestro Nui was very detrimental in getting that one single win against APG. But of course, in the blue side, especially at the early phase of a best of 7, I do think it's a higher priority compared to the red side, considering the fact that all these blue picks could really set your team up for success, such as the Maestro Nui, Dharma, or even the likes of the Pei.
Yeah, and they can actually open up the Dolia for themselves, which puts BTR in the exact same position that they face in game number 1.
Yep, and this will be game 2, like we mentioned just now, Twisted Minds on towards the first pick side. Very interested to see what kind of hero they look to prioritize there. Is it going to be on towards Hailang, the Maestro Nui, or 90s Dharma, or potentially even Queen's Pei here? So these are the available options here. On towards the red side, you are on the reactive side here. So with whatever they first pick on towards TM, you can look for a counter and reactive draft as a countermeasure.
I think at this point for BTR, Omkarus, you have to take out the Mai, you have to take out the Pei, right? These two picks are the specialties on the side of Twisted Minds, especially when it's an early pacing potential. And now that the Pei is still open, Twisted Minds, I think you put another limit on to Zhangqiu once again, right? I don't think Zhangqiu gets to play Jing ever, unless we head into a game number 7.
Yeah, this is just difficult for the side of Bigetron by Vitality here. And I think this has been very a common strategy if you go up against BTR. Just make sure that Pei, you can give it over, and then the likes of the Jing has to be locked away. Then you counter the Pei with the available options like the Ukyo Tachibana, the Musashi here, but Lapu, the Datu Reef is on the gorge.
This guy has had a big success so far in KIC 2025. The crazy thing is this guy has just been released and teams are already making disaster happen for their opponents left and right.
And interesting enough that Lapu as a first debut pick on this tournament itself, and the priority has skyrocketed to a first pick priority. And for the side of BTR, you see the potential of the Tigers and also the Martial Monk being picked up by their 1-2 here. So it's a very aggressive start already here. But that's why we say you don't have to ban the Pei. There are available counters in terms of the Ukyo Tachibana here for Twisted Minds clean.
Yeah, this is a great answer towards the Pei pick, right? Because you have the burst, you also have that mobility as well. More importantly, you get the stun. Pei doesn't have a stun.
That's true, Pei doesn't have a stun, and you need to go in towards a close quarter combats to get that full value of the Pei, which is also why Ukyo Tachibana strives in this matchup alone here. So once again, this is a very early game setup, especially the junglers coming in from both teams, and that is a lot of knockups coming in from BTR.
Okay, BTR, the reason why they picked the Lianpo as well is because it's immune to CC when he's using his skills. This is going to be very critical because the Lapu is one that has massive amounts of control. Now this guy has been setting up premier situations for his own team, for whatever team that has picked the Lapu up so far.
Exactly. It only suffered one loss, right? So the win rate on this hero has been very consistent in this tournament here. And I want to put your focus on towards the two teams' playstyle. Both junglers are aggressive early game junglers here. And both Clash and Roam coming in from BTR and Twisted Minds are knockups and knockups. So it's a very similar 3-hero draft coming in from both squads.
Yeah, and this one then relies on the setup, right? So if you take a look at Lianpo, who's also known as the Earthshaker, right? If he gets that Tremor Smash, I think that could provide a situation which kind of makes life very difficult for Twisted Minds. But another benefit on the side of Twisted Minds is the fact that they're actually super mobile as well.
That's correct here. I really want to see how both these roamers play and set up the team for success here. But back towards our main topic, which is the pick and ban itself here. With the numerous mid lanes banned away from the pool, you can see Twisted Minds here. It's like, okay, we'll be removing the utility mage so Zhangqiu doesn't get funneled gold towards his pockets here. And Twisted Minds, they need something similar to funnel that Ukyo Tachibana for a strong early game. Potentially look for something in that roamer, or mid lane pole to get that fast push and enter Zhangqiu's jungle here. Garuda is fast.
Ooh, okay, this one is a great pick coming out from the side of Twisted Minds. Now Marco Polo, one of the specialties for this hero is the ability to bring waves to crash against the towers. At the same time, I like the answer from the side of BTR with the Nuwa, but is it going to be enough? Because I'm pretty sure Shanks picks up the Purify, and with the long range poke from the Garuda on the side of Highline, this one is a very tough fight because even before the fight starts, BTR is going to be low.
And Zan has a lot of pressure in this matchup alone against the Marco Polo, whereby if you were to view BTR's draft, Nuwa is slow in the early game and Dharma doesn't have a good time against Mayin. So for BTR to enter the jungle of Twisted Minds, they need to have Zan win the matchup against Shanks in this 1v1 farm lane.
I think they won't even bother invading at this point, right? I think the main goal here is, can we speed up Zan's fun as fast as possible? So we're looking at Zan maybe heading down the mid lane. But at the same time, they need to make sure that this Garuda by Highlang doesn't clear the lane too fast.
It's one of the fastest clearers so far in the recent meta itself, so I really enjoy looking at Twisted Minds lineup with a strong mid priority, firing off Ukyo Tachibana here to combat the Zhangqiu Pei. So it's already all a big pressure point for the side of BTR to look to mitigate coming into this game to itself. So game plan, I'm not too sure how it's going to be executed, but the early game will have a lot of fire between these two squads, especially team fight setups will be very much similar. Clash, and Roamer, whoever does well on either teams will have an added advantage for their squads.
And you know what? We'll add in the emotional value as well. I think right now, Twisted Minds having taken game 1 in such a fashion as well, you are feeling the momentum coming in, right? You have the motivation to try and win as well. So Twisted Minds, I think if they get that first blood, BTR are in for a extremely tough time.
It's a domino effect coming in from both sides, right? If Twisted Minds win this game too, it's gonna be a feels-good moment for them. But if BTR loses this game too, they're gonna be even feeling the pressure added on towards their shoulder as the IKL champs of Falcon. They are Indonesia's hopes itself. This is game 2 between Bigetron Vitality on towards the red side and Twisted Minds towards the blue side. Casters, you're live.
That's it. We are getting into game number 2 between Twisted Minds and BTR. Twisted Minds surprisingly drafting 2 of the national heroes here, obviously the Garuda as well as the Lapu Lapu, but you can add the CDK Quick Strike to redeem tons of Star Stones, Arcade Fragments, and other things as well. But right now we're having to tip into that mid lane just once again. Just the roams, mid lane, just having a bit of a brawl.
Yeah, I think it's great, right? Because you definitely want the advantage, you want that faster rotation as well. And like you mentioned before, City Boy on this Lapu Lapu, as well as Hailang on this Garuda, the 2 national heroes, they're going to be very pivotal in these team fights because not only do they have massive amounts of control, they have massive amounts of poke as well. And that's going to be a steep price to pay for BTR if they don't wrestle the lead away.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, they have Ormson on the Lianpo as well, right? So I feel like they do have their own kind of like upset at the moment, motion of the ocean that Lapu Lapu can really try and compose here for the side of Twisted Minds. So I feel like team fight potential between these 2 teams within like the long range outpost of Hailang with the obviously Wings of Judgment is going to be something that's pretty much 50-50 here for me.
Yeah, but it's starting to not be fair because they've taken the space bar on the top, right? And Twisted Minds, this pacing is extremely fast. And the later we go into perhaps the middle of the game, City Boy is not only just able to tank, he's able to get the damage in as well.
Correct, so he's able to do damage and tank up both of those. It's going to be super duper helpful into these team fights as well. Rotation down to the bot side of the map here is going to be, well, to the mid lane, sorry, it's going to be Yukio Tachibana. The clean in the potential setup here. Obviously, we see that Ormson is in the enemy jungle, just kind of like circumventing around there, trying to get the intel for the side of BTR.
Yeah, they wanted to attempt that lane freeze on the side of Zan, right? But right away,
they're taking the switch. Obviously, that's not really going to happen much there as well. Obviously, using those creation blocks just to block out those wings.
Well, great news for the side of BTR. They didn't have to burn the flash. At the same time, Hailang, he's open to do this. The cooldowns for that Wings of Judgment aren't that long. And with that, they get a small steal on the Task Force, which every little lead matters.
Every little bit helps here for the side of Twisted Minds, as we've seen in game number 1. They like to just kind of keep that steady momentum of that goal lead, whether it be 200, whether it be 1,000, whether it actually might not even formulate at all, but still they like to keep that pressure on because it's just another pressure point, pain point here for the side of BTR to contest with.
I mean, BTR are on a timer against this Shanks farming, right? The moment Shanks gets that frigid charge, then all of that attacking prowess is going to be amplified on this Marco Polo. So until then, BTR have their timer to shut him, get him down at least once. If they don't do that, Twisted Minds will be on a roll.
Twisted Minds on a roll here, potentially in game number 2. But right now, we're still not yet having that first blood come through. Obviously, it's right about the 4-minute mark as we are approaching. Tyrant going through soon. Use the Burst Ram as well as the Magma Slam there. Just to keep in line and keep in check Twisted Minds.
And it feels like Twisted Minds are playing with the extra member, right? Every single time you see Top Z, he's like in a 2v1 situation, which means they have space at the bottom.
They do have space to be opening up here as well, using the Rolling Ray to trip out a little bit of that damage before the 4-minute mark, and that turret plating does fall off of the side of BTR and Twisted Minds, but definitely having that pressure created down to the bot side is going to potentially make an easier takedown of that Tyrant, but these creation blocks are really starting to put a bit of a spanner in the works for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we'll see how they do that, right? Twisted Minds, Hailang, as long as he has his ultimate, I think it's a good situation, good fight for them to take.
Oh, okay, there it is. The Wings are just being used here. Try to put some pressure onto Ormson. I mean, it's not really going to do much here other than kind of separate the Lianpo from the Pei, but now Pei having a bit of a short start here onto the Tyrant as well, and then you've got also John just constantly putting that bottom pressure on as well, so it is going to be a free Tyrant here for the side of BTR, but can they get a little bit more here as they try to invade the enemy jungle? They are able to get the Crimson Golem away from them as well. So definitely starting to take a little bit more of these resources away from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, very smart understanding of the game for the side of BTR, right? Knowing that, hey, Twisted Minds have actually committed quite a few ultimates. While they did not use the flash, it is still a difficult fight for the side of Twisted Minds. So they went all in on towards the Tyrant. At the same time, they knew that they had it. ZaNQ didn't use his smite, so he smited away the Crimson Golem. Very smart from BTR.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're kind of like not going to be contested and you know you have that intel that the enemy jungle is not going to be nearby and you can save that for something else, it's worth doing, right? Because obviously, like you were saying, it's going to quicken up the rotation, quicken the denial of these resources onto the side of Twisted Minds, but does Twisted Minds clean decide to go into the enemy jungle of BTR when that time is up for their Crimson?
We'll see. It's going to be a difficult trade.
Ooh, speaking of trades here, it's a 1v1 between Tron and Shanks. And Shanks, out comes that one with obviously his, not Fever Barrage, but his Splendid Revolver.
Yeah, Shanks showing them that there is a gap between him and Zan, and he will step it out, you know, just by a little bit at this point. Attempted Annihilation did not hit the mark.
Yep, it did not hit the mark, but maybe the Tremor Smash will be able to lock him into place. Clean gets taken down.
Yep, he is the jungler. He's the most important member right now in this early part of the game. Twisted Minds have suffered a little bit of damage, but thankfully they have 90, making that split push. They get the T1 at the top as a trade.
Pressure being put on top side of the map here for the side of Twisted Minds is obviously just going to negate that one, but then lost down to the bot side here as well. But look at the kind of contest this Crimson Golem once again. They get it away. ZaNQ gets out alive as well. So all's fair in love and war.
Yep, 90 though, in the middle of a 2v1, will be able to just cut it out for the moment. Right now, Twisted Minds, they need to regain control of the map because BTR has been slowly edging their way into the blue side.
They are doing exactly that, Ken. They are looking to edge this one out for the side of BTR, maybe potentially even edge the point of the game, but they're trying to use the Annihilations very well here. Neil on the newer, like you were saying in the introduction of this series, is one of those heroes you got to watch out for because his performance on this one has been second to none.
Yeah, I think it's dependent on his farm, right? The rate of farm so far, not as fast as Highline, but that's also because Highline is one of the fastest lane clearers in the mid lane. Now we'll see how they try and transition this into a T1 take, and this is going to be the long-range poke from Highline.
Yeah, shooting the Magma Slam there just to get that CC immunity, so you know for a fact Clean can't dive on and get that CC from his Blaze. His heavily strike there, but Emergence trying to be feinted out here for the side of BTR. 90 and Shanks looking to take the T1 down to the bot side of the map as well. Maybe a potential split push here into the mid lane, but no minions crashing in yet.
I mean, that's a great response from the KMW representatives, right? Right now, BTR, they have a choice to make, and they need to get this T1 on the top, or it's going to be an unfair advantage for Twisted Minds going on for the pressure in this T1 in the mid.
Yeah, just looking to get some pressure in that mid lane, looking to try and get that final T1 away from the side of BTR, but you know for a fact this team is going to hold on to it, right? Like, they know that this a very precious objective as well as this Crimson Golem, and they're able to get it away 3 times, and now it goes over to John as well. So that's a good little bit of resource take from the side of BTR once more.
I like the timing on this, right? So Twisted Minds, 90, is consistently checking the jungle, right? Now, can we get a response? Can we open up the space so that Clean can come for the invade? But every single time he's there is no Crimson buff to steal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just kind of, you see here, ZaNQ is just playing to timers as well. Obviously, it is going to be up in around about 6 seconds, so there could be a potential play here for that Crimson Golem.
Tufzy is going to be able to just kite them out, and this is going to secure the Crimson buff into the hands of Zan. Now, this is going to be a very important marker. While this will not last until the 10-minute Shadow Variant fight, but now if they can take a big kill here, that's going to help aid them in settling the gold difference.
Yeah, I think either team that takes this mid lane fight into their favor, it's definitely going to be a resounding pressure for the enemy team. But now we're seeing a bit of a take here for that second Tyrant here. But now Twisted Minds like, no, we really want to commit this one, but it's going to be those creation blocks forcing away the Lapu Lapu.
Not looking good for Twisted Minds though. City Boy did waste his ultimate there, did not bite a single target, and Zan does have the damage, he does have the armor pierce as well. Ooh. Nice Annihilation, and that's going to provide space. ZaNQ gets that 8.5-minute Tyrant. Not the Shadow Variant just yet, but this is fighting prowess, which means they can pressure the T1.
Yeah, just looking trying to get that mid-wave clear for the side of Twisted Minds here. Obviously, there's one Canyon minion, and they don't want to really push this because they could really lose a lot here, BTR, if they play this one not to the T.
I mean, at this point, it's really about applying pressure, right? Make life uncomfortable. Even if you have to give it back, to them, make it hard to take.
Yeah, 90 just kind of flirting with Tufts there into his own jungle. He's just like, hey, if you're trying to get into the back line of my team, I'm just going to deny you at all angles. And that's exactly what happened there. But you can see now Junkyu trying to rotate top side of the map here, and City Boy and Shanks are looking to try and get this one with a bit of a response there. It's going to be the Lapu ultimate being committed here by the side of Twisted Minds. Can they get a little bit more? Can he outplay? But it's going to be Trevor Smash coming in. Can he connect onto 3? No, it's going to be Shanks. He does use the Fever Barrage into the back line, and ultimately this goes all over to BTR.
Yeah, big play coming in from 90 as well. He was the reason that the response wasn't fast enough.
Oh, takedown. Tufts comes through, but they're able to claim back that Crimson Golem from the side of BTR.
Okay, valuable for the side of BTR because they did lose their jungler. Now, in 10 seconds, Zhangqiu is going to be out. But Twisted Minds, they haven't found that premier and, prio positioning to be able to steal this Shadow Tyrant away just yet.
Just yet, but you can see Clean trying to formulate around the backside of this Shadow Tyrant here. Maybe trying to go use the skill over the wall just like so. Trying to see Neil here use the creation blocks, just trying to force away Lapu. There's the Wings and Judgment as well being used by the side of Twisted Minds Highlang, just to try and force away BTR from trying to get this steal on, but now they go in, they're looking for it more. The Annihilation comes through, but it's actually going to be Orbson there with the devastating burst ram into the Trevor Smash, but now this is BTR's team fight to lose. They lose Tufts, and obviously onto the side of Twisted Minds, they lose City Boy, but now Junkyu into the back line takes down Shanks.
Beautiful team fight. Tufts gave everything in that fight with the Truth Mantra as well, and they find an opening onto the backlines of Twisted Minds. Shanks, that was a nice attempt with the Fever Barrage. Unfortunately, the angle was not right, and with the downfall on City Boy as well, that really costed them the fight because the control was not there, the tank was not there as well. Look at the Tufts positioning as well. He pushed them back. Now, the Annihilation value didn't come through that much, but because of the ability to push Shanks in the wrong direction, that really changed the whole fight for the side of BTR.
Exactly. One move to the left means you are further away from the right angle, and that is what we saw there from Twisted Minds. But we're seeing a team fight. Top side might being created here from the side of BTR, but City Boy getting the clean kill there onto Ormson. They're looking for blood in that support role.
Yep, he's looking for an opening. Oh, they know.
Oh no. Sandwich, it's a Twisted Mind sandwich, but now Tufts comes into the fold to try and make that one outplay, but it's going to be the Seriousness with the whatevers, the catch there, but Neil with the Annihilation as well as Junkyu there, getting the kill on City Boy is a huge play.
This is what we wanted. Neil is that win condition, especially when the fight gets messy, right? Those matrixes have been to the success of BTR. The only thing for the side of BTR is they have not found a way to equalize the goal or even get the goal lead. So that is going well for the side of Twisted Minds.
It is, but I mean, they are winning the team fights, right? So if they keep winning these team fights and keep the minion pressure wave here and obviously getting these resources, these objectives to their names, they could easily turn around here for BTR.
Yeah, but we need to see the map control as well, right? Right now, both teams almost neck and neck, right? Twisted Minds has taken one more tower, but it's also the most important tower here. All the T1s have been taken down. Actually, you know what? BTR also have taken 3 towers.
Exactly, yeah. It's even Stevens. This is what I'm talking about. You've got your Twisted Minds jersey on under that jacket. I can tell.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna lie, I have it. But it's not with me, it's in the dressing room. Now, right now, okay, there's a reason why they only have 2. I didn't see a tower on the top. The sliver of health on the T1 on the top.
That Radiance being committed there really kind of locked Ormson into this play. Just like, you know what, I'm gonna have to use the Burst Ram there as well as the Magma Slam just to kind of keep myself alive. But that attempt to the bot side of the map there, trying to take that T2, wasn't quite as successful as I think BTR really wanted for.
I mean, respectable damage right there. That's what we need. Right now, Tufts does have the Flash Truth Mantra combination. They will take the T1 at the top because they're pulling the attention of Twisted Mind members down. BTR, they're going to take a T2 as well. Instant structural damage coming in. But Twisted Minds, Shanks has the Frigid Charge. This could definitely change the fight.
Frigid Charge being built here for Shanks, maybe trying to get a potential lock onto either one of these heroes onto the side of BTR. Potentially one of the squishier ones, right? Maybe try and lock it onto Zan, but now we're going to see an attack onto that top T2 for the side of Twisted Minds, but all they need to do is get one more rolling raid, but to be honest, Twisted Minds hold this one off.
Play safe, right? You can see 90 is already hiding in the corner. If they make a mistake, especially Zhangqiu, of not checking before he goes towards the mid T2, he might be taking out Tufts. Luckily, he will be able to find them out.
Yeah, he's the one looking for that phase check there, but it's also going to be Tufts that's fine in the way. It's going to be the double knock up here for 90. Can he get the escape here thanks to the Wings of Judgment from Highlang?
Yep, that ultimate's not going to be too effective at this point, and this is something big, right? They need to contest for this.
Speaking of contention, just burst ramming in there, just trying to get the tees onto the side of Twisted Minds, but now John Q into the back line. Try and potentially get the pick up onto 90 here as well. Clean, not quite getting that stun come through, but now it's giving the DAC team of Tufts and John Q getting the pick up there onto Clean. Now they have no smite as we get those neutral objectives on board here, but it's giving those wings adjustment. It's casting the judgment from afar and getting the takedown on the Tufts.
But beautiful work from side of BTR. They got the better exchange of that fight itself, and with that, the reward is the Shadow Tyrant. Now they're going to be able to have fighting powers in their hands, and Zan has not been touched in the entire fight. The split fight strategy working out well for the side of BTR.
It's working out very well. He's definitely kind of getting out of these team fights and into these team fights with little scars intended onto himself, and in terms of the damage not quite being translated onto those health bars of BTR. But now we're looking at around about, what, a 2k gold lead here for BTR. They've got the clear advantage into the side lanes as well. Maybe they want to kind of try and contest this push down to the bottom side of the map. You can see that Shanks is trying to create.
Yeah, he's going to try and do his best here because they need all the help they can get. 12,500, that's the gold that Zhang Q has at the moment, which means he is 6 slotted. Now the two farm laners, they have been back and forth, but there is a slightly going into the hands of Shanks here, but they're very close. 1,000 away from that 12k mark to get the final item in their inventory.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be the Succubus Cloak for the side of Shanks on Twisted Minds here. He wants to kind of alleviate the damage that's coming from Neil here. As we potentially get into the late game, it's definitely going to need as much magic defense as possible here, using that burst Magma Slam there just to keep himself in line, keeping himself in check there. It's going to be Ormson just getting that intel for his buddies.
I mean, it's the same for City Boy, right? The two roamers actually at this point of the game are super important because they are the ones that will put you in an awkward position. Now, Annihilation does not hit the mark, but Neil has about 30 seconds before their ultimate comes down again.
Emergence upside of the map here as well. We are seeing a bit of a reconvene from the side of Twisted Minds. Giving a knockup from Lapu, and there it is. Going to be the serious get into whatever's. But now, Neil's like, whatever you do on that Yin, I'm going to completely destroy you.
You have to be careful. Shanks can change the fight. He does have the frigid charge with the Fever Barrage as well.
He does. He's circulating onto the back line here. He's maybe trying to find a way in as well. But now we are seeing that the Overlord does go over to the side of Twisted Minds, over to BTR here. So, in terms of the neutral objectives, BTR has been very dominant.
Yes, and they're very disciplined, right? They were disciplined in game number 1, but not thorough. And right now, BTR have learned from their mistake in game number 1. It's looking like a clean control in this second half of game number 2.
Looking to test that one. They do get it over to the side of BTR, going over to Neil as well. So Clean, not going to have that Azure Golem for much longer as well. He obviously has one already, gets a stun onto John Q, but it's okay. He gets out alive thanks to Ormson here playing that frontline play. But now, John, look, trying to feed these minions through top side of the map.
They have to do as much structural damage as they can. 90 will make the defense really strong from the side of Twisted Minds, but they have lost the T2 in the middle, and now the Gorge gets so much darker for the side of Twisted Minds.
Very dark indeed, with the Shadow Vanguard being placed down to the bottom side of the map here for the side of BTR. Do they decide to all commit for this push here? But as you can see, Tufts is kind of formulating around about mid lane. Maybe try and get a bit of a split push here, come through for both of these two teams.
It's all on Ormson, right? If he gets the perfect Tremor Smash, this could be a game-winning ultimate coming in from BTR.
It could. He has the flash, he has the ultimate off cooldown, he has the momentum to change this team fight and change the scoreboard so far into the favor, or at least neutralize it for BTR.
Yeah, bear in mind that Ormson, when he uses his skills, he's going to be CC immune. If he manages to force out the Purify as well as the Frigid Charge from Shanks just as a defensive measure, then BTR can definitely win a big time in this fight. But for Twisted Minds, I think it's really reliant on Highlank's ultimate as well as 90. Can he get those catches?
Catching indeed could be the case here for the side of Twisted Minds. You can see here City Boy as well as Clean just trying to find some kind of entrance into that into the Tyrant there, but it's not going to be the case for Twisted Minds in this game number 2. They are really struggling at trying to topple these neutral objective takedowns from BTR.
They can't, right? Because the poke, long-range poke on the side of BTR from Neil right now is very strong. He is at the late game, level 15, probably close to a full 6 slots at the same time. We are hitting the Tempest Dragon, so that is a silver lining for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's why it all turned around for Twisted Minds the last game as well, so they have to be holding on to that one as their prize pony, but they are going to be throwing out those long-range ultimates like the Annihilation there, just to get that takedown, that T3 down to the bottom side of the map, so Once again, BTR have been able to do it, but can they approach the base this time?
Yeah, first cut has been made, and a very deep one on the bottom side, because this is the corresponding map, corresponding spawning point to that Tempest, potential Tempest Dragon here.
Yes, potential dragon spawning onto the gorge here in around about 40 seconds, let's say, give or take. You can see the two teams formulated here, trying to get the push into the mid lane, trying to force down minion waves, top side of the map as well here. Just trying to put as much pressure as possible onto the side of Twisted Mind.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Sage's Sanctuary barriers yet coming up from the side of BTR, so this is going to be important, but 90
and Tufts having a bit of a tap for love in that mid lane there, but the emergence comes through from Neil. Has to force 90 out of that.
Right, so how safe can BTR play, right? How much can they push back the side of Twisted Minds so that they can try and find that ultimate snipe or maybe a surprise kill onto a singular member on the side of Twisted Minds? The ideal target obviously will be clean so that you don't have to deal with the smite 50-50. But for now, we'll see what kind of conditions they'll be left with because they have abandoned the bottom side. BTR, that is. We'll see. 50-50.
Yeah, abandonment could be the issue here for the side of BTR, but now Tempest Dragon onto the gorge here for the second time within this series. It feels like we're going to see 7 of these Tempest Dragons because both of these two teams are playing very evenly, very neck and neck within this tournament live game.
Okay, Hailang has used his Wings of Judgment. Shanks is looking for an opening for that big ultimate. He does have Frozen on his hands. This is going to be very important.
Very important indeed. He has the freeze on his hands here. Obviously the upgrade of the Frigid Charge could be very scary for the side of Twisted Minds. You can see Jungkook looking for a bit of a rotate into the back side of the map here. Maybe try and go for a bit of a Hail Mary backdoor here as well. Just say to the boys, like, you know what? If you can hold off the Tempest, I'll funnel through the minions. And as you can see now, maybe looking to join the team fight is going to be Sage's Sanctuary, Jungkook.
Oh, super smart. They actually tried to get the reset. City Boy!
Uh-oh, City Boy maybe getting caught out here. He already commits to that Lapa ultimate there, but it's going to be clean with the Sage's Sanctuary and Jungkook into the backline there, trying to put pressure onto Hailang, but ultimately 90 and Hailang do fall here, but can they get something from the side of BTR? Neil falls as well, and Tufts tries to get the takedown here onto Shanks as well. He's taken those Fever Barrage to the face, but now we see Jungkook trying to get those minions to the base of Twisted Minds.
They have shut down Jungkook. That's a great answer from the side of Twisted Minds, but they cannot stop the Tempest. There is no long range take. BTR should have this in the bag from the Tempest Dragon. What they do next will affect the outcome of this game. Tufzy, he secures it for BTR. The challenge, the time is now.
Time is now for the side of BTR to try and get a final push here as we have 3 members of the side of Twisted Minds down, or at least trying to get that top T3.
Yes, you'll see, right? If they can break and make the base empty on the side of Twisted Minds, this will be a tough challenge to come back from. But at the same time, BTR, they can do much more than that as well. Once those Tempest Vanguards start spawning, they can potentially take the crystal.
They can. Everything to potential here for the side of BTR. I always use this phrase, but it is definitely BTR's game to lose this time around now. Obviously, they are able to push the base of Twisted Minds all the way to those T3s into the mid and into the bot side of the map here. Maybe just trying to get that trifecta is going to make it a much more easier assault onto the base.
New is going in, they want to find an opening. The reason why BTR is not really pushing this wave is because they wanted to crash at the same time, right? That makes life even more difficult for Twisted Minds.
And that's what you don't want to do, right? I mean, that's what you want to do if you're BTR, but Twisted Minds, you don't have a difficult life as you have that T3 just kind of holding on for its dear life top side of the map right now. Trying to get that push here is going to be BTR, trying to use the rolling rage to force out those minions, but there he goes. It's going to be the T3 takedown into the top side of the map here for the side of BTR. Twisted Minds looking very unhealthy in this game number 2.
This is going to be the last wave of Tempest Dragons. BTR have one more chance before it resets to square number 1. And you can see Jungkook's looking for an open target. They want to push them back. They want the backdoor protection down.
They do. They want to get 90 up off the gorge here. And there it is. It's going to be a little bit of a poker prod from the burst from there. But the Radiance is going to be committed there. But Lapu goes in with the ultimate, but nobody's dead. Follow up to the side of Twisted Minds. 90 tries to come in with the whatever. Gets the knock up. And now we see Ormson get the takedown. And Zan onto City Boy. 90 clean go down. There it is. The IKL fans can rejoice. Game number 2 goes to BTR.
And what a way to come back. IKL comes alive in game number 2. This time super disciplined, super structured. And it looks like Twisted Minds have a battle on their hands.
It was a very clean game coming in for the side of Bigetron Vitality. Although kill scores were neck and neck, I gotta say, in terms of the objective, everything was in the pockets of BTR. Nothing went in the way of TM at all.
I think it really comes down to the draft, right? Because you were expecting... I'm kind of looking at Hailang on this Garuda pick. It's a great pick, but those ultimates did not get the value that they were looking for.
And that is one point whereby it wasn't doing much of a poke damage. It's oftentimes used as a wave clear tool per se, and the mastery coming in from the Lapu Lapu on the hands of City Boy wasn't as effective compared to what we saw on the first 2 days of Knockout.
That's true. I think City Boy, this one was a big difference maker because a lot of his ultimates did not come through for the side of Twisted Minds. In fact, he probably hit more walls than heroes in this game.
I mean, it also comes down to the point whereby for the side of Twisted Minds draft, it's not as easy to access the backline, especially when the enemy farm lane is a Lady Sun with a rolling rate that gets mobility movement speed when she rolls in front of you. So it's really difficult for the entirety team coming in for the side of Twisted Minds to capitalize on this double mobility marksman.
Yep, and I think you also have to pay attention to Ormson. Ormson played a very pivotal role in this particular game itself. He was always making sure that the entirety of Twisted Minds was going to be far away. So even if Clean wanted to dive, he would not be within range of Zan without putting himself in danger.
It was definitely more of a cleaner game here for BTR, right? They had the pressure into the mid game as well. Obviously, really opening the base there was kind of the whole MO here of BTR, and then it was just all a matter of time of just basically getting the execute.
But there was a potential, right, for Twisted Minds to come back. But the thing was, it needed so many things to go right. 90 never really found multi-man catches, similar to City Boy as well.
And that goes back to the draft itself, whereby Twisted Minds, their draft is very early to mid-game centric, capitalizing on Clean's counter towards Zan Q, but it wasn't really that prominent in the game 2 itself. And Vitality drafting a late-game insurance in the form of Neil, and also Zan, the double late game, really put in a lot of value, especially look at the numbers towards the top side. 0 Tyrant, 0 Shadow Tyrant, nothing on the board for TM, and everything was secured by Vitality from minute 4 all the way to minute 23.
Yep, super intense, right? In the first, 12 minutes of this game, it was neck and neck. Nobody had the lead, and this was not what Twisted Minds wanted. With a draft like that, you wanted to be able to dominate the early game.
Yep. For this head-to-head between the two junglers, I gotta say Zankyu had a phenomenal game on towards the pay. Clean, however, in this counter matchup, that's why we say, yes, it's a counter matchup, but only if you play it flawlessly and you don't drop the ball here. But for the side of Clean, unfortunately in this game, he had more mistakes compared to successive plays.
I think less mistakes. He was just never allowed to have the 1v1s, right? I think we never saw Zankyu and Clean battle it out. But the battle of the mids, this was the one that was super decisive. And we talk about Neo on this Noah here, right? 3-1 and 10. 5%. What a big play. Close to 30% of the team's damage has been dealt by this Noah.
Yeah, I mean, only taking 5% of that damage as well, right? Just really shows how kind of fluid he is with this pick. He knows where to position in, he knows where to put those annihilations down, and he knows where to emergence when he needs to get out.
Yeah, I mean, I would reveal my age at this point, but he had the apple bottom jeans and he was going low with that one. I mean, the one thing that I really like about Neo's gameplay in this game was any time that City Boy wanted to engage or Clean wanted to engage, he actually laid down his matrix, which provided a little bit of space for the team to come back into the fights.
That's correct, and in these fights alone, we see Shanks with a beautiful ultimate towards the backline, but due to the fact that the firepower wasn't sufficient and City Boy was to fall first, the other members had a difficult time to enter and follow up on this play itself, and City Boy going all the way to the backline here. You can see multiple members zone out, Zan immediately swapping for the 6th Sanctuary here, buying so much time and stalling 90 away from the team itself.
And you see the matrices?
Yeah,
it provides so much safety, right? Because on the side of Twisted Minds, you have to walk an even further distance. May not be too far away, but just that slight distance is the difference between getting a kill and not getting one.
And this is the same exact way where City Boy went in all the way towards Zan here, but the team wasn't ready or was unenabling to the come here. It's like whereby it's hard to follow up in a sense.
Yeah, it's a difficult game, but this one was a much more cleaner execution from the side of BTR. And once again, it came down to the draft. So it really comes down to the battle of the coaches in that ban pick phase, right? So we've seen the success of Twisted Minds in game number 1. Now we see the success of BTR in game number 2. I don't think we have a clear winner at all so far.
Very neck and neck.
It's very neck and neck, and I mean, if you can kind of see already that the best of sevens that have been played, it's pretty much 50-50 on those where they've actually been able to get a point for both teams. So already toppling the scales here, going towards the favor of a potential for best of 7 here is BTR going against Twisted Minds. And I think both of the fans representatives from these regions are going to be super duper happy about that, especially with IKL, right? Because they could potentially suffer losing both of their teams today.
I can hear the ID broadcast. They must be cheering right now because it's 1-1. I mean, they've placed a lot of hopes as well on the 2 remaining IKL teams. These are the 2 chances, and both of them are in the lower brackets.
And when you lose in the lower bracket, you're immediately eliminated from the tournament itself here. So both ID teams in both series are fighting for tournament survival and their regional hopes in making sure that IKL survives in KIC 2025.
Yeah, but I think at this point, jungler picks, not the meta picks we've been graced with over the past
Twisted
few
Minds,
days, right?
Correct. By Twisted Minds itself, they picked the Ukyutachibana as a counter, Alam as a counter here, so it's still going back to the same way they drafted for the TM squad against OG in that group stage. They always put priority over towards clean to get that counter matchup against the jungler here. But today in Game 2 itself, I gotta say, ZanQ played that pay into the Ukyutachibana matchup with much more class.
I think just the better team in general.
Correct.
They understood the synergy and the new pick on the Nuwa. Like, there's the really most smallest details that change the fight in the favor of BTR, which I really enjoy because now we are looking at the second half of KIC 2025. You have to be at your best standards.
You do indeed, but speaking of standards, we are living up to the global ban pick standard here as well, as you can see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, that these are the heroes that both of these two teams have been selected and cannot pick anymore unless they get to that game number 7.
And this is where, you know, Lapu Lapu, today at least, has not found success yet. I want to see if BTR is going to pick that up. I mean, it definitely has to be within one of the games in this best of 7. But when they use it, do they get the win? Because now you have a potential to one-up Twisted Minds.
Well, with the draft as lone, it will be the main question here. With Bigetron by Vitality heading on towards the red side and Twisted Minds, after losing that game, they do get side selection here. So blue side once again for TM here. So blue side, interesting enough for their squad, they have the likes of the Dharma, Hey, and Long that are available without the contention from the side of Bigetron by Vitality because they already use it under global ban pick. So for blue side, potentially look for the Mai Shiranui or even the Luna in this game for themselves.
Oh, that's true. I think a Luna will work wonders. Clean definitely is bubbling under. He's ready to go, raring to go against BTR. And that's exactly what we want to see, right? I want to see better quality from Clean.
But what I learned from yesterday's series, Blacklist International versus Boom Esports, that Daji is an interesting counter for Luna, and pros have been playing it in the scrim themselves.
But, you know, once again, we go back to that same conversation. That's the scrims, right? I want to see if they're going to really bring it out. And for now, I think, look, the Mai Shiranui is probably one of the highest contestants here. The Fire Ninja is definitely very important for both teams.
And what I worry for the side of Twisted Minds is that they don't seem to be a team that plays Dolia. Like, I remember the series against OG Esports, both teams doesn't seem to have that priority over to the Little Mermaid himself.
I think it's a little difficult at this point because now you're potentially opening up counter picks, right? The Nerja pick is something that I think a lot of teams have used and to great success as well. Twisted Minds being one of them. We have seen the success of Clean on his Nerja. Literally unkillable. He was diving T3s when he was, what, level 12?
That's true, that's true. So I'm very interested to see what's the priority coming in for Twisted Minds, especially in this Game 3. Because in Game 3, if you do get the lead before going into the break itself, it really puts you into much more of an advantage, especially for a BO7 setting here. And this will be the start of the draft here coming in for both of these squads.
So does Twisted Minds #1 allow the Jing to come true for the side of BTR, which I think is highly impossible? At the same time, does BTR open up the Mai for the side of Twisted Minds?
I think it's going back to square one in a sense that whatever worked in Game 2 for BTR, they can repeat it in this Game 3 itself. Ban away the Mai, ban away the likes of the Luna, and forbid the side of Twisted Mind to get that comfortable jungle matchup.
Right, so we already seen the first few bans coming in. The Parasolar already not going to be available for both teams to pick. The Luna as well, actually the specialty of both junglers from the side of Twisted Minds and BTR. Now Twisted Minds are going to wrap up this first half with the ban on the Mai Yin.
That means the Jing will be up and available for the side of BTR Zankyu here. And judging from the junglers here, Mai Shernui Ban out here, a lot of these priority picks here that are available for Twisted Minds that don't need to be first pick here. So I'm interested to see what 90 has, and they take away the Jing in the first pick here.
I like it. You really need it now, right? The Broken Mirage, also known as Jing. Once she opens that mirror dimension, it is really hard to get rid of her. The only option that you can explore is either to burst her down in less than a second, or push her out of that domain.
You know what can push her out? Potentially the Floorborn Tank and the Guan Yu here. So for the side of BTR, I do assume that with the Guan Yu being locked in here, this second pick can look into the things like the Floorborn Tank or even the Da Qiao, for example, to formulate that draft against this specific Jing pick.
It's going to be a challenge, but also I want to see how creative Twisted Minds go with this, because whenever a Jing comes into play, your marksman, your farm lane is going to be in constant danger. Not only that, your mid lane is also going to be in constant danger. So I like the fact that they pick up the Yixing, because Yixing does have his, the Board Master has his maintaining initiatives passive, which he gets like a pseudo second life, or a destiny if you may.
Like you box them in, and then you brawl with the Razor Carriage charging in. So it's really another brawl composition that is being comprised for the BTR side. And to your point as well, a marksman that can survive in these tough situations against this double engage. We can look into the things like the D-Ranger for the side of Zan in that farm.
Okay, another thing I want to consider is now you have to choose. Do you want to get the Zhang Fei to the side of BTR? Do you want to get the Zhuangzi, right? I think it's important that they take a look at this. But BTR says, we know the answer towards your Jing. Another way to push you out. The Floorborn Tank is a premier pick here coming in from the side of BTR.
Has Zankyu picked this before? I think this is the first game of Floorborn Tank in the tournament itself.
Maybe not for BTR, but Floorborn Tank, with the Peaceful Fist, has been picked before in KIC 2025, and to great success, I would say.
I would say that this is probably Zankyu's first game on the Floorborn Tank. Excited to see whether he can actually pull it off in this jungle 1v1 matchup. And one thing that we can say, yes, Floorborn Tank does counter against the Shattered Mirror, which is Jing herself, but that's if this thing scales into that level 4 marker here. And usually, Jing players in that level 1 will go for the active invade due to the fact that you and your mirror image can both contribute to the smite damage, out-smiting your opponent.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. But I like this. Twisted Minds, they know about the winning strategy here, and they're going to take out the Da Qiao. This is going to be a big, difficult situation for the side of Zankyu on this Floorborn Tank. I'm curious to see what other answers they have, because Twisted Minds have just made their lives even more difficult. No D-Ranger counter coming in.
The farm laner here coming in from BTR needs to be something self-sufficient, I would say. Potentially look for the Fang pick at the very least to get that roll towards safety. And Fang is also a decent matchup in towards the long, whereby the roll in the Fang's kit can dodge away those flaming palms from the side of Shanks.
But the timing is super tight if you are running away. If you're running into them, yeah, great. You can definitely make that save. But here we go, Twisted Minds. They want to quicken the pace here. They pick up the Zhiya. This guy is going to be very effective, because with his kit, his passive with the Sanctification, he's able to help you break the level cap onto any one other member on your team.
And very likely it will go over to the side of Green for that Sanctification passive here. Interested to see what kind of roam that City Boy actually picks. Is it to double down on the Lianpo for the engage, or to look for those healers per se here? But it will be Lianpo, Dharma, and Jing for that aggressive backline access here for BTR. Now, what's the marksman here? Is it going to be the Marco Polo for the added mobility to really run away from the situation?
But do you really want the Marco Polo? I don't know.
For me, Marco Polo is a good matchup into the long, and it's a good pairing with the Diadea that gives a lot of pressure towards the side lane that can handle 90 on this Dharma here.
I like the idea of that, but no, they're going to go for something more mobile, and that's going to be the channel here. I like this answer. I mean, technically you can kind of leap away from the Jing, but hopefully she doesn't burst you. So this early game is going to be really important. The position of Tough Z is also going to be very important on this War Saint.
Well agreed here for this channel itself. Yes, the late game potential of the damage is very prominent, but what I worry is with the multiple angles of engage coming in from Twisted Mind, this channel with limited mobility might be in for a lot of treats coming in from the Italy squad.
I think it's not the kind of treat that you want.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, they have a very strong lineup,
A sour
right?
one.
A lot of disruptions coming in. You have the Jing to be able to get the mini stun as well. You have the Lianpo to get the multi-man Tremor Smash. And worst of all, or the best of all on the side of Twisted Minds, is going to be that Truth Mantra slamming them against the wall.
That floorborne tank, Peaceful Fist on the hands of Zankyu, will play a pivotal role as the sole frontliner here coming in for the side of BTR's lineup here. If he was to be out of position, that could spell a lot of problems immediately, that their front line going down, the entire formation just shatters immediately, because Tough Z on a Guan Yu, he's more on the flank duty compared to a tank duty.
We'll see how this goes, right? Because Twisted Minds and Bigetron by Vitality, I mean, this is as tight as we can get, right? 1-1. So far, both games have gone to a Tempest game. It's been a very long game so far, so I'm really excited. Do we get a super quick finish from either one of these teams?
Well, at the very least, IKL's representative BTR by Vitality, every single early game from the past 2 games has been in the quick succession in their hands. This is game 3 between both of these teams looking to go forward for that series upper hand. Before we go into that break here, but casters, your life, do take it away.
Right, this is where the two teams look to try and take a bit of an advantage in the scoreboard now, because they're both at the neutralized 1-1. But if you want to redeem hit top, you'll get the Gilded Feathers chest for free, and obviously you can get the timer, or at least a trial on that skin if you are a Jing main. But going into game number 2 here as well, obviously just the same old song and dance here, both the mid lanes and the supports into the middle there, just going and trying to create the pressure into either one of those lanes, as you can see here.
I think the benefit goes straight to Twisted Minds, right? I mean, with the Sanctification passive as well, Hailang is able to get to 15 really quickly if nobody stops him soon.
Exactly. If no one stops him soon, obviously if he's able to kind of get the hits onto the Spirit Wolf as well, that'll help him. But now, obviously just doing a bit of damage, he's going to be 90, just making sure he's creating that pressure. Top side of the map here, looking to try and fasten up the pace of Twisted Minds. Okay, this race a straight though.
Yep, so Tough Z, he already knows that this is not going to be a lane where he's going to have a lot of fun, right? So he did try to freeze the lane, but unfortunately for him, those minions were under the turrets already, which means they have to find another solution.
Another solution elsewhere onto the Gorge may be the case here for the side of BTR, but now obviously see Twisted Minds going back down to the bottom side of the map here. City Boy with Hailang as well, just trying to get the catch onto Zhang. I mean, we've seen throughout the KIC 2025 that players, especially down to the farm lane onto the Chano, have had some really big performances.
They have, but Hailang is a big problem here, right? Because Hailang, nobody has been able to stop him. He's getting the level advantage, and more importantly, he's sharing gold as well, which means he will have damage in the later parts of this game.
Damage in the later parts of this game is going to be a problem for the side of BTR. I mean, if you're looking at their draft, right, obviously they're a real big support in terms of being able to soak a lot of that damage. It's going to be John Q, right? But I mean, if that damage reduction comes through with the Sluyavic, it's going to be a hard one to curtail here for the side of BTR.
You know, if I'm on the side of Twisted Minds, I don't really care about Zhang Q. I can just dive straight into the backlines. It's really more about getting Zan, right? Getting Zan, getting Neil, or even just making sure that Tough Z doesn't get that flank.
That's one way around it, right? That's one way to look at the team fights, is to kind of mitigate the pressure from Tufts on the Guan Yu. But right now, gold lead is pretty much neutralized between both of these two teams. Trying to just make sure they don't get away that Spike Tail Beast down to the bottom side of the map here, because that could be a problem for the side of BTR, just trading these little bits of gold and objectives.
Yeah, I mean, the silver lining for the side of Twisted Minds is that they have the level advantage from Zhang Q is still level 6. He needs a little bit more help in terms of the rotation. For now, this 4-minute mark, I think, will be the difference maker. But it really then depends, how many skill shots can you land? If Hailang gets those multi-man knockouts, I think 90's just going to have a dream start to this game.
Oh, absolutely. If you can get a knock-up and then into the Truth Mantra, or at least just like hit them with the Elida Mantras, you're going to be having a field day here on the side of Twisted Minds. But so far, nobody falling down just yet. The board has been committed, does catch Hailang into it, but he just forces himself to that back angle of the box, and no one's going to push you.
I like this, right? Because it's a great answer. Neil will have his ulti back in time for that Tyrant take on the side of BTR. But at the same time, you're forcing Clean to take very dangerous approaches, because he might be able to get caught out by Tough Z. But thankfully for him, 90 does make that buddy system, so he's going to make it out clean into the mid lane.
Taking it clean into the mid lane so far. Twisted Minds, as we are still waiting for that neutral objective to get onto board here, because it seems like we haven't really seen much of a team fight right now. This could potentially be the contention of a team fight here between both of these two. Obviously starting off, there's going to be John Q, maybe trying to get the mirror into the main in. It's going to be the crucial back from Hailang there. Beautiful steal.
Was there any doubt at all? Come on, it's Twisted Minds, man. And it's clean along with Hailang. Hailang so far being the star player for the side of Twisted Minds. And we already seen in game number 1. When he finds success, that success gets even more for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, just snowballs into a success snowball heap side of Twisted Minds. Obviously, that's now created a goal lead for them as well. They need to make sure they have to maintain this one, especially into the early parts of this game, and especially trying to get Shanks online a little earlier than he is scheduled.
Yeah, and the biggest difference here, I would think that it's clean, right? He has a level 9, which means he is 2 levels ahead of Zan, which means at the point of contact, if he manages to get his hands on Zan, Zan is pretty much done for.
He could be done for. Could be done for, especially the positioning of the Chana, right? If you get him locked down, it's going to be hard for you, but the Mirror Maze is there, going to scare away the side of BTR. No real pressure being created here, top side of the map. They just was able to kind of neutralize that mini wave.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be saved, Zhang Q though.
Zhang Q, got to be careful. Like, he did rotate down there, teleport comes through, and he's able to use the hard steal out there, but now Knight's coming into the backline with the true Archer with the flaming palms as well, but catches the board onto 3 of the side of Twisted Minds. Tufts goes in, leads the charge, but nobody dies.
I mean, Zhang Q did fall, and that's a big win for the side of Twisted Minds as well. T1 in the mid under pressure. That's going to be free damage coming in until that Ballista takes a fall. Clean just doing so well in this game number 3.
He's definitely playing very well on the Jing as well, right? Like, he's definitely doing what his team needs him to do. Just kind of put the pressure on, maybe kind of scare away Neil and Zahn to a safe distance, and then create that false sense of security here for the side of BTR. Then obviously you just use City Boy to be the charge and ram, then 90 for the back line, but Tufts not having a very fun time down to the bot side of the map.
Definitely not, right? Big amounts of control coming up from 90 on this Dharma. At the same time, because of this very slight gap that Twisted Minds have in advantage, they're also able to make those faster rotations on the side of Clean. And that's not the end of the problems. Hailang is at level 12. 3 levels more, he's going to have the Sanctification active.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to change the pace of the game as well, right? Do you give it over to Clean? Do you give it over to Shanks here? But now we are looking at trying to get the dunk on to City Boy. Has to use a Tremor Smash out there, but he catches himself in the box again. Zahn picking up the kill there. That's exactly who you don't be giving kills over to if you are Twisted Minds.
Yeah, consolation prize, of course. It was City Boy that fell for the side of Twisted Minds, so it's not the most painful deficit, but it does give some breathing room for the side of BTR. Now, with that being said, it really comes down to the next choice before the next Tyrant that's going to come up in about, what, 8 minutes? 8 minutes, 15 seconds as well.
Maybe it's just the potential of both of these two teams setting up the map for this next Tyrant to get onto the Gorge here. Obviously, we do have the pressure into these side lanes for the side of Twisted Mind, so it's already looking like a, if they're able to maintain this pressure, a very easy Tyrant for them to take here.
Yeah, because they have not taken a single tower on the side of BTR. Nice pokes coming in once again from the Universal Law on that mid lane Hailang. So yeah, pick, and there's no answer. They can't get anyone. You need to land like the perfect board. You need to get the ultimate catch with the Razor Cavalry by Tufzi. Everything needs to happen, but it's not as easy to execute with this BTR lineup.
Exactly, especially if you're under pressure from Twisted Minds as well, right? It's not like they've got heroes that just don't quite charge the front line. Like, they've got 90 that can kind of not only charge the front line, but then obviously have access into the back line. And then you've had City Boy been playing this game very aggressively, obviously burst ramming in, using the Magma Slam so he's not getting kind of like CC'd on with obviously the taking liberties or either the dives of Tufts or Zhang Q. So really it's down to City Boy. If you can take City Boy out first within team fight, then maybe, just maybe, BTR might have a bit of a better story.
Yeah, look, they have no oppression at all. They can try and make pressure on towards this Crimson Golem. Not going to be successful too much. Zahn does get it in his hands. But in the jungle, this is where Twisted Minds is going to have the most fun.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So many walls here for the side of 90 just to kind of capitalize on. He's like, you know what? This is like my birthday. Instead of cake, give me walls. But there it is. John Q diving in on City Boy. Just like I said moments ago, if you want to try and get a team fight going to the side of BTR, we're looking at that big burly Lian Po.
Yeah, and if you look, Twisted Minds, they're poising to fight, but they're not actually fighting. What is the result of this? You actually get clean so much space. He gets the wave clear on the bottom side. Immediately not going to be pressured for this Tyrant as well. And it's going to be a big take from the side of Twisted Minds here.
A very big take. I mean, just 9 minutes in as well, right? We're at the T3 territory and top side of the map for the side of BTR, and we've just got the Tyrant on board here. Obviously, the Sanification has been used by the side of Twisted Minds. Highlang, we need to see who it went over to, whether it was Shanks or Clean.
We'll find out in a bit, right? The biggest problem now that BTR faces is the fact that, look, the T2 at the top now has been taken. And still, if you take a look at the towers on the side of Twisted Minds, not a single touch has been laid onto the towers of Twisted Minds. All T1s are pretty much healthy.
I mean, they've been forcing them a lot into the river, into their own jungle, where they've been taking a lot of the team fights as well. So you can't really blame BTR when they've kind of been, their focus has been shifted away from their lanes.
Yeah, which is a work of beauty, right, from the side of Twisted Minds. It's very hard to play against this lineup. Now, Shanks is already getting the Sanctification. He's getting the extra EXP on board, and he's already a problem now. Can you imagine, in the 15-minute mark, what a problem he will become?
A big problem, 99 problems, and Shanks is, Lung is one when it comes through with that Sanification a little moment ago here. Twisted Minds taking that second Tyrant as well. Obviously, it's the second time that Highland's last hit it as well.
Yeah, like this movement from City Boy, right? Using all of his skills to be able to check brushes as well. Knowing that he's going to be CC immune, there is no potential for catch from Tubzy as well. Now, Twisted Minds, they switch their attention over to the Shadow Overlord. They're looking to end this game quick.
Exactly. I don't think there's a more perfect hero to do phase checkers, right? Like, literally, Liempo, burst ram in, out, CC immunity. It's just exactly what you need if you're looking to be Shanks to be the carry of the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, definitely. As a roam, that's like the perfect answer, right? Yeah. At the same time, you also have Highlang, who adds on with the potential with his skill 1 as well. That's going to be a difficult situation to be put in. BTR are completely rendered silent in this game number 3.
They have, but they've been able to kind of just make sure that the gold lead doesn't get too far ahead, right? Obviously, they're only behind around about 1.5k gold, which getting into 11-minute mark is probably a saving grace here for the side of BTR.
Yeah, the fact that Zan actually still has a goal lead over Shanks is kind of surprising. But with that being said, Twisted Minds, they have very strong map control. Almost the entirety of the gorge is painted blue right now.
And that's what you want to be, right? Like, these teams aren't just fighting because they thought, you know what, let's throw 5Q together and let's play. They are fighting for tournament life. This is Twisted Minds and BTR, and you can see here that Twisted Minds in this game number 2, they're not messing, man. Those flaming palms are doing damage to those turrets.
Super quick, and now this is a barren part of the map, at least in the jungle. 90 is going to try and split Tubbs away from the rest of the side of BTR, and this is an opening that Clean is looking for.
Looking for any kind of opening here is going to be Clean to try and get a takedown on at least one member of BTR. Nobody's died for a very long time. We're still on 2 kills total between these two teams.
But very smart movement from the side of Twisted Minds, right? They're consistently trying to pull members from the side of BTR to the sideline, so they don't have the perfect defense here. But that's not going to work for too long.
No, it won't work for too long. It will just come and crumble at a moment's notice here if you are BTR. Twisted Minds getting forced inside this box, but nobody gets caught other than Clean. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, they needed that Destiny encounter to land, right? Ormson, unfortunately, was slightly out of range there, and they couldn't overcommit because all the big ultimates were still available on the side of Twisted Minds, specifically 90. That truth mantra is something you don't want to fight with, especially, or fight against, because you're so close to the walls.
Exactly. Getting everybody funneled into these walls is going to be a problem here for the side of BTR, especially when they kind of... They're trying to, like, you know what? Which angle do we get into the team fight? Do we decide to just try and, like, take City Boy on front? Do we have a lot of damage at this point? And I think the answer to that question is no, not just yet, because obviously they're really relying on Neil to kind of, like, scale with his passive, and then obviously Zan to be a late game hero as well here. So I feel like once we get to the late game, it could be a potential turn here for BTR though.
It's still difficult, right? Because I think one of the main things that needs to happen is Neo and Zan cannot stand together because you want to catch the two of them at the same time. Once that happens, BTR has no comeback factor at all.
None at all. That's going to be the scary part. If you are BTR and you have those tiny T3 still alive, you want to be holding onto them like they are grandma's pearls. They are going to be your lifeline to this one. John Q into the back line, just trying to get an edge on the side of Clean. Gets taken down as well there. Obviously, thanks to the Destiny counter as well as the board, but Now we know 3 big ultis have been taken off the side of BTR. Is this the time for Twisted Minds to strike?
Yeah, they can definitely get the steal here. All they need to do is to stop.
Oh, there it is. Tremor Smash into the back line. They're looking for John. Looking to separate him away from Obson as well as John Q, but 90 getting deleted there in top side of the map as well. Wasn't quite the best situation for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and BTR, they're going to find big success with this one. 14 minutes in the game. The turnaround potential has been realized. They can start working on the T1s across the map.
This is what they needed to get back into this game number 3, Kin. They were looking for a moment of weakness onto the side of Twisted Minds, and that was it. The takedown onto Clean just meant that their backline was a lot more safe.
Yeah, now Zan will get that Azure Golem for himself. So far, T1's in the mid. No, just the bottom has been taken. But BTR played the exact same card that Twisted Minds dealt to them. Eat your own medicine. And right now, BTR, once they rush this, it should be a steady position to come back from.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely taking those 2 neutral objectives is going to put you in a very good situation here. Oh, Clean with the steal there. He gets the Shadow Overlord. He denies them the comeback.
Yep, this is big from the side of Twisted Minds. But once again, how many steals have they done in this game? 2. 1 by Clean, 1 by Highlang. The big carries on the side of Twisted Minds refuse to give this game over to BTR.
They love a good steal, the boys over in Twisted Minds. They're looking to steal away this victory from BTR. And I mean, that's really going to feel like it's a very bitter pill to swallow if you are the guys on BTR.
I mean, I think BTR does not want this medicine being dealt to them. Nice hold on this Vanguard at the top, but with that, Shadow Overlord is approaching quickly on the bottom side of the map.
Exactly. You did say, do we get another 20-minute game, or does it end a little bit earlier this time around, Ken? And I mean, so far, we're on track to an early match, but I feel like with the way that BTR is defending this base, it could still potentially go to a Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, it's important, right? They need this lifeline. They can't allow Twisted Minds to win this game. They want the advantage. Both teams actually, with this, we'll see how the defense holds. Another Vanguard steps into the range of the T3 at the bottom.
We got the Vanguards crashing through bot side of the map here. Can they get the T3 down to the bot side as well? Orbson taking a lot of damage onto himself here. Has to go back to the base, but no, it stays alive for moments.
Okay, successful defense from this side of BTR, but I don't think I would call it success for too long, because every single T3 is, within a flaming palm's reach of destruction.
Oh, they look very low. I mean, like you said, flaming palms, like Shanks just needs to go from top, mid to bottom. He'll get them all there, like, in a moment's notice.
And this is Shanks on a completely different level, literally, because he's level 18. He has broken the level cap.
Silence. Thanks to the sanctification from Highland's hero, Suya there. That's why you're seeing those digits come through onto the Gorge. You are not witnessing any kind of errors on the API. That's just the passive of the mid laner on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and soon, I think once we reach the Tempest game, this is where the item switches are going to be so important. Your Sage's Sanctuary, you only have 2 for the entire game. Once it's burnt out, you don't have access to it anymore.
No, and they only have 2 minions here down to the bot side of the map. It's not going to be enough to potentially open up this T3 is here as well. The kind of minion does get run down. 90 getting checked by Tufts here into the mid lane also.
Right now, they just need Zhang Q or maybe Omson to get a lock on Shanks or Clean, and maybe they can turn the fight. But you have to pay attention to 90 as well during that situation, because within a moment's notice, he will turn this fight around.
He will indeed, but I mean, you can see there, City Boy's just taking rolling with the punches right now. He needs to. He doesn't want to let Shanks get that hit, but there's going to be this Splendor onto Highlang. Highlang does fall. That's going to be a kill over to Zan, but can they get some more here at the side of Twisted Minds? We get a takedown of Tufts as well. Twisted Minds currently on the run here. Maybe they're just going to go and try and take a bit of a reform around this Tyrant.
They have to run. They don't have the ultimate to turn this around. 90 does have it now. Maybe they can start looking at the fights. I mean, at this point of the game, Twisted Minds is very happy with what has just happened. They get a trade in kills, they get the T3 at the bottom, and potentially even more, while they make a trade for the T1 in the middle. BTR, this is not an easy position to be in.
BTR just trying to reach for anything that they can grab from the side of Twisted Minds right now. As you saw that T1 takedown there, but it's going to be the denial of Clean onto the enemy's jungle there. But now Clean has that the Sage's Sanctuary, sorry. Zahn's on the run. He's looking for Ormson as well as Zhang Q to take a lot of that damage that's coming through for the side of Twisted Minds.
They got called out, Twisted Minds. They kind of lose the advantage at this point. Now BTR, they can bait for the fight at the Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant by the way. And if they are successful, they may be able to find Clean. He has already burned one use of the Sage's Sanctuary. That's going to be on cooldown. And right now BTR have found success, but they need a lot more.
They do need a lot more. They need a little bit of a dream here, but that damage onto Ormson is not going to be one that's going to be able to calculate and get back so quickly. And now we are slowly but surely we're getting into that Tempest Dragon territory.
Right, so let's keep count. Clean has already exhausted the first Sage's Sanctuary. And right now, Twisted Minds, actually, if they get this Shadow Overlord, this might spell the end for BTR.
If they could get a steal here, it could really set the motion to the ocean for the side of BTR. But it's going to be Shanks there getting the kill onto the Overlord. And now, City Boy into the back line, just trying to chunk a lot of that damage, but it's going to be Zahn. They get to take down onto 90. They're looking for some more into the back line. It's going to be John Q trying to get the pressure onto Clean. And now, it's going to be Shanks using that Infinite Vastness to get out alive.
They found out all the important ultimates on the side of Twisted Mind. There is a mirror domain for Clean if he wants to make the outplay, but for now, that risk is not necessary. BTR, they're finding the openings, but they cannot finish the job.
BTR definitely trying to get back in this game number 3. They want to be at the point ahead when that break comes around so they can have a little bit more of a positive break and a less stressful one.
Okay, they're gonna get started on this Tempest Dragon. This one is a beat. They want to find out the important members. Shanks as well as Pete, his 2 members. If they can take them down, BTR can flip this entire stage on its head.
They're not blacklist, so they can't break the code, but they could definitely flip the code if they are BTR, right? They are the bots that fans are known as those, but now we are seeing the Tempest Dragon being poked and prodded by both of these 2 teams. We have the Vanguard down to the bottom side of the map that's really going to drive Tufts away from this team fight.
Yeah, you can take a look at the position of Clean, right? He doesn't want to share his vision on the side of BTR. At the same time, they do have a bleeding wound on the bottom side of the map. There is a Shadow Overlord. Right now, Zhang Q, he needs to make the best jump of his life, the best steal of his life. Zhang Q has just gotten defrozen. He wants to use the stun so that Clean cannot get the smite.
Yeah, paying attention to that top bot side of the map there. You see the Vanguards with the enhanced minions as well. They got to be careful here. Now could be day break for the side of BTR. The Destiny counter does come through. John Q into the back line, does get the stun, but he gets the steal as well. Tempest Dragon comes through for BTR. Can they turn this all around, or is this just a little bit too late? Take down onto Ormson, Zahn, Neil, and John Q. They're looking for Tufts. He can't deny. Twisted Mind when there's 5 guys back at the prize coming to your base.
Yeah, man, they will find success soon. Shanks does have the second life. They're going in. They have the damage as well. And with this, Twisted Mind will take the lead in this series against BTR. Just a few more seconds, a few more hits, and Twisted Minds have done it. It's 2-1.
Very clean execution in that final rotation coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. They played the wave to a perfection, forcing the side of Tufts on that Guan Yu to be absent away from that fight. And even though we saw the fact that Zhang Q, yes, he stole the objective, but onto the front side. In the 5v4 situation, without the Guan Yu, your backline immediately, that channel gets accessed by the remaining members, the Jing, the Dharma. Getting that kill alone means that there will be no late game damage anymore, and the front line just crumbles one after another. And that was a very masterclass macro play coming in from Twisted Minds in that game number 3.
Yeah, Tempest buff is great, but you need to stay alive to use it, right? And you need to accompany your Tempest Vanguards as well. Now, with that being said, this was, once again, another tight game between the 2 teams. This is the 3rd Tempest Dragon in a row. I feel like we're going to have 7 Tempest Dragons in this game.
I mean, we're 3 games in, and we're looking at the time duration of these games, and we already have an hour.
Yeah,
an hour of gameplay between these 2 teams, so we could still potentially see another 3-4 games.
And talking about the Ziliang pick coming in for the side of Highland, aside from, yes, going to Sanctification, dropping the seal on towards Zhang Q for the reduction on the physical and magical defense, there is one more thing that we need to highlight, whereby the Universal Law actually does damage towards turrets. So when he lays it down every time after level 18, he's just piling those damage on towards this turret and slowly chipping it away. And that really resulted into that wave pressure generated by the side of Twisted Minds for that late gameplay at the Tempest Dragon.
They didn't have the best wave clear on the side of BTR as well. That's the main thing, because if Tough Z wanted to get the clear, he had to go in, and
Correct.
you don't want to risk your Guan Yu because he was one of the turnaround conditions, of which was never really fulfilled in this game, right? Because it's all 90, 90, 90.
90 had a lot of these highlight moments here, but at one point at the Tyrant of the BTR comeback, I gotta give props towards Zan. His sorting signal zoned out 90 from the play, and 90 got this engage immediately, even though he was looking for the flash engage.
I think the team on the side of BTR couldn't keep up. The draft was great in theory, but then the movement speed of Neo doesn't catch up to that chase potential by Zankyo as well as Ormson. So I think that was a little bit difficult for the side of BTR. But Twisted Minds, once again, we don't take their success away from them. Clean this game was very well positioned.
He was. I mean, he got caught out at one time, right? Like, there was many times where my heart was racing for him because there was potential takedowns that he could have suffered here as well, but he was able to kind of like mitigate it. And I feel like it's kind of down to the rest of his teammates, right? Like, obviously, sometimes Hyalang took that one punch for him as well, because he took the one life, but then City Boy as well. When the City Boy's on this Liampo, you know he means business.
Yep, with the flash, with the radiance as well, and the tremor smash, many a times he did manage to catch the members on the side of BTR. And it's not just because City Boy got the catch, it's also because they had a follow-up, right? He himself, City Boy, does not have enough damage. Take a look at the damage he dealt, dealing 34,000 in total. But the damage that he soaked for the team to open up the backline of Bigetron so that 98 Clean and Hailang and Shanks have access into them, that was the success formula.
And the wave clear coming in, like you mentioned just now, for that Bigetron Vitality, yes, it's quite minor, but the main issue is they don't have a proper side lane that could match up to Clean's insane mobility and wave clear here. So they were always on the reactive end, and Tough Z couldn't get the position that he needs for the flanking angles because who was there? 90 was there to constantly mark him and make sure that he doesn't get those big flanks.
Yeah, this is a more dominant goal graph here, going definitely in the side of Twisted Minds as well. And this one started right after the 4-minute mark.
And this has been a story coming in from Game 2 and Game 3, whereby players executing the draft to a perfection, making sure that, hey, Game 2 BTR, zeroing out Twisted Minds from any single source of objective. And in Game 3 itself, where Twisted Mind currently in the lead of the series, there was really no teamfight pressure coming in from any of the members for South TM.
Yeah, we'll see how this is like. I think we are, at this portion of the game, based on the performance of both teams, I don't think we give the edge to any single side, right? Like Twisted Minds, BTR, game number 4, who knows, BTR might be able to come back, or Twisted Minds will be able to put themselves ahead.
Maybe so, but I mean, it was a low kill game as well, but obviously we see here the head-to-head between the clash lanes, obviously 90 getting 1 kill and Tufts getting 0. But it's all about, obviously, the vision score as well, that really gives over the access to the enemy team that we've been seeing here.
Yeah, I think vision score, right, Ken, whereby this 42 versus 32, I think majority of this number is provided by both of these members towards each other here. But the MVP does go to Mr. Consistent himself, Shanks on that long Aoyin performance here. Without him being the constant factor finding those decent DPS on towards Zankyu, that could be a very big break wall that for the TM couldn't really go past.
Yeah, look, the team can provide you as much room as possible, but as a farm laner, if you don't know how to take advantage of it, it's going to go to waste. And this is where Shanks really shined on the Aoyin lone pick, right? Just 1 kill, but look at the damage that he dealt. Close to 30% of the team's damage once again.
It was like what Blam mentioned here. This game was really low in terms of kills, but it was the macro play that really mattered in those few moments here. And this was the early steal coming in from Hailang Ziya here, getting the perfect burn, the divine steal on towards the Tyrant and getting it for their favor here.
Yeah, Clean again. Look at
this was like crucial.
So many things could have gone to the side of BTR, but with the steals coming in, I think it really did a number on the mental state of the players.
And you can see when Puffs is available in these team fights, it looks so comfortable by them. But this is the moment for the side of BTR. Yes, Zankyu does get this objective, but check out who's at the bottom side dealing with one single super minion just hammering that base. In this 4v5 situation here, no one is available to peel entirely for Zan here because Tough Z is not here. He has to attend to the waves.
Exactly. It was a very tough situation, right? You're literally caught in between a rock and a hard place, and there was no options left for the side of BTR.
No options at all in this highlight reel in game number 3 between Twisted Minds and BTR. As you can see below you guys, you can see that it is currently a 2-1 scoreline for Twisted Minds going through after this potential short break coming up very soon. But definitely it has been a very long series till this point. But let's look at that knockout bracket update.
Yep, right now with the back-to-back Tempest Dragon games between Twisted Mind and BTR, they are actually very neck and neck in that early to mid-game department, but it is really down to those micro plays in the team fights like steals coming in from the side of Highland and also Jing on the hands of Clean that makes the big difference here in this best of 7 itself. But with 3 games down the line here, it's starting to see that these two teams won't go out without a potential 6 or 7 game series.
Yeah, super neck and neck. I like it this way as well because we really want to see the strongest teams between the two, and right now they're limit testing each other because the games will get more and more difficult as well.
Well, for me, at the very least in this knockout stage, we have yet to get a full best of 7 so far, and I believe the viewers and us on the broadcast just wants to see that ultimate battle come into action for at the very least 1 or 2 times in this tournament itself.
Yeah, I want to see Zhang Q's Jing because I think it's a guarantee that Twisted Minds will never allow it, right? There's going to be a constant ban throughout the entire time.
That is true. That, for me, right now, the draft itself is going to be extra important going into the Game 4 later on after the short break, whereby if you keep locking away Zhang Q on these strong picks, you can see the carry potential being dwindled down for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. Losing Zhang Q as a commanding force really struck them down. But I believe with that break itself, that's coming up, they will find their moment in the next break.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch up. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship of the knockout stage here. And right now we are halfway through the series between Twisted Minds and also the side of Bigetron by Vitality. And so far, games has been going to a distance in every single match itself.
That's right. If you have just joined us, it is now a 2-1 scoreline in advantage to Twisted Minds. Of course, the KMW sole representative with their lives on the line, but BTR as well, this is their life on the line.
I would say so because pressure is on, like what you mentioned here. KMW's final hope lies on Twisted Minds, and BTR carries the regional pride here. Not to say that Vesakha is not as well. Vesakha has had fantastic stories and they will be playing later on, but BTR carries on their shoulder the champions coming in for the IKL region.
Oh yeah, nice that you say that. BTR actually, yes, they are your #1 seed from IKL, and Twisted Minds is your #2 seed from the KMW. So I think BTR definitely wants to show up in this 4th game. They want to tie this series up.
I mean, if they don't, then it's going to be a scary situation for them, right? If they're at 3-1, then that means they've got to try and take 2 games back-to-back to try and get to an ultimate battle.
And I feel like this series so far has been a contest of 2 things. Hero pool and also your stamina, because we haven't had a series to go towards a style like this where every game went to the Tempest Dragon here. So players' mental and their fatigue will start to creep up onto them if things don't go their way, especially BTR after losing that game. It's a not feel so good moment.
I think the craziest part is that the first half of this series, in the 3 games, we had quite a few early game picks, but we still went to the Tempest Dragon, which is the crazy part, right? So now as that hero pool starts to dwindle down because of global ban pick, we will get like the tank jungles and stuff like that. And I think we might see even more Tempest Dragons coming in.
But it's back to the point that he was making like the other time, right? Obviously, the jungle picks for the first 2 games of Twisted Minds weren't huge. They were just counter picks to the enemy's jungle, right? So I feel like for Twisted Minds, they aren't kind of at the behest more of this global ban pick than BTR are.
And talking about jungle picks especially, you can see Twisted Minds' draft is very simple. Ban away Zanq or take away Zanq's heroes here. That's why you see in Game 3 itself, they didn't ban the Jing because they know they have to take it away from Zanq himself.
So right now, BTR being on the blue side. Once again, I think Twisted Minds just go straight back into the Jing ban. We don't want to see another Jing for the side of BTR.
Potentially just banning out the Jing and Arlie here will be the game plan for the side of Twisted Minds. Back to the original style that they are looking for, and then see on the way what they can really pick up in the remaining of the drafts.
Yeah, there we go. Twisted Minds straight away with the Jing ban. Do you want to risk the Arlie though? Do you want to give it away?
I feel like you don't give it away because so far, Zan has had a pretty consistent performance thus far on the Long and also the likes of the channel last game. And BTR banning this Liang here. What does that signify?
Luna.
It's asking to Twisted Minds, hey, ban the Luna or give away the Arlie here. What do you choose?
I think I think you have to ban the Luna. Zanq is too good on this Luna. And there we go. Twisted Minds, they pay him the respects. They tell him, all right, we oblige. We will give you the Arlie then.
But at the very least, Arlie still has a lot of counters towards the pool itself. Twisted Minds Queen is a merchant on the bait, and also the likes of the marksman counter in terms of the DRNJ channel still available for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, so Twisted Minds, they are going to pick it up for themselves, the
In the
DRNJ,
name of the
because they're
law,
expecting
I
an
will
already pick,
punish
right?
you.
With that being said, this is going to be an interesting situation because the next 2 picks, does BTR pick up the jungle?
This Ogren is so nice here coming from Twisted Minds because counters has been dwindled down. There's no longer the pay to match up tempo coming in from the Ogren. And also, it does force Zankyu into a potential Musashi pick here coming in from the first rotation. If not, Twisted Minds will just ban out all the jungle counters in that second phase.
I think it's a great answer towards the Mai, right? Mai needs to get the burst in, but what burst can you do against a mega tank that is Ogren? Now BTR, they're going to pick up Ima Yin for the side of Tough Z here. Let's see what this final pick is going to be. They don't even pick up the Artie, they're going to take the Zhang Fei instead.
Yep, Twisted Minds on this third pick itself, after seeing these picks, potentially going to go for the Charlotte or the Byron to secure at the very least 90 a comfortable laning phase here. Oh, Yixing. Good setup. I would say it's a decent setup coming in from Twisted Minds, whereby Hailang and Neil, I would say that aside from the Mai Shiranui, their playstyle is very similar. They play in the role that they are required to set up their teams with those spells itself.
So, with the pickup on Yixing, on the Ball Master here, I think you really want something that synergizes well with the ability to do AoE, right? That's the value of having the Waters My Bot anyway.
Guan Yu is still available coming in for South Twisted Minds. They have expended the Dharma last game. So potentially Guan Yu will be a prior ban here coming in from the side of BTR, or at the very least, secure a good laning phase for Tough Z, banning the Charlotte and potentially the Byron on the last ban.
I think BTR give the Guan Yu over, right?
I
think
so.
the Mai Yin is a great answer to the Guan Yu already. And
That's true.
once you silence this Guan Yu, you also have the ability to kind of go onto the backlines on your own. If the timing is right, you can get the bait from the board.
I do realize the one thing as well. It's like, yes, statistically, Mayin does well against the Guan Yu. That's if the laning phase goes in her favor here. So they don't want to mitigate that risk in that early game of any potential lane mess up. So they do ban it away to remove the potential Yixing Guan Yu combination here. But Mengya, this pick for me has been the third time we've seen in the tournament, and it's often always picked against the DRNJ in the farm lane as a counter pick due to how much sustain this pick has.
But it hasn't found success in KIC 2025
Not yet.
just yet, right? Now with that BTR, they're going to lock in the Musashi for the side of Zankyu. Great answer to the Ogren and also to the Fatih if they are caught together.
And this draft coming in from BTR reminds me of Dominated Esports from last year. There is so much engaged and setup. One goal about it coming in from Mai Shiranui, Zhang Fei or Musashi, everybody just goes in.
Yeah, but I like this answer from Twisted Minds as well. Sakia, very early game centric, also has a longevity into the later parts of the game. The Mulberry Power Flash combination at level 1, 2 towards level 4. This is where BTR might find some difficulties.
Okay, BTR's draft. Team fight engage. If they can get the burst in, it's all good news for them. For the South Twisted Minds, if they survive the initial engage and wear off the Deal to the Death coming in from the Musashi anti-heal, that's where their sustained game becomes even stronger for the side of Twisted Minds draft here. It's a really showdown between these two teams and their own philosophy in this game for itself.
Yeah, execution is going to be so important, right? I mean, I cannot stress enough. If Zankyu gets the appropriate targets with his duo to the death, and bear in mind, if they're grouped up together, you can affect everyone with the Imperial State. If he doesn't do that, then it's lifesteal galore and heals galore from the side of Twisted Minds.
But with the drafts being set in here, Bigetron by Vitality going up against Twisted Minds, this is game 4. Stakes at hand for the side of BTR. If they lose this, Twisted Minds will be 3-1 and they will be in a very stressful situation to come back into the series itself.
Yeah, but BTR and Twisted Minds, both of them know that, hey, this is potentially going to go into a super late game.
It will be.
Dragon game. So the Fatih, late game insurance. You have the Mengya, late game insurance as well for the side of BTR. Who is going to have the better late game performance?
To find out, we head on towards the Gorge for the game 4 with a superior engaged draft that's being lined up for the side of Bigetron. They look to counter the chaos that has been set by Twisted Minds that is leading the series.
Twisted Minds leading the series so far, and you can obviously see the Daily Wish is in full swing. Participate in the event to get KIC's Team Skilded Jing skin, so make sure you're doing that in-game, guys.
Yeah, and you need to be quick as well, right? Twisted Minds have shown you how quick they can be as well. A 3-man rotation into the mid. Very nice knockup from Vesakha here to help clear the lane, and this is going to speed up the wave rotations from the side of Clean in the jungle.
Yes, they definitely need a bit of a speed up here. Is going to be the side of Twisted Minds. But I mean, I love the draft here of Twisted Minds, right? Obviously, very much kind of like dive into the back line. Oh, okay, I'll like leave that point for a moment there. We see Neil with a very aggressive rotation here from the Manisha Renoi, just trying to get a poke and prod and change the pace of that bot side of the map.
Yeah, it's very important, right? The early game is so critical to the side of Twisted Minds here, or rather in this case, BTR, right? Because it's all in advantage to the side of Twisted Minds with Vesakha here. The heals coming in, the damage coming in. This is going to be a big changer. You do have the shield from Ormson, but it's not going to provide too much value if Zan can't even get his basic attacks off for the lifesteal.
Very true, but I mean, you see Ormson here, he has taken the stun as well, so obviously we'll probably be looking for him to potentially stop the dive from 90 on this Fatih, right? Like maybe, yes, obviously he gets the CC immunity from that ulti, but a well-timed stun is really going to stop the pace of 90.
Yeah, we'll see. I want to see how they control this Fatih, because if you don't allow the stop on the 90, he's just going to slice and dice, cut you to multiple pieces, of which Zan is a very vulnerable target.
He's a very vulnerable target, especially with in terms of mobility as well, right? Like Mangia's mobility, considering his name starts with M, it's not the greatest. He is basically there just to do a constant focus of damage into the Ranger or anybody that's kind of just like pushing with the team, right? So obviously Ormson there, really going to be the front line as well as Tusk as well. So we'll see how that pans out, but I mean, when we see the Mangia come through, historically, it hasn't really been close into the team fights, right? It's just been playing like the macro game.
Yes, and simply because, you know, once he doesn't have flash, he is in a very vulnerable position. And now that you have City Boy, as long as they trade flashes, it is always in Twisted Mind's favor.
Yes, so let's see if they're able to kind of proc the flash here of Zan on the Mangia, but right now, we're about 3 minutes into the game. We need to wait till that Tyrant, but there it is, Neil! Oh my goodness, we was basically bigging down the Mangia, and he gets the first blood. Zan on this pick that's normally notoriously so far been for Shanks, so far in the KIC 2025, he's actually not doing too bad with it.
Yeah, it's a success formula for the side of Twisted Mind, so it's kind of a surprise that BTR actually can get that first blood. And to funnel it into Zan, I think the maximum value has been extracted, at least in the first 3 minutes of this game. The only thing is, they have not gotten any turret damage from that.
No turret damage at all. I mean, that's really the main goal here for the bot side of the map, right? Just kind of get that turret damage before the 4-minute mark, so the turret to plate in does fall, and it makes it a little bit easier for your team to try and push. If you aren't going to get the Tyrant, you get the push down to the bot side of the map, and just create that huge beat of pressure.
Yeah, so BTR actually, even with the first blood, they're still trading by gold, which is exactly what Twisted Minds wants. And the rotation by Clean has been quick, but ZanQ has been quicker, because he is at level 8 already.
Level 8 already. I mean, this could be good counters for the side of Twisted Minds, but now it's all going over to BTR. Oh my goodness. 90 falls. Clean has to use the path of passage to clean his way out of that team fight.
Yeah, at the same time, Zan has been pressured at the bottom side, right? 4 minutes have been achieved. There is no more protection, but here comes ZanQ.
Nice, there's the Illuminate Slash there for Jean-Q, but it's going to be that splash damage from Direnjo with that Spark Forge dagger that's really going to drive him away.
Love the itemization, of course. This is the value you see from City Boy, right? The heals coming in from the sprites, really effective. And this is a risk for the side of BTR.
Yeah, is City Boy going to risk it for a chocolate biscuit here? He's just kind of making sure that Ormson's not going to be present in that brush. Because, I mean, he has the Unbridled Air Burst, right? So if Twisted Minds decides to go for this neutral objective, they've got the counter steal here.
Yeah, I mean, BTR, ZanQ is really low though. I don't think they want to contest for this, right? At the same time, Zan, he's gonna just soften up that Crimson Golem, gives it to ZanQ. This is going to aid with the recovery process for the side of BTR.
Yeah, they're gonna need it, right? You can see the ultimate being used here by John on the Mangia, just trying to use just throw those big bombs everywhere. The artillery coming through here, just put pressure on elsewhere on the map. Got to give help over to Jean-Q as well as Tufts here, just trying to crash that minion wave through, but so far, obviously, Twisted Minds yet to set up a decent team fight to try and get a few members of the side of BTR off the gorge here, but they have been able to get the turret takedown, but now again, that 1v1 to the bot side of the map here. We do see some flashes, both being exhausted here from side of 90. He is getting caught between a rock and a hard place, and that is going to be the takedown once again for the side of BTR.
Yeah, BTR showing you the value of the Mayin, right? Very good counter against the Fati because she has absolute insane control. At the same time, with the help of Neo as well, the extra knock-up did buy enough time for Tough Z to be able to get the finishing blow. With that being said, they now will have access into a T1, a beautiful trade, and maybe this will be the turning point.
Oh, Conjuncture Soul's being used here, but then obviously the Bright Light Burst just to throw them away. The board is kind of been committed, so Zahn's here, but the steal does come through. It is going to be the takedown here for BTR, able to neutralize that neutral objective gain from the side of Twisted Minds. Can they put these Vanguards into good use?
I love the response here from BTR, but at the same time, Neo is falling low. Does make it out though, so that's perfect for the side of BTR. Right now, all they need to do is to make sure they keep this pressure onto Twisted Minds.
Yeah, he's playing. He's on death's doors. Like, he needs to stop playing that temper with fate. He needs to get out of there and make sure he stays alive. Because, I mean, most so far with these kills that have gone onto the side of BTR, all the setups really have been starting to show with Neo, right? Going in with the re-engine, just getting the knock-up, and then that's it. It's kind of like all she wrote from that point.
Yeah, the biggest difference is Clean not being in that position to use his sheer state to finish the final members.
Yeah.
Oh
my goodness, he traveled some distance there, still not be able to get 90, but Tufts has to formulate some kind of get out of jail plan. He has to get the escape route on point here as he's trying to rotate down to the bottom side of the map.
Yep. Lovely situational awareness from Tough Z, right? Knowing that, hey, if he had gone for the chase down onto 90, he would have given a kill over to the side of Twisted Mind. So once again, very clean understanding of what needs to be done at critical moments.
These critical moments could be the change in tides here for the side of Twisted Minds. Got to make sure that Neil doesn't get caught out here. Ormson with the rotate into the backline as well with Zahn. Zahn cannot be afforded to be in that backline. I mean, they have 90, right? 90 could just fly in there if he really wanted to.
Yeah, but you know, one cool thing about this lineup on the side of BTR, they have pretty good long-range poke as well. And this is going to come in the form of Zahn, as well as Neo. So far, they have made the trade, but it's going to be a 2-on-1 here for Tough Z.
It is, but he's forced out the ultimate there of 90 there, so that's going to be good. He'll force in the flash as well from Highlang. I mean, a lot's been taken from this, but there it is. The duel to the depth, not quite getting the par.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful board from the side of Highlang. And the fact that it's so small, the smaller it is, the much faster the cooldown is for your ultimate. So Highlang is going to be in fighting shape really soon.
Absolutely getting his ultimate back onto the Gorge a little bit sooner because of the size here. But I mean, we're seeing this one so far. Obviously, we did just see that Clean's able to get the Eye of the Phoenix. Obviously, in terms of HP regens, really going to kind of put this raid boss on the map here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, I have some news for you, and it looks like we're going to a Tempest game again because 8.5 minutes in, the lead isn't too big. Neo will be able to get out of this one safe and sound. And it really comes down, how many more turrets will fall before the 10-minute mark?
I'm going to put a tip jar onto the broadcast desk, and every time you say Tempest Dragon, you've got to put some money in there because we've seen, I think, quite our fair share already. It's only the first series of the day, Ken.
Yeah, and Zhang has information for the team. The Fatih 90 is on his own. This is a good chance for them to get a nice knockup.
Trying to get the knockup, trying to close the gap here onto Shanks, but there it is, Duel to the Death tries to catch out a City Boy. Obviously, his healing has been imperiled for a brief moment in time, but maybe it's just enough here to scare the side of Twisted Mind.
I mean, they want to put them at arm's length here. They want to get this tyrant for themselves. Should be able to secure it and clean now for an opening.
Looking for an opening, but it's going to be Ormson just chunking away that damage from the Ogryn, right? Like, Clean's not going to be able to be going for or getting a takedown onto Ormson anytime soon. Oh, getting caught out potentially into the enemy jungle, but having to force the flash from 90 again. He is exhausting these flashes, but it's keeping him alive. But speaking of being kept alive, may not be. City Boy and Shanks getting taken down right now. Can they get a triple kill over here as well? Highlang still has that passive and is able to escape.
A huge play from Tough Z. I mean, that was a beautiful catch onto the backlines as well. And of all the people you want to catch Shanks, you want to catch City Boy. And right now, Twisted Minds, they're struggling to keep up.
They are struggling to keep up right now. Twisted Minds, they are behind 5 kills. They're behind 3,000 gold, and they have yet to take any more turrets of those T1s, but now it's that mid lane. It's going to be the decimation of the final T1 of Twisted Minds. This is really going to open up the gorge here for the side of BTR.
Yeah, completely flipping them on their heads here. Twisted Minds, not the same kind of aggression we've seen. Tough Z manages to get information on the lineup of the side of Twisted Minds. They know they're attempting this. There is going to be a defense coming in.
A huge defense here, maybe even a huge congestion for this Shadow Overlord. We have the takedown of the Shadow Tyrant so far to the side of BTR. They could be super duper greedy. They've been able to steal so far within the series. Obviously stole the Tempest Dragon in the last game, just wasn't able to formulate anything with it.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of steals happen, right? The same could be said for Twisted Minds. Clean as well as Highland. Look, there is a potential with the stuns coming in from the side of the second skill for Highland, and with the just entrance with the path of passing from Clean, there is a potential they can come in for the sneak.
Potential sneaky, breaky here for the side of Twisted Minds. They need to try and sneak somewhere because so far, I feel like the frontal attack between these two teams isn't quite happening. They are still struggling to make ends meet within these team fights.
Right, and right now the T2 at the top is going to be taken down as well. This is a pretty dominating performance from BTR. I think we might be in for a short game if BTR gets any more advantages.
Stop teasing me. Stop giving me sweet little nothings here, Kindofu. We want to just see full action between these two teams. We want to see them, especially BTR, right? BTR need to try and neutralize this lead within the series so far that Twisted Minds has.
Yes, and for now, it doesn't seem like that's going to be possible, right? Because at this point of time, look, they have every single resource available on the side of BTR. Zan does have his ulti, Zhang Q as well, and the damage output, look at this. Level 14 and level 15 Zhang Q and Zan respectively. This one is quick.
Very quick indeed, the Shadow Overlord being taken down there, so they can put the pressure into their selected laps. It's going to be the top side of the map here being used to wipe out those minions, to try and create the pressure here. Maybe try and shift the focus of Twisted Minds away from that bot T2.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to be possible because there is the Shadow Overlord flying down on the top lane. If Twisted Minds lose a member from this initial defense before the Vanguard actually gets done in, they're in for a bad time.
I mean, they might potentially right. I mean, you can see Highland get to the backside of that team right there. The artillery's not going to do enough damage to get him taken out, but if we were to see a flash from Zan, obviously it has been used here, but if he had it in that situation, the takedown could have been real.
I'm just keeping my eyes on Zhang Q here, right? The Swordmaster on the Musashi, he's going to make the deep cuts. And right now, Zan is doing a lot of work as well on the top T3. They have to deal with the middle as well. And Twisted Minds, they have lost the first T3 at the top.
They always say the first cut is the deepest here, and obviously Zhang Q on this Musashi is none the difference of that saying as well, right? Obviously T3 top side of the map has been taken, as you just said there, Kim, but now this really kind of opens up this Crimson Golem for the side of BTR to take it away from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, which makes life even more difficult for Twisted Minds, right? You want to get every advantage you can to have a chance to make a comeback, but for now, everything is taken away from the side of Twisted Minds.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are looking for anything, and scraps. They are Oliver Twist within this game. They need some more, sir, because they're getting none.
I mean, I like the fact that, you know, the name for the Zen pick on this Mangya is called the Loose Cannon because they're really running loose and they're putting a huge distance in between the two teams. They have an 8,000 goal lead going in favor of Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, it'd be super crazy for BTR to lose this one right now. As you said, stated there, Kid, they've got 8k gold lead. It would take a bit of a blunder for BTR to lose this one.
13 minutes, going on 14 as we speak. It's going to be BTR. Zhang Q secures that first Shadow Tyrant here in the next attempt to break the base.
Tyrant being taken there, as well as Zan getting the Crimson Golem as well. He's just trying to funnel every potential bit of damage over to this hero. I mean, he's almost 6-slotted as well, as you can see there. He has the Cuirass of Savagery, Daybreaker, the Eternity Blade, the Shadow Ripper. He's going for even more. He's just like, he wants to be the damage, the constant reminder that BTR is not an easy team to take down.
I mean, they have already proven their point, at least for this 14.5 minutes, right? Right now, it's a 9,000 goal lead. And all they're waiting for, honestly, on the side of BTR, is this next Shadow Overlord. Once they get that, I think it should be safe to say they have a huge advantage in being able to take down a potential T3 in the mid or the bottom.
Oh, absolutely. They would have everything within their capabilities to do that. Obviously, they do now, with obviously the mini waves crashing through to the bot, top, and into the mid lane right now. They're looking just to get this pressure and push onto the side of Twisted Minds Crystal. But they're not allowing it, right? They're using this Path of Passing. You can see here, Clean just kind of constantly shoving the enemy minions out of base.
I don't think BTR is too concerned at this point, right? They're just waiting for that Shadow Overlord. At the same time, every time Zan has an ultimate up, that's going to be a lot of valuable provider because the poke damage at this point, where you have a level 15 Mengya loose cannon with the Crimson buff as well as the Azure buff, everything is going to be really strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just pretty much every member on the side of BTR not died a single time. They haven't had to sacrifice any kind of like gold per minute either. They've been hardly uncontested here by the side of Twisted Mind. So does one solid team fight give you enough leeway here to potentially try and get the force back into the mid-wave? Or is it just kind of us delaying the inevitable?
Honestly, I think it really might make the difference for the side of Twisted Minds, right? Especially if you get Zan down or Zan Q. I think the fight is for yours to take. And the base, if you take a look at the access that they have, them working through the top lane or the bottom lane on the side of BTR's base, not too difficult, to be honest.
Exactly, especially when they've just dropped the Vanguard as well there. I think that will be dropped into the bot side of the map. There we go. You see completely just being eradicated, the wave there in the mini-map. For those watching at home, I'm not just Nostradamus. I can watch the mini-map. I do have eyes, but now this could be the final frontier for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they've made the first cut from the top. It's feeling a little bit nasty for the side of Twisted Minds. Right now, the next attempt is here.
Next attempt is definitely here, Kindofu. We see that Clean is just trying to push away this minion wave. And now we have the Vanguards into the T3s, but it's going to be 90. And Clean just constantly pushing them away, denying the T3 takedowns.
Okay, healthy amount of damage on the mid T3. This is the real challenge here. Can they force the defense forward?
Unbridled Airburst catches onto Highland, catches onto Clean, but they're stuck at a board. They have been locked and limited with their presence and mobility. But now Clean is just using this Augurin to just kind of always just shove away, but it's going to be too much damage. Has to proc the Blood Rage.
They can go in, they break it down. Right now they're looking for Zan as well. Not going to be available. T3 at the bottom already secured. T3 in the mid is the last standing structure that is going to put BTR between the win as well as a potential opening for Twisted Minds to come back into this game.
Yeah, BTR's wind in their sails has definitely been knocked out of them at this moment in time. Yes, they're able to get the T3 down to the bot side of the map now, but that's all they got. The Radiance being procced here by the side of Twisted Boy. It's Twisted Minds City Boy here. Maybe a push for this Shadow Tyrant could be what they need.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be really concerned about the timing because there is a wave of minions on the top. These are super minions as well. Ormson is in a great position. Unfortunately for him, he does not have his ultimate just yet.
He doesn't. He's just circumventing around this one, right? He's just kind of posturing towards his Shadow Tyrant. He could go in with the leap and the stun here. Oh! The crucial kill theft comes through for the side of BTR. They're going to take that up to 90. Is that going to be the biggest upset out they can? But there we go. Shax falls down thanks to Neil, as we see once again. Zan into the enemy crystal. They have no answers. And BTR bring game number 4 into their favor.
We are once again at a stalemate, a 2-2 scoreline. BTR, they come back, and what a time to shine for the IKL representatives.
We are back to square one, 2-2 in the scoreline here, and we are evening out the series at Game 4 itself. A very clean game coming in from the side of Bigetron Vitality. A very aggressive draft to begin with as well. Maestro Nui coming in from Neil in the early game has been finding a lot of markers in towards the side lane, building that lead that they need. And then, in the mid game, it was just a tough Z show. He was just kicking, slamming every single member, making the team fights go always in favor of the side of BTR.
Yeah, putting the genius in Marshall Genius for the Mayin pick, right? Being able to catch out the important members on the side of Twisted Minds, particularly Shanks as well as City Boy at the early parts of the game. This was what allowed them to really drag this game to a much shorter ending. I mean, it's still a pretty long game, close towards the Tempest Dragon, but an impressive result for the side of BTR.
Because every single rotation that they did with the objective was to slowly chip away the towers here. And you can see at the very end stage, Twisted Mind knows they have to force this Tyrant. If they don't, the game is still going to be over. But it's a valiant attempt to actually make a comeback. But in the eyes of 10,000 gold lead generated by the side of Bigetron, it was just too tough for the Minds themselves to make a comeback in this Game 4.
Yep, a very impressive performance by Zankyu. Look, only one... Oh wait, hang on. Ormson died once. But it was supposed to be a very clean game for inside of BTR. Nonetheless, even with the one death of Ormson, this was pretty much masterclass coming out from the sword master of Zan Q here.
But I really want to give props towards Neil's Fire Ninja and also Tough Z on that Martial Genius. This too has been the highlight of this game alone. Without their influence in this game, the game wouldn't be that fast and that snowball for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. You can see damage generated by the side of Neil. 120,000 damage on this Mai Shiranui alone.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you call her the Fire Ninja, right? She can't be seen, she deals damage, and the life on the side of Twisted Minds were constantly under threat. Now, opening up the map was great job on the side of BTR.
Wow.
Let's take a look at this goal shift. The exact opposite of the last game, number 3.
I think out of 3 games, from 1 all the way to 3, this has been the most dominant goal lead that we had in this series alone.
BTR are doing well for themselves, right? I think the break has done them wonders so far. Also has been giving them a lot of space and room to rethink what is this new strategy against Twisted Minds.
Exactly, they've got to pull out all the punches right. I mean, we are getting further into this best of 7, so we're currently at that 2-2 scoreline, so pretty much half the way there. But I mean, look at that, like 5-0-1 for Tufts and then 90. Not having the greatest performance here onto the party is normally we see when this player gets this pick, he's always very dominant into the backline, but there's just no way in.
But this is what we tell you about when it's a counter pick for the side of Mayin into the Fatih. It's a very tough lane alone for the side of 90 to really generate that mid to late game presence that we always see that he has. But due to the fact that Tough Z was so dominant in lane and team fights, he definitely overshadowed the side of 90 in this game alone.
Yep, just the form of control was able to give this guy the MVP. With the space created by the other members as well. Neil is going to be your MVP, the mid laner for the side of BTR, the Fire Ninja, the Mai Shiranui. Not a lot of kills, but the damage now exceeding 30%. It is 34.63% on the side.
Yes, very impressive performance here from Neil. I mean, we thought about it from that moment go, right? Like in the very early game, he rotated down to the bot side of the map, got the pick up as well. So it was from that moment on that we knew that he was going to be very special on this pick.
And this is a very important portion as a Mai, because if you take a look at the lineup on the side of
Twisted
Minds, they can't deal with CC, right? Ogren needs to be consistently attacking to get his lifesteal. Fatih also needs to have those basic attacks land, and when you're not allowing those opportunities to come through, this is what happens.
Yeah, this is what exactly happens here. Tough Z and Neil was constantly locking down 90 in the early game, delaying the Fatih here. This is Tough Z play I talk about here. Single-handedly destroying City Boy and also Shanks with that single play of this Martial Genius Naive.
And he only got that because Omson equipped the stun. If he did not get the stun there, that situation would not have arisen. And now, this lovely situation where Zankyu returned the favor with multiple steals across the map as well.
That is correct here. With Zan's final push towards the Crystal here, 18 minutes on the clock as the game victory for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. Game 4 has been equalized here. 2-2 is the series scoreline.
Yeah, already changing the motion of what we've seen so far within the knockout bracket as well. Obviously, up until this point, it was a lot of 4-0s, 4-1s, but we're not going to get one like that. It's currently a 2-2, neutralized at game number 4. Going into game number 5 is going to be, do they take 5 and 6, or do we see again all the way to 7?
This is the storyline that we talk about every single time. Elimination on the line, match 5 in this lower bracket, and it is very neck and neck between these two teams because they carry their regional pride coming into this lower bracket.
I think it's very important now that I think all the fans want a ultimate battle, because I think that is the respectful exit for any one of these teams, right? To be able to pull it down to the absolute wire and use the draft that you want. No holds barred, all action, and looking for the finishing blow.
That is true, but talking about the tournament itself so far, especially in this series, Global Ban Pick has been a very dominant feature, especially a strict rule towards these players right now. As you see, out of these 4 games here, 20 picks will be removed from both teams' pool moving forward to Game 5 and Game 6.
Right, so what's this wrestling point here? They already have the Jing used on the side of Twisted Minds, Ogren just in the last series itself, Fatih, a lot of big picks. On the side of BTR, they still have the Ogren pick. There is still the Fade potential from Zankyu as well. Similar could be said of Twisted Minds. I think Clean has had a very nice Fade game coming into this portion of KIC2025.
For me, at the very least, the focus for the side of BTR is to secure Zankyu a strong jungle matchup, which we go back to the Game 4 draft per se, that in the second phase, Musashi wasn't banned away here, hence he got that counter pick directly against Clean in that jungle matchup.
I think they were looking for the trade, right? Like, to be picking up the Fatih, I think they expected the dive by Musashi, and then hoping that this will open up the doors for 90 to get the counter engage. But that was not the situation that happened because welcome the martial genius from the Top Z.
It was really difficult. So in this game alone, so you have the Fire Ninja being available for Hai Lang. I doubt that will even come to the daylight away from the ban slot. So I am very interested to see how Twisted Minds formulate that draft because that Game 4 wasn't their best draft, I would say.
I think you give now on the side of Twisted Minds as the Twisted Minds coach. You trying to wrestle and then steal that Mai, secure it for Hai Lang, right? If there's any player you want to shine at this point, it has to be Hai Lang.
It will not come down for the pick and bans here. I think Coach Omkaruz, he's just gonna be like, okay, Hai Lang, pretty good, like my trainer player. I would say that to a certain extent, one of the best so far in the tournament itself. And Neil definitely stepping up to the challenge right now to prove that he is as well a very shiny player, a shining one with that Maestro Nui.
But you only have 2 bans, right, in the first phase. So it's going to be very important. Do you open up the Luna? Do you open the Mai? Right? There's so many options that Twisted Minds can go for. BTR, Omkurus, this job is not easy at all.
It's not going to be easy. Considering the fact that you are on... I'm not sure, I haven't seen which side they will be defaulting to, but for Twisted Minds, staple ban will probably be still Jing and potentially Luna.
So Twisted Minds are on the blue side here.
Okay.
They're going to get prio pick. BTR have reverted back into the red side, counter pick side. So Twisted Minds will have an advantage to be able to secure what they want.
And thinking through the tank roamer pool, I think for the side of Twisted Minds, they already expended all the meta tank roamers here. There's no more Lapu Lapu, Zhang Fei, and also Liam Ho. So moving forward, we might see City Boy default to more of these healing roamers or utility ones.
Maybe Da Chao Flowborn. I think that would be a great answer. And then you open up the Jing, open up the Luna, maybe?
Well, that's the first ban here. So Arlie, lock away here. They can only pick between Jing and the Luna. But considering the fact that Twisted Mind still has the Zhang Fei, I would say that they might just Luna first pick here.
We'll see. I am curious to see. I think this has to be a Jing ban, right? Twisted Minds, I don't think you give the Jing away to the side of BTR, and BTR will then maybe consider banning out the last tank available.
And my mistake as well is not the Zhang Fei. I was referring to the Guan Yu being available for 90 in that Clash lane here. So if anytime BTR goes up with the Liang counter, that Guan Yu's gonna split them apart here. That's why this ban has to go coming in for the side of Bigetron by Vitality here. Hence, what do they first pick it? Oh, a Charlotte being locked in for 90 in their Clash lane.
Okay, they're expecting to want to make an advantage in the Clash lane here for the side of Twisted Minds. We'll see what the response of BTR is. It's going to be the Fatih. Now, it's a different kind of matchup against the Charlotte. Charlotte will be able to get the power gradation on you. It's a one big stun, but there's a lot of time for Fatih to get the slices in, to get the lifesteal in.
I would say it's much more of a 50-50 matchup compared to the previous one where we saw the Fatih into the Mayin, which Top Z actually won out very convincingly. So Clash laners here are still the name of the game. With the pick of the ladies on here, it does signify that BTR on the third pick might go for the Ogren here.
We'll see how that is like. The Ogren will be a great answer, but Twisted Minds, bear in mind, they have access to 2 big heroes that I'm thinking of right now. One is the Flowborn tank, the other is the Nerta.
Well, have they used up the Dolia yet in the series?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
I don't think so as well. So for potentially Twisted Minds, in the final few games itself, do they whip out the Dolia here? As this Agudo, so far in the history of Twisted Minds, has been consistently flexed to Shanks.
Okay, I like this. So we're talking about, hey, maybe they go into the healing kind of style.
Yep.
And even if it's not onto the hands of City Boy, the Hailang Yuhuan is going to be something of absolute value. Now BTR, they're going to try and secure the Fade here. Not yet locked in. But I like the idea of this, but this is a very squishy lineup.
So far, yes, it's a very squishy lineup. Considering the fact that there is still the likes of the Lapu being able to pick up by the side of BTR, and Ormson's Liu Shanro, the Mecha Brat. So all these options are very ready and available if Twisted Minds doesn't choose to ban it away.
I'm just curious about the farm name.
There we go, Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they know about this potential last pick for the roam. Tanky, able to set up big stuns, also has decent damage as well. BTR, they are going to respond with the Dolia ban, knowing that there is a potential steal for this Agudo to go into the farm lane, which might cause a lot of problems.
Oh, banning out the Ginger. Interested to see what Twisted Mind has in mind for that jungle matchup here. It is a Fade, and there is a Lucian that we talk about here to funnel into the Roamer pool, because so far, tank roams are being dwindled down here with global ban pick and also bans coming in from Twisted Mind.
We talked about the potential of like tankiness, right?
Hano
And
mid.
here we go. This is a specialty. Hano into the mid. This is guaranteed into the hands of Hailang. So this E1 is going to be rolled.
Cold and Are we going to see a Hanxing coming in for that?
Oh, you know what? That is a great answer against the likes of BTR.
Well, only time will tell. Oh, Nakaruru though! Another jungle carry here coming in for the side of Twisted Minds. For Nakaruru, she is this assassin that does pretty darn decent even against tank lineups, especially the likes of the Lucian and also the Fatih here. And for the side of Zan, he does in the final pick lock in a strong laner in the form of DRNJ. With the DRNJ and also the Lucian, this is a very strong tower destruction comp if they can get it going.
Love the response coming in from the side of Twisted Minds, and the Nakaruru has found Twisted Minds a huge portion of success coming into KIC 2025.
This is why I love the global ban pick format here. Picks that don't usually get debut in the tournament setting itself, Nakaruru, Liu Shan, all these picks get to showcase why HOK is such a competitive game with its format.
Yep. And with that, now this is once again a tiebreaker between the two teams. Let's see how this one goes as, winner gets series point.
Yep, series point at hand here. You do not want to go to that ultimate battle where everything resets and refresh between two teams in that blind pick mode here. They want to end it, and they want to end it at Game 6 itself. But before we go into Game 6, you need that Game 5 series point.
Right, I'm curious about how this first few rotations will be happening between the two teams, right? Nakaruru is a very, very fast hero.
I feel like the two junglers will have a very quiet phase in the first 4 levels because they don't really have the invasive tools like the Pei or like the other heroes like the Ogren. So it'll be very quiet, but we need to put more focus on the laning phase between the Fatih and the Charlotte here. Both 90 and Tough Z has been exchanging blows for the majority of the series itself. Whoever gets that control in that side lane will really provide that pressure that their jungler need to scale into that late game assassin monster here. This is game number 5 here. Whoever wins this will secure series point.
A series point here is on the line between these two teams. Obviously, we still potentially have another 2 games to be had here, right? Like, we are at 4. 2-2 here, so if they are able to get this back-to-back for either one of these teams, then it's 2 games. But then if not, we're up to the ultimate battle, which is where we haven't seen just yet within the KIC 2025. And this would be the more fit-in place to have the ultimate battle.
I think it's a well-deserved result for both these teams, right? Even if it goes to a Game 7, because you absolutely want to push each other to the limit.
Yeah.
And to take that win going into the next portion of lower brackets, I think that's going to give you a huge boost as well, because now you have played a lot more games, you have explored more drafts, you now get to see the gaps you have as a team and what you need to fix before you face your next opponent.
That's exactly right. That's definitely one way to look at it if you looking to play this marathon of a format here between these two teams. But so far, obviously, we've not really seen too much action going on just yet. I thought we saw a flash come through there, but it's not. It was just my eyes failing me. But now, a lot of just a frontal attack down to the bot side of the map. City Boy here. There's the flash that I did see moments ago. I clearly was just looking into the future.
Yeah, I mean, Zanki was already 4. That's really quick from this guy.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him, did not find the finishing blow with Ehad and Jane Mark. Now, with that being said, this is now Tough Z's turn to face the pressure from the side of Twisted Minds.
Hailang with that Hino. He hasn't gone for the teleport that we've seen time and time again, right? He's gone for the cleanse, because obviously looking at the side of BTR, they have plenty of CC.
Yes, very important that he gets the Purify off at the appropriate time, because you really do have a lot of CC. Omsum with the stun, Zanki with the golden token, Neil with the destructive deluge as well, and even Tough Z and Zanki, they all have like disruptions available.
Exactly. A lot of disruptions indeed. You can see here just trying to contest those boars into the bot side and up here for the side of Twisted Minds, but ultimately it's going to go over to the side of Twisted Minds.
So if you take a look at the competition itself, wait, Zan has to use that legal immunity, but here comes the rotations. He might be looking for something new.
Maybe, just maybe. I mean, there's a lot of red people down to the bot side of the map here as well, right? Like, obviously, be able to contest that Crimson Golem thanks to the Heart and Jade Seal. It's definitely playing into BTR's strengths here. They're being very aggressive with the space pick.
I think this really comes down to one of two conditions, right? Does Twisted Minds get the finishing blow onto Zankyu before the actual objectives spawn, or does BTR get the steal and guaranteed take with Zankyu's ultimate here?
We'll have to wait and see, right? Wait and see until those two things are executed here as well. But right now, see, Twisted Minds able to kind of gather a bit of a gold lead here, all things considering, losing their Crimson Golem and whatnot. But losing that Crimson Golem is really going to be at the detriment of Clean here. Obviously, really relying on it with this Nakaru.
I mean, Nakaru already has quite a bit of damage, right? This Hawk Whisperer is known for...
But she could do more. She could do more.
That's true. But for now, I think it's still advantage to Twisted Minds.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see who gets first blood. I mean, we can see here that City Boy's just waiting in the wings, trying to just get, maybe use the Mournful Temple to get stunned here, like we just saw there onto Ormson. But he's not the guy you want to be CCing, right? Like, you want to be getting onto the likes of Neil eventually here. But I mean, Tufts and 91v1 top side of the map here with the rotation from John Q as well. Does he have the Hardened Jade Steel? He can use it as well. There we go. First blood going over to BTR.
And what a time to do it as well. 15 more seconds before the 4-minute mark. This means that the objectives will be spawning, but at the same time, it also means your protection on the towers will not be available anymore. Then Zankyu makes his appearance, but Zan, he's a run.
He's okay. He's doing all right. He's fine. He's able to get out of there as well. Obviously, he's not one of the squishier farm lane heroes within Honor of Kings, and obviously top side of the map there, you see Tufts actually doing a lot of aggression down to that T1 as well, but unfortunately here, we do see the reset of the Tyrant, so maybe, just maybe, we're going to see a bit of contention here from the side of Twisted Minds. It looks like Clean has other problems.
Yeah, Zankyu actually chasing on the backlines on the other side of the map here.
Yes, 90 looking pretty low once again. Looking to just keep hold of onto this Azure Golem.
They did force a smite from Clean, so this one I think is should be a soft guarantee in terms of neutral objectives going to the side of BTR. The only question is which one do you want to go for, because you can actually use a smite onto the Tyrant and then use your Hardened Jade Mark to secure the Overlord as well.
Oh, absolutely, you have the illusion of choice here if you are BTR within this game number 5, but so far we've been seeing a lot of the Hardened Jade Steals come through for these neutral objectives. Maybe just takes the keeps the smite for maybe an Azure Golem, maybe a Crimson Golem here, but a lot of pressure being built down to the bottom side of the map here for 90. The disruption comes through, but the Fate Rewind, as we've been seeing before, comes through here from the side of Twisted Minds, but is it going to be long enough to keep them alive? They are still in this one.
Beautiful work from the side of Highline, right? This is why you want to pick up the Fate Rewind here, and with the Hardened Jade Mark, you're going to secure it on the side of BTR. So this first neutral objective goes to the IKL #1 seed.
#1 seed getting that neutral objective, but most importantly, the KMW Last Chance team here are definitely trying to prove themselves within this series, right? Like, obviously, you can see here the pocket pick from Highlang. Obviously, Haino was a huge pick at one point in time, but recently, the fall off has been real, but now we're starting to see the pocket pick potential here from the Haino and slowing down your enemy team.
Yeah, Ormson actually gets a steal at the final hit onto that Crimson Golem, and nice kill!
Oh, it's support on support action. We always say support lives matters, but we love a brawl.
Yes, we definitely do, and with that, look, the T1 is under pressure as well. Highlang does have his ultimate if they need it, but for now, it is all in the hands of BTR because they have taken the T1 at the bottom. No response from the side of Twisted Minds.
They got to find a response soon, right? Obviously, they were able to take the T1 top side of the map there moments ago, but now that pressure has now been provided onto the likes of Shanks here, but now 90 taking a lot of damage, has to flash out of there, has to dash a little bit further.
Yep, there is a very huge miscom coming in from the side of Twisted Minds, right? 90, now that he doesn't have flash, he's under risk as well. Oh, they got it!
Oh, they do get it. It's going to be the Destructive Deluge come through there, getting a takedown onto Highlang. Bit of a brawl down to the mid lane here, but we are seeing that teleport come through for Clean to clean out that minion wave. Potentially just naturally letting that minion wave crash, but oh, Neil. One more dash. Oh, the takedown onto 90 there as well. 1-for-1 trade, but overall 2-1 to the side of BTR.
Yeah, BTR, they have the advantage here. They also, with the help of the Liu Shan by the Ormson's Liu Shan, it's going to be a difficult defense here. You might have to commit. No, they don't even have the option of the Hailang ultimate as well. Now, this is BTR breaking every single win condition or survive condition on the side of Twisted Minds.
Well, this is the thing what we had about OG when they played against this one, right? Like the way you actually counter this high no Fate Rewind strat that we've seen from Hailang time and time again. Push 2 lanes. He can't Fate Rewind on 2 turrets.
And also, the secondary one is, we have the instant execute with the Hardened Jade Mount, right?
True. That one too. That one definitely does help here as well. But Ormson with a bit of a rotation to looking for the backline here, maybe trying to get a disrupt onto either City Boy or Hailang is the potential for Ormson.
I think at this point, Hailang is actually the big win condition.
Oh, there we go. Stealing away the Azure Golem once again. He is starving clean with this one.
Yeah, a very difficult game to play, because if you take a look at what Hailang offers to the team, every single Scepter of Fate will be able to deal extra damage, and you want to get those Scepters of Fate onto Ormson. You need to melt down the tanks.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's definitely been a thorn in the side of Twisted Minds right now. But we may be able to see the T1 takedown here for them. It looks like Zhang Q's like, you know what, we don't want to give that one over just yet.
Yeah, they don't want to give anything, in fact. And for now, this is very similar to the previous situation that Twisted Minds put them in the earlier parts of the game, where literally BTR could not take a single turret. Now, it isn't exactly the same. Twisted Minds have taken 1 T1, but it's looking a bit more difficult to get more here.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely denying a lot. But there it is, Zhang Q in with the Hardened Jade Steel. The takedown into the top side of the map. T2 being taken down. The bot side, maybe more being created here by the side of BTR. They're looking to create that pressure. The Space Bright from Zhang Q coming from the top side of the map here. Disrupt onto the T3. They get the stun onto Hailang. He looks pretty low.
Yep, this one's dangerous for them. BTR as well. They get the disruption clean.
Very clean here. Obviously, the pairing of Tufts on this party as well with the Liu Shan is really like making the takedown of these turrets pretty much like a hot knife through butter.
And this is a kid we're talking about. Like, it's called the Mecha Bread, by the way, for the side of this Liu Shan pick. For those of you that are new to HOK. And once again, there is no contest. Twisted Minds, they're losing the objectives, they're losing turrets, they're losing buffs. And BTR has all the answers, all the solutions to potential problems that Twisted Minds have given.
Do they have the solutions to my problems?
I would hope that they have the solutions to our problems as well. But with that being said, Twisted Minds, I think it's more important to solve theirs first.
If they get the victory, I want some therapy from BTR, that's all I'm saying. But no, we're getting onto the T2 territory, into the mid lane of the map and top side of the map as well. Pushing further and further and just constantly denying any kind of lead potential here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, super crazy, right? And then we talked about this strat, which is, look, now they're playing all the right cards. BTR, the red robots coming in, doing the dual lane split pushes at the same time. You have to make a choice as Hailang. And once you falter on that decision, you make it too slow, you lose everything.
Yeah, too slow, too sluggish is going to be the name of the game here from Twisted Minds. They've not been able to kind of curtail this aggression from the side of BTR. We can see once again Ormson just looking for a way in, using that speed boost there, maybe try and get a disrupt onto one of the sides of Twisted Minds into the back line, trying to get that turret takedown.
And it's so smart, right? Look at the way that BTR is. They're not doing the full burst, even though they can. Ormson is just chunking down bit by bit, you know, lessening the effect of the Fate Rewind here, and this is going to be so hard. He's called the Fate Turner, but this Fate doesn't seem turnable for the side of Twisted Minds.
Turn down for what, right? I mean, definitely not turning down for those T3s just yet. He has the Fate Rewind, so he could save himself a little bit of time, but the beauty of it is, if you do take the T3s, you still get the enhanced minions, even if you get the Fate Rewind. It's already been used here. They have to be careful. Maybe BTR go for the strike now.
Yeah, I mean, the moment Hailang uses his ultimate, this is also a weakness for the side of the Fate Turner, right? Because then he doesn't get to save himself anymore, and you get to have free damage on the T3s once again. They already have the open wound at the bottom side. BTR just wants to make one more deep cut.
They do want to make that last kind of deep cut into this T3 top side of the map here, as obviously they look for a push. It's going to be the coach mobilization from the side of Twisted Minds, just driving away BTR at this moment in time.
Yep, and with that, all that pressure coming in from the side of BTR, this provides so much space. Zhang Q on this Fate is going to be able to take the Shadow Overlord for free. No contest coming in from Twisted Minds. Now, I want you to pay attention to the timer. We are at 12 minutes. The game is a lot faster this time.
Oh, absolutely. It's getting faster and faster throughout the series. I mean, I don't know what BTR's had for breakfast today, but they should have had it like maybe days ago. They would still probably potentially be in the upper brackets, but maybe the lower bracket miracle is what Bigetron by Vitality is what they're going for.
Which makes me kind of run through our history of HOK, right? Have we ever had a lower bracket run? Have we ever had the Cinderella story yet?
I mean, Team Secret almost did it, right? Last year.
Yeah.
And I believe, was it Dominator? They got all the way from there, but they weren't able to get the last little bit of win. So far, no.
Yeah, so far, no. That is the story of HOK in this KIC 2025. And once again, BTR looking for an opening. City Boys falling a little low for their comfort.
Yeah, literally just throwing anything to slow down the side of BTR, but there it goes. T3 into the mid, into the top side of the map, being taken down now. Using as a battering ram is going to be Ormson as he's trying to get the takedown here. Just making sure that Furball just keeps away and is able to do as much damage as possible to his backline.
Yeah, Shadow Overlord is going to be available as well. Nice stuns coming in from the side of Ormson. The Fate Rewind is going to be used here. This puts them in a vulnerable spot because the next set of Vanguards are here as well. BTR, they just need one clean fight.
One clean fight, this could be it. But I mean, Twisted Minds, if they're good at something, it's defending that crystal, but it's going to be against Jean Q here. The meltdown of Ormson is going to be the point of call. The tides turn for the Fate Turner, but can they get some more? 3-1 trade for Twisted Minds.
Big comeback, one more kill for the side of Twisted
goes
Minds.
down.
So with that being said, it's going to be Twisted Minds having the defense here. Zhang Q, he has the back off. He will get his own Azure Golem, but this comes at the cost of this Shadow Tyrant for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's a scary position for the side of BTR to be in, right? You've pushed the enemy team to the full crystal, but let's look at that instant replay.
Yeah, I mean, Ormson, he made the call to dive, and I think this one was a slight miscom coming in from the side of BTR, right? Because they did not expect 90 to be able to dive in. Bear in mind that he does have his flash. Very nice timing to be able to catch the attention of the BTR members unawares, and taking Zan out really diminishes the turnaround factor.
Yeah, speaking of turnaround factors, they were able to get that turnaround down to the bot side of the map finally here for the side of Twisted Minds, but BTR, Ormson, has to be careful. We've seen him be deleted already. It can happen again.
I mean, it's kind of a scary thing, right? Because Ormson is meant to be a tank. And right now, with Clean being taken down, 15 seconds, if they can actually make the push in, BTR might find success, so they're trying to rush for it now.
They are. They're trying to get the minion waves to kind of crash in naturally at the same time, as you can see, into the mid, into the top bot side as well, with the Fate Rewind being used once again, but can they get a little bit more here for the side of Twisted Minds?
I think they have to give up on this. Even though they're low, it is better to have security. 30 seconds before the Shadow Overlord comes in for the side of the taking. And BTR, I think they've made the correct decision here. 25 seconds more.
This is one thing we've been noticing with the teams from like last year that are still like sticking around with the same kind of roster. Like last year, they would have committed the bit to that fight and they would have died, and then the enemy team would have turned it all around and it would have been a complete reverse for their potential victims. But now, we see a lot more concise decision-making from these players.
Yes, it is. And right now is more than important, right? To be able to make the correct decision. Because right now, the position that Twisted Minds are in, one mistake costs you this game. Now with that, BTR, they will be able to secure it in short time. And now Zhang Yu has gotten it. BTR, what's the next move?
What's the next move indeed is going to be the potential for the side of BTR. They get the Shadow Overlord. They are looking to make sure that these minion waves are crashing in at the same time, because Twisted Minds have been doing an easy time by just clearing them out one by one.
Yeah, and you notice the positioning on TM, Twisted Minds, they don't really stick together because you don't want to allow that Ormson flash stun combination. Once that lands down, he was able to follow up, Tubbs was able to follow up, and Zhang Q will execute everyone in one fell swoop.
Yeah, when you're playing with circles, you want to be at a square if you are Twisted Minds. I mean, they're slowly but surely trying to bring back that goal lead, right? About 4K behind now. Was definitely a little bit more moments ago, but right now,
all right, this
Vanguards.
Is where, yeah, all the important ultimates matter, right? Hailang needs to get that reset to be able to save damage being dealt by BTR. Ormson gets the radius.
Oh, the radius has been popped there, but it's going to be the Fate Rewind once again. Oh, okay, City Boy, a little bit lost for words there. Has to get back into the back line of TM, Twisted Minds, but still once again, they've defended the base. Can they do it when this Vanguard comes through top side of the map?
Not going to be easy because Hailang does not have his ultimate now. He cannot reset the damage being dealt by BTR. BTR, this is their one and only chance.
Yes, you can see here, John Q just trying to put the pressure onto City Boy as well, down to the bot side of the map. Once again, Ormson just trying to find that low strangler, but there, it's going to be tough. Attacking the crystal, but there it is! Then we get BTR taking game 5.
One critical moment and BTR seems to be the one that edges it over the side of Twisted Minds. Beautiful game, very calculated strike, and a beautiful draft once again from Om Kurus.
Before the break, it was in favor for the side of Twisted Mind in a 2-1 fashion here. The Om Kurus magic here and the mentality coming in from the Bigetron boys has proven to a different level here. And right now, they get back 2 back-to-back games in a rather dominating fashion.
Right, so do we consider the potential of Twisted Minds coming back for a 3-3 scoreline? We go into ultimate battle, or does BTR just sweep everything away?
I feel like with the performance coming in from Bigetron by Vitality, I don't want to jinx them, but it seems to me that the early to mid game has been consistently clean thus far.
That's true, and look, this is one of the most successful picks coming in from Hailang, his Hano. This is one of the few times it has been taken down in KIC 2025, and BTR to be able to do that, it shows you they have gotten on a new level. Now, is this enough to topple the KMW hopefuls? I don't know.
They are at the finish line right now, but you need to be able to cross over it, so they need to do every single thing right for the next game if it don't want to reset it back to an ultimate battle 50-50 here. So everything is on the line for both of these teams. For Twisted Minds, one more loss sends them home all the way to Italy. For the side of Bigetron Vitality, one more win sends them to the top 6.
I say that's the problem though, right? Like if Twisted Minds gets that ultimate battle, it more than likely favors them right into a blind draft. Or will BTR be able to draft the Yangji Andolia combo, which they like to do in the ultimate battles, rather than go for the Jing, and then it's going to give the topple for John Q, but that's obviously only time will tell.
Actually, I'm super curious why they have not used the Yang Jian combination yet, right? Isn't that like a good draft to have?
So for what I have experienced so far watching Twisted Mind and OG, it seems to me that Yangji and Dolia is not in their playbook.
No. So BTR, they chose Dolia in game number 1, but Twisted Mind stole away Yang Jian, so they couldn't actually use the combo. So until they get to the ultimate battle, that's when that combo will come through.
That is correct, coming in from Blam. And for Twisted Mind itself, I don't think that the Dolia and also potentially the Nerza is in their playbook itself. I'm still expecting them to bring it out, because if they don't bring it out and it's in Game 6 itself, you don't have any way of bringing it out.
I think it's important they bring it out in the next game, right? Because I am pretty sure Bigetron will try to secure the organ for themselves. At the same time, I think BTR right now, you kind of make sure that Shanks doesn't get the RD still.
That is correct. And I think staple bans coming in for the next game for the side of Twisted Minds, Arlie and potentially the Jing. And for BTR, it is to ban away picks like the Mind Shenui away from Hailang.
Important picks. The Jing one, I think, you know what? I'm not going to expect a Jing anymore. If BTR wants to do this, they need to just not care about the Jing. That's a free ban.
And so far, they have been very flexible around that point. They've been using the fact that, hey, you're over tunnel visioning on the Zankyu hero pool, but you forgot it's Zankyu. He plays everything in that jungle here.
And here's the head-to-head for the junglers. Clean and John Q coming through here. 3-0-1. You can see that obviously the participation in kills, he was always there, using that Hardened Jade Steel, and obviously damage taken, roughly around about the same, but damage dealt, 103k is crazy.
And comparing towards Clean, 28,000 damage only on the Nakoruru. We saw how Zankyu systematically solo kill Clean in that side lane, which put this carry assassin jungler pick further behind in that growth curve.
Yep, so invasion rate 100 to 8. This is why he is the better jungler in this matchup. It is Zankyu. It's going to be our MVP of game number 5 at this point. One more game wins it for the side of IKL.
Oh, he's holding up the number 1 in his chin there. He's saying that one more is what we need as the IKL's first seed in this lower bracket here.
Yeah, 3-0-1, what an impressive scoreline. 27% of the team's damage as well. And truly, they are being in this position of series point. One more will do the job, but it's also the same case for the side of Twisted Minds. They just need one more to come back.
Exactly, and this is a rather familiar case for me, whereby game number 4, the Magee and also the Mai Shernui was really taken down 90 in that flash lane, and this was the solo kill coming in from Zanku, asserting dominance against Clean in that matchup here, and this might be the final push here. No, this is the blunder coming in from the side of BTR that gives a bit of a breathing room for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yep. So this one was 90 performance, right? He was on the best form in this particular moment, but unfortunately for them, right, the stuns coming from Ormso, they made a keen decision to go for the crystal, and this is what I like about the global teams now. They've made it a very clean cut. We know when we need to take the crystal, and we'll go for it.
Exactly. I mean, that crystal went down so fast, I just didn't know what to call it. You know, like, they could have stopped it at any moment, but no, they just went full frontal assault there onto the side of BTR. And we're going to check in with that knockout bracket like we do every game. It's going to be a 3-2 to the side of BTR. So now it's at the judgment of Twisted Minds. Can they decide to take or execute a game number 6 and take it to a 3-3? Or do BTR take this to a 4-2?
And heroes are getting dwindled down in that pool itself here, so I'm very interested to see what side Twisted Mind actually picks coming into Game 6 itself.
Yeah, I think that's going to affect quite a lot. At the same time, if you take a look at the performance by Zhang I think it's safe to say Clean can execute the Fate in the same manner, same quality as well. So that is a potential pick for them. And whether it works against the Ogren, who knows?
Well, for what I know, heroes are, yes, available due to the global ban picks here. This is 5 games already in our face, but in terms of the jungle performance form here, Twisted Minds, rather consistent, I would say. I'm sorry, BTR's jungle, Zhang rather consistent, I would say.
Do you think the gooding for Zhang Fei onto the side of Twisted Minds is going to be what the aim here for the side of BTR? Because obviously they are very lacking within their jungle, within their support tanks.
Well, for the side of Twisted Minds, they already expended Zhang Fei in Game 1 with City Boy. And I think, from what I know, the pull that is available for the side of Twisted Minds is the Pay Byron.
Ooh, Pay Byron, but you have the Ogren available from the side of BTR.
It's a skill matchup at this point.
This is where, look, the coaching staff, they're so impressive because they always keep a trump card hidden, right? It's going to be a 50-50 matchup. And I think it really comes down to this roam here. Because, look, BTR still has access into Lapu Lapu. Now, this is something you need to ban.
That is something you need to ban, and Ormson has been the consistent factor in finding those engages and those big catches on towards the Twisted Mind members here. And with the clock running down for the final minute here, BTR and Twisted Mind has to finalize their draft here. For BTR, it's very simple here. Even if they lose this game, at the very least, they go into an ultimate battle here. But Twisted Minds, with pressure on their shoulder, they need to do whatever it takes to push it to Game 7.
Really, I think the ultimate battle is kind of like the most stressful situation for both these teams. Because fatigue is going to set in. We've been at this for probably about an hour and a half in a row.
No, it's almost 2 hours, man. Like, give me some time back.
Really?
Give me my dues, man. I've been doing this for 2 hours.
So
one game.
3 games of 20 minutes, that's an hour, and then 18 minutes for one of the games and 12 minutes for one of the games here. So that's been about almost 2 hours here. So definitely you can see the players are starting to get tired. Hero pools are running down to a very bare minimum. I need to see what are they planning on towards this phase here. Is Twisted Minds still going to target Zankyu's Jing and Zan's Arlie, or are they going to give it over to the opponent and draft something as a counter pick?
I'm not sure, because at this point there's so many factors you need to consider, right? Number 1, the hero pool. Number 2, the mental state of the players. And number 3, what kind of rotations will you want to make? Because when fatigue sets in, it's kind of hard to take a look into the peek into the minds of your opponents.
Because it fogs your brain and gives you the sense of like you cannot dwindle down into the most precise of the target selection or the rotations here, but this is Twisted Minds defaulting towards the blue side with BTR on towards the red side. And Jing, once again, removed from the pool. You don't want Zankyou after that insane performance to come onto this pick again.
Yeah, essentially you're kind of like giving him a 50% or 60% win rate chance with the Jing, right? So BTR, same thing. It's all about restricting Clean and Hailang here, at least in the start. And they will not allow it. So the Mai, the Arlie, taken away from the picking pool on both sides.
So Twisted Mind has a few options here. They could first pick the Luna and take the Guan Yu to counter out against the Liang. And BTR has the option of going into the all-ground route here. Hence, you see this Luna lock away entirely here. We might just see the pay into the all-ground matchup in this game itself. But the first pick, Fuzi here coming in from Twisted Minds.
Okay, I like this. Late game insurance, the Fuzi is a monster in the late game. At the same time, mini stunts that will help you in the team fights as well.
And there's also potential of Twisted Minds playing the Fuzi and also the Dolia combo here for that double lockdown. But this needs to come in the form whereby 90 cannot afford for any laning phase loss.
Okay, so we have a tank shredder, or essentially a huge knife in the form of the Fuzi. We have the biggest and newest hero here, Lapu Lapu, coming in with the regional strength. And now we have a Shi. Even more control.
Yep, the Reef Half Datu and the Silk Weaver herself. This dual combo here provides a lot of crowd control here. I'm gonna guide you in a direction for Twisted Minds draft. Potentially we might see double fighters in both side lanes, and then this pay will be the sole marksman, pseudo marksman in this draft alone.
Okay, Twisted Minds, I like this response as well, right? You want to have control, that's great, but there's a squishy mid on the form of the Shi. If I get those Matrix down and I get my Annihilation over, I could turn the whole team fight around.
Very late game draft here coming in from Twisted Minds. You have the Nuwa on towards Highland. You have the Fuzi on towards 90 here. They cannot withstand any single form of early game loss here. If they do, this puts them in such a terrible position here. But BTR picking up the Marco Polo in that third pick here. This goes into question here. Does Twisted Mind remove all the potential counter picks here from Zankyu's pool?
Curious about this Marco pick, right? Because end of the day, Twisted Minds, they have quite a bit of control. You have the Fuzi Sage's Smite, you have the Corporal Punishment, you have the Nuwa Creation blocks. These are all stop Marco Polo's ultimate. And even if, you know, Zan goes for the Purify, you can't stop everything.
Wait, I remember this setup. This looks like a Zhuangzi jungle coming in from inside of BTR.
Are you serious?
No. But I remember the Shi, Marco Polo, and Sun Ce for the side of BTR, and the last pick was a Zhuangzi when they showed the situation.
Do not play with my heart now. Twisted Minds, I think they'll be happy to see the Zhuangzi. Look, BTR did not find success in that game. I was not on the broadcast, but Twisted Minds, okay, they steal it away. They know the potential of the Zhuangzi here.
And it's a good pick coming in for the side of Twisted Minds because you have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Sun Ce, you have the Shi. All these heavy crowd control picks being removed by Zhuangzi's ultimate, the Dream Wanderer's ultimate here. The Butterfly effect will come into superior use against their lineup, but Twisted Minds draft here. Very late game here. The only strong early game is in the hands of Pei on that clean hero here.
But do you want to invade? Like who's going to be helping you in the invade if you're on BTR, right? I think it still comes down to, okay, how many camps can you take away?
I'm interested to see whether this Zhuangzi on towards City Boy brings Smite like Chaz did back in the group stage itself.
It has to, right? I think you want to win the early game advantage. Smite is definitely the win condition for you because it's a soft guarantee. Oh no, it's a hard guarantee you get
That's correct. Whereby I have a worry coming in from Twisted Minds draft, and it's also a praise towards the side of Bigetron from Vitality. They have been very systematically perfect in shutting out 90 on those side lane picks here. We saw how the Charlotte was ganked. We saw how the Fatih was being pummeled down by the Martial Genius coming in from Tough Z. In this game alone, he's playing the Fuzi, and Fuzi, if he falls behind, the recovery road is gonna be very rocky up there.
Yeah, look at the Seafarer here coming in for the Sun Ce pick. I think that one is a little bit curious for me because I want to see how big of an impact it is. I think based on what you said, BTR is definitely going to place a lot of attention on towards the clash lane, right? Because you want to minimize the value that City Boy on this Zhuangzi has. And he did not take Smite. He's actually taking the heals.
Still a very safe option here. They want to play it slow, they want to play it safe, but this is Game 6 here. Final chance for Twisted Minds to equalize the series, and one chance for BTR to push it to a 4-2 finish and advance as IKL's champ into the top 6. This is the matchup that we are seeing today, the first series best of 7.
Yes, BTR looking for match point here as well, but I want to put my tinfoil hat on for a second. Did the coach of BTR try and force the same kind of draft to make the side of Twisted Minds force the hand for the Zhuangzi here so they didn't take it onto the side of BTR?
I actually like that question a lot, right? Because that puts you in a perspective where, hey, you do research on your opponents, you want to take a look at what kind of strategies they come up with. And honestly, with the Zhuangzi, it does help the side of BTR. But right now, Twisted Minds, they know the answer. It is aggression over aggression, and they make the first steal of the game.
They do go for the Azure Golem here from the side of BTR. I mean, on a pick like the Kunming as well, right? You really need to get that Azure Golem.
Yep, it's kind of a wonder why Zhangqiu didn't prio that particular one, but they're sharing gold, they're sharing EXP, so they're trying to match up the farming pace. But Clean with that steal, I think he's definitely going to be ahead.
Yeah, absolutely ahead right now. I mean, he's ahead. Obviously, the XP lead is pretty much neck and neck there. I think he will get to level 4 just before Zhangqiu though, however.
Alright, the level difference at this point, I don't think will make a big hit onto the side of BTR, but Twisted Minds, I would feel that they have the advantage in terms of team fighting right now.
Yeah, like I say, obviously they have the Shuangzi, right? Like obviously that's going to be a little bit of a wedge between these team fights, especially in terms of the amount of CC that we see on the side of BTR.
I mean, if you take a look at the competition by BTR, one of the strengths that you will see is they're actually able to deal a lot of damage, right? And this is one of the win conditions against the Zhuangzi butterfly effect. So when you use the butterfly effect, you actually gain a shield based on the health amount or health pool of City Boy. So if they're able to melt that down really quickly, who cares about that CC immunity?
I mean, that's the thing though, with the CC immunity, you've got so much to choose from. Do you CC immune the set sail the potential comes through? Is it the Silk imprint, or is it Lapu Lapu's ultimate? Like, which one do you decide to go for?
Yeah, and they can actually layer it, which is kind of a difficult situation for City Boy at this point. But I don't think that is possible at this point because Twisted Minds, they have the upper hand in damage, and I don't see how Zhangqiu is supposed to stand up against Clean at this portion of the game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, right? Obviously, he's going to be playing more towards the backline there, but it's definitely going to be tricky for him, especially with the fact that they're going to play the dual marksman combo here with the Pei as well as the Flowborn marksman here as well. Obviously, the Arrow Storm is going to be a thorn in his side, let's say the least.
Yeah, we'll see Shanks looking to be pressured here against the support.
Just look at how much damage Flowborn Marksman does so early on. I literally played a ranked game with this hero before going onto broadcast and win because they're just crazy amount of damage.
Yeah, I know, right? And the growth potential, can you imagine if Clean has maintained this advantage in the jungle? This is going to be a good game for the side of Shanks.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to be expecting Tufts and Ormson to be taking a lot of that damage from the Flowborn Marksman as well.
In fact, you might even get a surprise nick onto the side of Zhangqiu. I think that's going to be a massive value. And you can see, Nailang is just, he doesn't need to land the damage. Oh, what he did!
Yep, the creation blocks do come through there as well as the Annihilation, but it's only going to chunk off that health bar, right? Like, it's not actually going to kill anybody just yet.
But with the burst that Clean has, I think that's a great strategy to have, right? At the same time, look, Neil has been trying time and time again. He has not been able to find Shanks at all. Shanks' positioning this game has been perfect.
Oh, that Arrow Storm was completely mitigated there. He's just kind of like riding on the edge of that ultimate range, which is really well played there by the side of Zhan. But now, we're already at 4 minutes. Tyrant onto the board here. Do we get a steal from Twisted Minds as it's been started by BTR?
High potential, right? You can't stun Clean, there's no way.
But I mean, if you send the hair, I mean, that's a very early knockoff. I mean, oh, a little bit too early on the Lapu Lapu ultimate there for the side of BTR, but can they turn this around? No, the first blood goes over to the side of Twisted Minds. They're looking to run down the side of BTR. Tufts down, Zhan down, Obson down. Ugh, brother, oh, they get one back, they get two.
All right, they'll see, they force the flash out from Shanks as well, but a beautiful fight from the side of Twisted Minds. This one definitely is a win for them, right? Showing you the effectiveness of the Zhuangzi ultimate, the butterfly effect. It doesn't matter if you don't need the CC, it's the shields, because they need to be able to last against the damage. And now with a financial advantage against BTR, they're gonna have better items, better levels, and better damage.
Exactly. Getting all those resources over to the side of Twisted Minds probably going to be the reason why they can try and take this early game, especially early to mid game, and these team fights as they are assuring.
Yeah, I think as the game goes later, you will see that 90 and Clean, they're going to be able to tank quite a bit of damage, which is a concern for BTR. Late game, do they have the damage? I don't think Zhan is going to offer too much. He needs a long time to get rid of the members like 90 as well as Shanks.
Exactly. There's going to be, I mean, maybe we're relying on the damage reduction that could be taking place here, obviously, with the physical damage reduction that Sunset can do.
we'll see if that's enough, right? I mean, Tufts is not a one-man army at this point. He can get a beautiful setup, but Zankyu needs a lot of help to be able to land the finishing blows. The winning strategy is a great single target burst, but you have to deal with like the 5 members of Twisted Minds that are going to be running amok for sure.
Running amok for sure. Obviously, T1 down to the bot side, trading for the Clash Lane T1 as well. They were able to get the Overlord onto the side of BTR. The set sail is coming through. You can see here that 90 is just waiting in the wing. Maybe he's like, hey, take me, Captain. But no, he's going for the re-invade, but it's just going to launch into that brush.
Yeah, but it's all great sights for the side of Twisted Minds, right? This game is looking fantastic for them. They're taking a T1 at the bottom, which has been traded. Yes, on the T1 on the top, but in terms of gold advantage, they have a steady 1,000 gold lead.
Steady 1,000 gold lead for the side of Twisted Minds, just far. But I mean, Zahn, every time he picks the Marco Polo, he's basically very absent from the team fight, right? Like, we always see him play this kind of like macro Marco.
Macro Marco, I think it's not bad. I mean, that's why the hero is that's his strength, right? But the thing is, hang on.
Speaking of strengths, Sage Mike comes through. Obviously, nice. Lapa gets a triple knock-up there. CC Immunity comes through for the side of City Boy there on the side of Twisted Minds, but damage comes through for John Q, but it is going to be the trade for Tufts. Clash for Clash. John Q goes down, but it's going to be Jungle for Jungle 2. Kenzan able to get the side of them. Oh, okay. He does able to use the second skill, the dash out of there, but they are all low health bars. Neil cannot get the catch.
Yep, Hailang, he does not have the Annihilation as well. Zahn can be very thankful for that. They don't really get too much damage across the gorge in terms of the turrets, but nice steal attempt from the side of Zahn. Right now, it's up for Twisted Minds to turn this around. We're waiting for that cooldown onto Hailang's ultimate. Annihilation is going to be used!
Oi! It does land onto Neil, but I mean, it's not going to be too much of a problem, right? Like, Neil was baiting that one. He was like, you know what, if you want to find somebody, find me.
Yeah, but it buys a lot of time for the side of Twisted Minds, right? So that's great. They forced a recall from the side of BTR, which means 90 gets the push for free.
He does get the push for free there in the bot side of the map. Just guys get some more gold over to his favor. Currently already built the Sparkforged Dagger. Looking to go into the Glacial Buckler next one, right?
Yeah, that's definitely the case, right? Because I think that's going to provide, number one, a very nice 20% cooldown reduction, and the ability to survive in this game is so important as well.
Yeah, especially if he's going to be the wedge between the teams of BTR and Twisted Minds, especially the potential kind of first initiation with that Sage's Might.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, look, I find that Zahn needs to play to perfection this game, because if he does not land his skills, then it's going to be a very tough fight, because they already have City Boy, who is a safety condition for the side of BTR. Once again, life is tough. Clean has stolen that Crimson buff away from BTR.
Yeah, life is tough when you get your Crimson Golem stole away from you, but also your Azure Golem as well previously. So we've only seen here that Clean just trying to put the pressure onto Zhang Q, as he's been previously, especially in that last series, such a dominant force for the side of BTR.
It's pretty impressive that Zhang Q is actually managing to keep pace, right? Considering the fact that Clean did make that initial invade into the jungle, they have not been able to find such a situation again.
Not at this moment in time. Obviously, even with the T1s into the bot and top side of the map, they really haven't found any kind of team fight to be had into the jungle. Maybe potentially when we get these Tyrants, the Shadow Variants, onto the board in about 50 seconds time, then we'll see that again.
Yeah, but you know what? Everything on the stats here, pointing... Oh, hang on.
Uh-oh. Speaking of stats, we're seeing a stat attack into the enemy jungle, and there it was. Takedown onto Tufts, takedown onto Zahn, but there's the arrow storm into the back line, trying to get the takedown onto even more inside of BTR, but Neil finally gets a catch. Shanks and 90 go down.
That's insane damage coming out from Zhang Q as well. And this is a nice combination on the side of BTR. It was looking very good, Twisted Minds. I want to point you in the direction of Hailang. This guy is 5,000 plus gold already in terms of his gold accumulation. He has massive amounts of damage, and somehow BTR still won that fight.
Oh, he's looking to be the carry of this game, right? Like, obviously, if you look at Pei will fall off towards the mid game, and then obviously that's when Hailang is going to activate. But they're looking to get him online a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we'll see. Clean consistently going for the steals on the Crimson Golem. It's been managing to find a lot of success, but right now, the 10-minute mark, this is where BTR wants to make a beeline straight for the Tyrant, but there's an immediate trade.
A Tyrant for an Overlord here. We're looking for a switch up of objectives between these two teams. Oh, I thought that was going to be still. That was close.
Yeah, that was extremely close. By the skin of their teeth. And with that Twisted Minds, though, they do get a bit of macro advantage, but BTR, they're looking for a fight here. They want the T1 in the mid.
They do want that T1 in the mid, but it's going to be at the hands of Twisted Minds. The Annihilation just almost completely wiping out John Q there.
I thought he was done for. His reactions are on point.
Oh, absolutely. Using that teleport out there. It's not the flash, just teleport him with that second skill.
Yeah, literal shift time. So with that being said, BTR, they're holding out own, and this is going to switch into the advantage of Twisted Minds because they have that advantage.
Oh, they did have the advantage, but now Neil gets taken down, literally wiped, as well as John Q as well. That's not what you want if you are BTR, especially with Tufts. He was out of the team fight. He was looking for the split push, but they had the Shadow Vanguard. The emergence comes through here as well, but it's going to be given over to the side of 90.
Yeah, man, this is going to be 20 long seconds for the side of BTR. Zonkyu is still out. The T2s will be guaranteed on the bottom side of the map. They also have the Shadow Overlord in the top side, which Clean has already made his way over.
I think this is already spelling a sign of the times, right? This is definitely going to be going to an ultimate battle here between Twisted Minds and BTR. BTR, with this draft, have not had the greatest early game and not looking to show any color soon.
Right, they have the 5 members on the side of BTR available. Ormson is going to be up in the next few seconds. They did use Annihilation. Zan is still alive. The defense is possible.
Oof, well, the Arrow Storm into the back line there. Neil almost took an L once again, but that's going to be the CC immunity from that Schwangser pick. Coming in clutch here, completely mitigating that set sail.
I mean, the state of the map for the side of the Gorge here, it looks like a 20-minute game at this point, but we're only 12 minutes in.
It's crazy. I mean, this kind of like moment in the time of the game seems to like last even further and further as we get into this series so far, but right now, BTR, they're looking to keep John Q alive, but Clean is on the prowl.
Oh, they have found him!
Oh, the Fever Barrage, but it's going to be the missed ultimate there from the Lapu Lapu. That could cost Orbson his life and potentially his teammates, but it is going to set sail into the back line. It does get the catch, but the CC immunity comes through. Tufts gets taken down.
Group cleanse. This is why the Trunks are so great. City Boy with the heals as well as the anti-CC. Now BTR, they have to run with their tails in between their legs, but they for now survive.
They do survive for now, but it is a potential barrage onto the enemy's base here. Twisted Minds with the minions into the bot side of the map. They have taken the high ground turret there. They'll look for more.
Oh, that was a little bit too close.
Yeah, close shave there by the boys on Twisted Minds, but now is the potential takedown onto 90. The driving force, the sledgehammer of Twisted Minds gets taken down.
Yeah, but it comes at a cost of the T3 in the mid for the side of BTR. A very heavy price to pay. And with that being said, this is going to be Twisted Minds. Look, this game is for them to lose. They have a 6,000 gold advantage. Majority of the gold going into the hands on the side of their jungler Clean on this page. This is one of his most special and strongest heroes right now. BTR looking for a room.
Absolute spectacle onto the side of Twisted Minds, but I mean there, Ormson taking so much damage, even the Annihilation coming through there, but it is going to be the save there, but the emergence into the backline is going to be the takedown of Clean with the Fever Barrage. Can BTR come back on top of this one?
They got the shutdown, it's a 1v1!
Oh, the Arrow Storm comes through for Shanks, he gets the takedown.
Alright, Neo is hiding, but the heals are coming through with the Star Spring from City Boy as well. Zan Q, he needs to go back home now.
Yeah, because it's only Zan Q and Neil alive. There's about 19 seconds until Ormson is back up. But is this the moment in time where Twisted Minds decides to go and push the base completely?
I think so. 90 does have the ultimate. If he locks Zan Q down, this game is over.
It could be over, but the speed of the minions through here. Twisted Minds. The masterminds, Neil gets run down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting our first ultimate battle of the KIC 2025.
And there had to be no other way. It is going to go the distance. It is going to go down to the wire. And we are excited because now, ultimate battle, you cannot ban anything.
We get our first ultimate battle, baby, in KIC 2025. This is the first one of the first prestigious tournament that we have in the year. And for Honor of Kings Esports. And right now, clock is ticking. Side selections, here we go.
All right, so this is going to be very important. So let's talk a little bit about the potential of this game. Do we go for the mirror match on the Yangjin, or does BTR just go straight for the Jing?
For BTR, what won them in the IKL Grand Finals was the Yangjin and Dolia here, but their true and trident butter here in this series so far has been the Jing on towards ZonQ. So do they prioritize it? I do not know, but is it an option? Potentially yes.
Alright, so BTR, they choose the blue side, which means the Azure Golem is going to be on the top side of the map. And this is going to favor a mana-heavy dependent hero for the side of Twisted Minds.
And it also allows the side of blue to be more reactive, I would say, whereby you get to play towards the safer side for the farm laner at the bot side here. So I'm interested to see, once the potential clash lane here, are we still going to get the Dharma, the Maestro lane picks like this for the mid and clash laners?
I don't know. This is like every time we go to an ultimate battle, I feel at a complete loss. But this is the kind of loss that I want to feel, right? I'm super happy, super excited because really, truly, the best team will win this best of 7.
For me, options for clash lane, it's 2 heroes, the Mayin and also the Dharma. These 2 are the martial combos for either of these clash lanes here. Maybe Tough Z goes for that pick for himself.
We might get the super ultimate tank strat from the side of Twisted Minds. I think this is something that Twisted Minds specialize in, right? The Hano pick, the Ambrosia, and maybe even with the Dolia as well.
I don't think it's going to be that far of an imagination stretch. I think it's going to be very meta picks. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just the Maestro running into the mid lane, obviously, potentially the Bart go into the clash lane as well, right? Like, that could still come through here, especially with the dive from the Yangjian.
Okay. I'll give you a situation, guys. Clock is ticking right now. They're finalizing the draft with 2 minutes on the clock here. I'll give you a scenario here because from what we know, Hailang has been denied of the Maestro Nui for 6 games in a row. Potentially, that could be a trap that Chorus has set up for Twisted Minds. If they bait you into the Maestro Nui, and then at the 7th pick for Ormson here, Zhuangzi.
Wow, I like this overthinking because it goes straight into our books as well. And you know what? We will entertain that thought for a while. Okay, so the baiting out of Zhuangzi roam for the side of BTR. You know what's the funniest thing? I don't think you can deny that is a potential from the side of Omkurus.
I mean, it is a potential, but it's tournament life on the line, you know? So for me, I think it's not going to be that much of a potential because you are wanting to play to the strengths of your teams because that's exactly what Twisted Mind's going to do.
But I think in a tournament setup like this at elimination, there are stakes, there are gambles that you have to take to outbest your opponent, especially in Ultimate Battle for those who are new. After 6 games in a best of 7 in honor of King's Esports, you come back into a normal match, blind pick. You don't know what your enemy picks, and the enemies don't know what you pick here. You get to choose freely with no global ban pick restriction, which also includes mirror matchups between 2 teams.
I actually prefer this particular timer here because when you see the multi-seconds behind, they're just behind running, it makes me even more anxious. Like, oh no, they're running out of time. Do they have the picks that they want? No, stop showing that. Show us the normal timer. And with that, this is going to be the situation. BTR and Twisted Minds, they have 3 minutes to lock in the draft. And this will decide their fate. But before we kickstart on that ultimate battle, of course, we will do a short review of game number 6 because the success of Twisted Minds was unmatched in game number 6.
That was indeed true. I do want to give props towards Twisted Minds for saving the picks up until game 6 because they were preparing to push this into an ultimate battle here. That Zhuangzi final roam pick really hindered the side of Bigetron Vitality in that heavy setup drop that they built for themselves.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, to be honest though, you looked at obviously BTR's draft in game number 6 wasn't anything special. Like, to me, there was a lot of faults there, especially with Neil into the mid lane. Obviously, wasn't the greatest. We've never seen him on the shirt before. It's kind of just like a little bit of a pick that just wasn't going to show anything here. Obviously, we've seen Hailang play that pick many, many times before.
With the timer being dwindled down to the 0 seconds here, both teams have locked in their drafts. But before we reveal to you the final game that will be played between Bigetron and Twisted Minds, we will have to go through Game 6 entirety of the gold, the items, and also all the items here. But the coaches will shake their hands as they take a small break before we go into that.
Alright, so we will let that simmer, we'll let that cook. Welcome once again into the ultimate battle, first one of KIC 2025 between Bigetron by Vitality as well as Twisted Minds.
It's the
Now,
ultimate
we will-
availability.
We will take a chill pill first. Let's go and take a look at the stats of game number 6 as we walk through all the different portions of what went right, what went wrong, and what could happen in game number 7.
For me, it was honestly a heavy draft mistake here for the side of Bigetron here. You drafted a very heavy engaged composition and CC heavy, but you forgot about the Zhuangzi roam here. Potentially they wanted to go for the Zhuangzi 5th, we don't know. But with the Zhuangzi that has been locked in for City Boy, it really removed the proactiveness coming in from Bigetron Vitality.
Yeah, very big value coming out from City Boy as well, right? He went for the Star Spring, and look, he just went straight tank items, extra life from the Sakuda's cloak as well, and with the magic defense, nothing that they dealt in terms of damage on the side of by the side of Bigetron by Vitality was ever enough.
For me as well, for Twisted Minds, they drafted a very late game composition. If Bigetron Vitality didn't end the game around 12 to 15 minutes, it really goes into a very slow slope of being outscaled by the Twisted Minds boys.
Yeah, they needed the goal lead to be in favor of them right from the get-go, and you could see, right, that was never the case. So we'll take a look at this difference in the mid lane. Blam, you were talking about Neo not being very familiar with this sweeping. I felt like he was very uncomfortable on this mid.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it sees here there's got 2 kills on the KDA, but I mean, other than that, like, there was no real pressure there. All the pressure was coming from Shanks, man. Every time he locks in this Flowborn marksman, he's able to dive in onto the backline with the Arrow Storm. But honestly, I mean, if you guys are all like experimenting with what could come through for the draft of the Ultimate Battle, I feel like this could come through easily.
You know what? I am in full agreement with you. I think it's one thing to have a great drop. It's also, it'll be in great synergy if it's a comfort pick for that guy.
Yes. I feel like for the Game 7 itself, we will see the draft very shortly here, but let's take a look at the early game back and forth between these two teams here, whereby although Twisted Mind has a rather early draft, but 90's good positioning allowed them to get multi-kills, only trading 3 for 2 with the Tyrant in favor of Twisted Mind, even though they got a rather late game lineup.
Yeah, in the Highline, I think this game also provided a lot of value. Look, the Matrix blocking off BTR's movement across the map, and then once they baited the members on the side of BTR in, it was just an easy job because they could tank through, soak the damage, and deal the damage back as well.
And Shanks has been very consistent, hence getting the MVP performance in this Game 6 itself. He was always at an arm's reach, but never allowed for the side of Bigetron to pounce on him.
Now, that's a great recap of what has happened in game number 6 as we run through the entire series itself. Now we welcome you to the ultimate battle. I mean, this is where everything goes down. Winner takes it all. Loser goes home. And I mean, this one you want to win.
You want to win indeed here. Everyone out of the 6 games, they have fought true and strong. It is down to this final moment as we head on to the ultimate battle. Let's do Pass It Tomorrow.
We got our own first Ultimate Battle, and now it's time for the Ultimate Battle Fan Edition. Introduce yourself, ladies.
Hi, I'm Cray. And hi, I'm Jewel. And we are fans of BTR.
BTR! And on my left, introduce yourselves.
Hello, my name is Rick.
And my name is Kuyanok, and we are fan of Twisted Mind.
Okay. BTR versus Twisted Minds. Why do you think BTR will win?
BTR will win because, oh my God, just look at the face cards. They all have the visuals. Grabe, pang K-pop siya!
Like K-pop?
Support natin BTR!
Okay. BTR has face value. What does Twisted Minds have?
Twisted Mind have the best farm laner and the best mid laner. You don't have that.
Best farm laner, best mid laner? They're saying you don't have that.
We basically have Zangkyu in our team, and we also have the best Indonesia HOK team in the world. So I don't know what else you got there.
No, we got from the world itself of team. Twisted Mind, we can twist your mind.
Oh, they have Twisted Minds. They can twist your mind.
Oh, not really. No. BTR pa din. BTR. BTR sa kalanggat. BTR!
Twisted Mind will win this game.
Okay. How about let's settle it with the fans in the arena. Let's feel their energy.
Okay, so BTR fans, repeat after me. BTR! BTR! BTR!
Okay, all right. You heard the BTR fans. Let's see if Twisted Minds can do it better. Go ahead.
When I say twisted, say mine. Twisted. Twisted. Twisted.
All right, let's do it one more time. When I say BTR, repeat after me. BTR.
BTR! BTR! BTR!
Okay, how about this side? When I say twisted, you say minds. Twisted! Twisted! All right. Okay, all right. Let's see who has the highest energy. All together! Now we gotta head it back to the game. This is the ultimate battle between BTR and Twisted Minds. Let the games begin.
Welcome back, and this is the ultimate battle here. Game 7 between Bigetron by Vitality on towards the blue side and Twisted Minds on towards the red side here. This is where they decide their fate. Loser goes home, BTR. Twisted Minds, who goes to the top 6?
The price is steep, but the cost and the rewards is going to be well worth it at that point. Now, with that being said, we will review the lineup on both sides, lane by lane. So we'll start with the Clash lane.
Mayin, Dharma. That's my expectation going into this direct matchup between both Tubs and also 90 here.
Yep, I'm curious to see how many mirror matches we'll get. Or do we get just complete different lineups for both these teams?
I think the farm laners will be a contest between Arlie and also Long between the two players here, between Zan and Shanks.
Okay, that one is very interesting, right? Because if this has to be the difference maker. Ultimate Battle, you get to pick whatever you want. The only cost is you don't know what is going to be picked up by your opponents. Now, BTR and Twisted Minds, they are one of the last few representatives of their regions, so they have to make this work.
Exactly here, and with the ultimate banner dumbing down for the ultimate battle drop, your first picks here will be both the Dharma being secured by Tufzy and also 90 here, a big setup factor that will be going into both Clash laners' hand.
Nothing hurts more than the truth, especially when you don't want to hear it. In this particular one, it is going to be the loser gets sent home. Both Clash laners putting their trust, but in the jungle, completely different. The Yang comes out for Zhang Q. It's a pay for clean.
Yang versus Pei matchup, very iconic here. This is BTR going to their stride, the true ones that they've got on towards the IKL Grand Finals here. This is potentially the Yang Dolia with the Yuhuan Dolia for BTR.
This is looking very scary. BTR, they have super sustain. Twisted Minds, they have super burst.
Correct. For Twisted Minds draft right now, this draft alone, this is the matchup that we highlighted here. For Shanks, it's Arlie. For the side of Zhan, this is alone. I'm potentially thinking for Twisted Mind, is this last pick a Diadia or a Zhangwei? Because BTR is confirmed to be a Dolia.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. You know, you want to win, you want to take the risk.
Let's go!
And it's a Dolia refresh coming in for the side of BTR. It's going to be Yuhuan, Rome for the side of Twisted Minds.
The scaling is much in favor for the side of Bigetron by Vitality here. Twisted Mind needs to play towards their winning condition here. This is in the form of Hailang, in the form of 90, finding those big engages in this ultimate battle.
Yep, it all comes down to this one, ultimate battle. Once again, if you're new here, Bigetron by Vitality, game number 7 against Twisted Minds. Winner takes it all. They proceed further into the lower brackets, and loser gets sent home.
Back-to-back 6 games down the line to decide who advances to the top 6 and who takes the plane back home. Let's save the talk and let's get into the ultimate battle.
That's right, we will have this game. You only want success. You have worked so hard to get here. You have to make it count.
So we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate battle, the first one for the KIC 2025. BTR going up against Twisted Minds. Everything rides on this one. Tournament life, but also top 6 positioning. Twisted Minds City Boy taking a lot of damage already in the mid lane, but it's okay. He's Huan.
Yeah, I mean the heals will be coming through from that Melody of Peace. At the same time, it's about Shanks. Shanks needs to get all the farm. He needs to make the early rotations as well. But BTR held well to hold him here.
Potentially trying to get the dive onto Orbs here, but also helping themselves in the enemy jungle. Obviously, just going to be cleaning and sweeping up.
First blood.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to get the first blood here for the side of Twisted Minds, but this is a clear buddying system coming through here. Shanks just trying to put the pressure on, trying to just convert. There is a clear rotation here from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, very clean gameplay from Twisted Minds. 4-member rotations coming in, and this is to the success on the side of Twisted Minds as well. So far, look, the strategy by the side of BTR is slightly different. We're going to freeze the lane. We're going to get the EXP advantage. Meanwhile, it's going to be the same case for the side of Tough Z as well as 90. This mirror match needs to be in favor of one of them.
It does indeed. I mean, the fact that they both got the Huan, right, kind of like negates the fact of the range that you would normally see in the mid lane for Neil going up against Highlang. It's just like, hey, who's trying to catch out who with the mournful tempo?
Yeah, exactly. Look, the damage output from Highlang is going to be much more efficient compared to Neil. Neil is the setup for the team, but right now, it also is the growth about Zhang Q. So far, both junglers have been left undisturbed to try and get whatever they want in their side of the jungle.
Yes. Currently just bring back down the play, but it's going to be the first blood clean with the space bright down to the mid lane. Gets that first kill onto the side of Twisted Minds. But I mean, from the dictation of that rotation we've been seeing from the early game, did you expect anything else?
No, this one is going to be a bit difficult. Zan here, he can't TP. He knows that Highline may be waiting for him, but this is going to be important. He needs the farm to match with Shanks as well.
Yes, Zan obviously got out of that one with a bit of a skin of his teeth now, but Tubbs going up against 90. 90's already done a lot of damage here. We expect to see the sustain from Neil, but he's not level 4 just yet.
Yeah, like, look, I'm trying to figure out where is this power spike timing from the side of BTR, right? We need that level 4 of Awesome. They have it already, but the ganks have not been started by BTR at all.
I feel like it has to come to the late game. Like, you have to wait to make sure that Zan's online. That's probably the way we're going to be looking at this one.
So you're saying 12 minutes, right, for late game?
No, Tempest Dragon. Tempest Dragon. Come on, we may as well finish the series off with a smile.
Yeah, that would be a huge marker of success. And I mean, the ultimate respect given to both teams, right? Having put in 6 games in total, back and forth all the time, this is going to be very important.
Oh, very important. I mean, like we said, obviously everything's on the line here. And then speaking of which, Twisted Minds is playing exactly like as if it is, because they're currently up by a 1k goal lead right now against BTR. But I mean, this is all down to Clean playing that pay.
Yeah, look at that Clean wave clear here coming in from the side of Twisted Minds, right? That's really quick. They make the rotations as well. Ormson gets the vision.
Clean here, getting caught out. Potential Ormson has to use the the wave breaker to get out, but the flash in. He gets the hit, but into the back line. We're looking for some more. And Zhang Q drives away the best of the boys on Twisted Minds.
Yep, the pacing from Twisted Minds is just a little bit too fast to handle at this point. 15 more seconds before the first neutral objectives spawn. Twisted Minds probably have this in the bag. I don't think Zhang Q can contest.
No, I don't think so either. I don't think so either. They don't really have what it takes at the moment in time. There's too much damage for the side of Twisted Minds, especially Clean on this pay. But again, so much pressure down to the bottom side of the map as we see that Tyrant spawn for the first time in its ultimate battle.
They're winning everywhere. Twisted Minds are winning at the top, in the mid, on the bot as well. Right here, Zhang Q may be able to change the fate of the team. Will he go in for the dive? He needs someone else to set him up. At the same time, 90 has been checking.
Yeah, checking him out in that bush there. 90 just knows. He knows. It's like, you know what? Nothing ever comes free in this game. You have to make sure your backs are covered. Nice. But at the same time, the back may not be covered here by the side of BTR. Orbson goes down. And then again, Neil Zane follows suit. Clean with a double kill.
Yep, this is a very strong performance. They get everything. They get the steals, they get the kills onto the Tyrant as well. Twisted Minds now up by 3,000 gold in the first 5 minutes of the game. I think the late game here is going to be at least 10 minutes.
Can we even get there? Can we even get to the late game? I mean, 5 minutes in, T1 takedown, Tyrant gone, double kills already happening here for the side of Twisted Minds. They have been riding their whole tournament life on this moment.
Yeah, look, they lose so much. The T1 in the mid, in the bot, have been taken down. Twisted Minds, they're feeling very strong. They're going to push this advantage. They already have achieved 4,000 gold in the space of 5 minutes.
That's a lot of gold. That's 1K per minute almost at this moment in time here for the side of Twisted Minds. BTR currently are just playing on the back foot, but this is all thanks to the likes of the pay, right? I mean, we saw from the early part of the game, Neil, Highlang, as well as City Boy and Clean all rotating at the same time. Really just funneling everything into Clean. They know they can carry him to victory.
Yeah, Clean now has 1,000 GPM at the current moment. 5,000 gold in his pocket at the 5-minute mark. Twisted Minds, they're finding success, and also there's a huge level gap. If Clean gets his hands on the Zan, Neo or Ormson, it's guaranteed death's door.
Yes, exactly. T2 may potentially get taken down here as well. We do see, obviously, Shanks fly into the back line there, using his Parasol just to get out alive. But he's just there. I mean, we haven't even seen Shanks come online yet.
Yeah, that's why. But he's already 1,000 gold ahead of Zan. That's the scary thing. And right now, Twisted Minds, with the 5,000 gold lead, they're looking to break a couple more T2s. Once they have access into the T3s, you can be sure this Twisted Minds will look for the finish.
They will look for the finish here, potentially. I mean, they are just brewing up the potential takedown and siege of the enemy Crystal right now as they obviously help themselves to the enemy jungle. I mean, BTR, Zhang Q, I don't think he even feels at home in his own jungle.
There's no way, right? And the hiding by 90 is so important at this point as well. So one big ultimate from 90. This is going to seal the face that BTR find themselves in because they're on the back foot.
They are on the back foot. I mean, BTR just have to kind of do anything right. They have to try and get some kind of priority, as you see it here, top side of the map. We see that Tubbs is trying to push T1 just to try and do anything, just try and get some kind of resemblance and pressure here from the side of Twisted Minds.
I think it's really more delaying the damage that Twisted Minds can do against them, right? They've already lost the T2 at the bottom as well. So this is going to be the start of a very difficult journey of defense.
A very difficult journey here for the side of BTR. The defense is going to be a aggressive one.
Yep, 6,000 gold ahead for the side of Twisted Minds, looking for an opening. Once again, Ormson, he's trying to provide vision, but he's been getting caught out. The punishment has been really painful for the side of BTR.
Zhang Q, he's looking for a dive onto the line's back line. Shanks almost got deleted there, but now it's going to be the Truth Marcher from the back line there. 90 saving his team, but then Tufts falls down as well. Cleans, there's too much damage. They're looking to pick apart the side of BTR with his minion wave, top side of the map.
I mean, it's a rampage for this Tigress pick here. Clean already has dismantled that top T2, and with that, look at the gold ranking. He's close to 8,000 gold already. This is more than 1,000 gold per minute.
A lot of gold onto the side of Twisted Minds. As you see, all top 3 of the boys are from the KMW, and they're not looking to stop here.
Yeah, this one is too clean, too painful at this point. There is no buffs available for the side of BTR, so they're fighting against a extra big Titan at this point. Twisted Minds carrying the hopes of not just their own team, but OG, but KMW as well.
Exactly. I mean, OG even gave him the blessing, right? Obviously, we saw you speak to Keke, and he was like, hey, what team do you want to win if you don't win? It was like Twisted Minds. So they have the dream OG behind them. They have the fate of KMW as well. The radius being procced here by the side of Twisted Minds.
We'll see if they can deal the finishing blow at this point. BTR, right now, they're left with the T3s. We're not even at the 10-minute mark just yet. 90 seconds away. This Shadow Tyrant or Shadow Overlord might be the finishing formula.
It could be, right? I mean, they need to formulate something here for the side of BTR rather than just waiting for this ultimate aggression from the side of Twisted Minds. As you can see, around about 9k gold lead right now as we get before pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, this is so scary. Now they have the Tyrant buff to work with as well, so they can actually make an extra push. The timers on the reset of the buffs will be coming up soon. Azure Golem available for the taking for the side of Twisted Minds, and after that, it will be the Crimson Golem at the bottom side.
Yes, Crimson Golem bot side here, potentially getting stolen from the side of BTR. Once again, up to the Azure Golem here, just completely just getting laid waste to. I mean, why would you give it over to BTR right now when you haven't let them have a single crumb all game?
Yeah, exactly. There's no kills at all for BTR. And right now, we might very well be looking at a double objective take, which is the worst situation for BTR.
Oh, very much so. I mean, they're pushed all the way dead to rights at this moment in time, and even at their smaller objectives, like the Crimson Golem, being given over to the side of Twisted Minds' Shanks just makes him more deadlier into this next team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks is a hidden menace, right? We've been talking about Clean all game. We have not really, picked up on 90, but 90 has been providing a lot of values. In fact, Twisted Minds, I think it's fair to say, this 5-man strong team, they start on the double objective.
Starting on the double objective is going to be the case here for the side of Twisted Minds. We see both 90 and Clean top side of the map, and then we see Shanks is down below there, just trying to get the finishing touches up onto that Tyrant. There we go, the Overlord has been taken as that Tyrant as well. Fog of War just gives over so much intel.
Yeah, the time is ticking. Right now, we're counting down towards the potential win on the side of Twisted Minds, keeping the hopes of KMW alive.
I mean, it's going to be a hard defense here for BTR. They have to make sure they're surviving the Vanguards coming through to these lanes. Bot side of the map is going to be where that pressure has been cemented here for the side of BTR. But top side is where Twisted Minds are with the minion wave crashing into that T3.
Yeah, they couldn't make the defense on the top, which means the defense on the mid and the bottom will be even tougher. One flash knockup from Hailang is going to make the difference here, or even a true from 90 is going to hurt.
Yes, nice cleanse there of those flaming palms. Didn't even hit the back line there. Just completely got rid of by the Maple Dance.
Yeah, we'll see Twisted Minds. This one, they have to make this count. So far, they've gotten rid of the first wave, but here comes the bot defense.
Yes, Highland just throwing those Katyushans out left, right, and center. Getting a hit on, but it's going to be City Boy leading the charge, going back into his team, trying to get a little bit of damage. Coming through for the side of Twisted Minds. It's the Ryujin into the back line. It's tough down. Jungkyu nails on. Ups and down. Twisted Minds say Domo Domo, Mr. Arigato. Thanks for the dub. We are seeing Twisted Minds go through.
Beautiful game from the side of KMW representatives, Twisted Minds. They kill off the dreams of BTR, Bigetron by Vitality, and this will be a first IKL representative being sent home.
That is a sad news here for IKL fans, but for KMW fans, after 7 full games towards the ultimate battle, it is Twisted Minds coming out on top in that lower bracket, and with the victory, they advance further for that miracle run in that lower bracket.
Yeah, they keep this alive. They are the last team out of Italy. They are the last team out of KMW as well. So this one, they needed to make it count, and when the tides got really strong, they came back and fought back.
It was really back and forth in this series. At the earlier first 3 games, it was every game Tempest Dragon. 2-1 was the first scoreline in favor of Twisted Minds. After we came back from the break, BTR came in strong, pushed it towards series point first, but in the end, the final moment, the final stretch towards the finish line, it was Twisted Minds with the win.
All right, so we'll give our thanks as well for the competitors, the challengers. Bigetron by Vitality, just a little bit short this time, but they have one more chance on the side of IKL, and that's going to come later with the hopes of Vesakha Esports.
That is correct here. With BTR losing the best of 7 here, they do bid goodbye to the KIC2025 knockout stage, and that is their entire story here, the entire journey for Bigetron by Vitality.
They unfortunately do fall to that curse again. Top 8 curse for the side of Bigetron by Vitality, unfortunately for the boys of IKL. But they fought tooth and nail, right? They got to an ultimate battle. It could have been much worse. It could have been the same scoreline we've been seeing for the majority of this knockouts, which has been that 4-1, 4-0. But they went out guns blazing.
Yeah, they showed us, the potential of the creativity on the drafts and whatnot. Execution definitely matters a lot more this time.
That is correct here. With the draft coming in from both squads, it is their comfort in best of 7 itself. IKL Fall 2025, they pulled up the exact same draft coming in from Bigetron by Vitality, but due to the fact that Twisted Minds had the pay and the early game was really in their favor, the snowball was just so darn heavy coming in from the KMW representatives.
Yeah, look, this is why you don't give Clean the pay, but in an ultimate battle setting, you cannot ban heroes away, which means everyone gets to pick whatever they want.
And in the Game 6 itself, it was also Clean with the pay, so he's pre-warmed up with this pick alone, going into the ultimate battle setting itself here. And check out the KDA here, 6-0-3 on that pay with Hailang setting up so many of these plays for his jungle.
This game lasted 11 minutes and 35 seconds. Twisted Minds Clean, he has 12,500. This is more than 1,000 GPM gold per minute. And that's why they found major success in this game itself. I'm curious about his damage. Now, bear in mind, it's not even 35, it's 1134 here. Wow. And 46,000 damage, along with Hailang.
They were just the true setups, right? I mean, you saw obviously from the early game, you knew that was their motive when you saw Clean, City Boy, and Highland just completely rotating all together, right? Like they were like, so let's get everything funneled into Clean, and he will provide us that win, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, beautiful teamwork from the side of Twisted Minds. It never felt like there was a doubt, especially in this game number 7. There were moments that were shaky in this series, let's be honest about it, but Twisted Minds, when it definitely counts, they will step up.
Their mental game is really strong coming into this game 7 here, because if we look back on their journey to actually advance to the ultimate battle, it was really because of the fact that game 6 went so well and they were in the total momentum with Clean and ZangQ's head-to-head here. You can see the graph all in favor for Clean on this pay.
ZangQ was never allowed to grow this game. It was all Clean.
Exactly. I mean, you look at the GPM, right? I mean, these were 1K compared to 6-4-7, but this is the problem. Obviously, you do go for the Yang Jian, but you're playing against a team that's going to be super aggressive, as we've seen. That's what really caught off BTR in this one. They're not playing an ultimate battle against Gigendra. They're playing it against Twisted Minds.
For me, this exact pick, yes, Yang Jin does super well against the Pei in team fight, but if you can't get it going in the early game and all your camps are stolen away and the snowball falls in favor for the side of Italy's Twisted Mind, it's super difficult for BTR to portray those team fights here. But Game 7, there will be one MVP and it has to be Clean with that clean performance on the back-to-back Pei.
Very clean performance, like you say, back-to-back. He was like, you know what, I've warmed up once in my ultimate battle. I'm ready to go, baby. 25% of that damage dealt. 60% of the damage taken, but then all that gold being funneled in from the word go really showed how clean his Pei.
Right, so we'll take a look at the remainders of this series. Of course, we'll take a look at the brackets as well, and then we're gonna see what kind of journey this Twisted Mind have in store for them in the future of KIC 2025. But in the meantime, we'll take a look at the highlights first.
You can see the highlights here. This is the third kill going in favor for the side of Twisted Mind. And as of this point, at only 4 minutes, it's 4,000 goalie. And this really affected the entirety of the game itself. It was an immense snowball that BTR couldn't handle at the start to finish of this game 7.
Yeah, I mean, for this pick itself, it really was almost like a fish out of water, because the amount of heals and damage and setup that was available by City Boy was much more effective in comparison to Neo.
It was correct, and in the end, ultimate battle, the game 7 does fall into the favors coming in from Twisted Minds, well-deserved and very dominant of a game 7 victory.
Very dominant game 7 victory there, and obviously you can see the boys in the war room. Unfortunately, somebody has to lose, and it was BTR, and it was one of the IKL representatives. So do they lose 2 today, or do Vesakha beat Boom this time around? But you can see the updated knockout bracket.
And the updated bracket does show us that with Twisted Minds advancing towards match 9, their next opponent will be the loser between both HBAC and Blackest International. But that's for tomorrow here. Just like what Blam mentioned, later on, we will have another IKL representative, Vesakha, going up against home crowd favorites, Boom Esports here. So that's gonna be a very interesting matchup for the next series of the day here. But that has been an amazing series portrayed by both of these teams. We will want to talk to Mara on the stage for that MVP interview. Take it away, Mara.
Twisted Minds makes it to the top 6. Congratulations, Hailong! That was the very first ultimate battle of KIC 2025. There were games that lasted so long. It went to the Tempest Dragon. Talk to us about how your team felt with that one. How long and grueling was the series for you?
In the beginning, the fifth game, we make a lot of mistakes, so we play very hard. And then when we go down, and our coach say, calm down, just relax yourself, and then prepare for the next game. So we do better and better.
You know, you seem very calm right now, but earlier, right after you've won and victory popped on the LED screen, we noticed that when you put down your headset, you turned to your opponent and you started yelling something. You were pointing something to them. What were you saying?
I want to say that in the before 6 game, you always ban my hero. And this time, I think you can't ban anymore. So this time, I don't think you will win.
So even though they ban your hero, there's still something to watch out for with Hailong. Now, this is the first time that you've faced BTR. And you've shown how strong you were. But did you expect for BTR from IKL to be this strong in this tournament? Because you went all the way to Game 7.
Yeah, because BTR, I think, is a very strong team. Yeah, and then before we also train together, and they are playing better and better, and then they are very
Very
they are
tough.
also a very tough team. Yeah, so we want to say see you next time, BTR.
There's a reason why this reached Game 7. Both of you are very tough. Now, you've made it to the top 6. This is the highest that your team has achieved in the international competition. So good job on that one. Now, you're gonna head to the final week next week. What are the preparations, or what are you guys gonna be doing in the next few days to prepare for the final week?
First, I think we will first take a rest. Then we will review our game and then prepare for the next match.
Take a rest, well deserved. And I hope you try some Filipino food as well.
I think we will go to try some, Philippine food. And also I want to try the Philippine, the view. But I want to watch the view in Philippines.
Okay, you want to see the views in the Philippines, like the overlooking view. You'll enjoy it, definitely. What would you like to say to all the Twisted Mind fans?
To say thank you for supporting us. And we will do it, better next time.
Hai Lang, thank you for putting up such a great fight. We look forward to what you have to show in the final week. Twisted Minds makes it to the top 6. It's a great fight that we have for today. But you know what? We have more coming up. So be sure to keep it here only on KIC 2025.
The soul seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact with the genius.
The Coven leader's daughter, the one destined to end the pact. They said my very birth was a mistake.
Come on, stay away! See? The real scent of flowers is even braver!
There was only Kamel. She was my only friend.
Would a princess choose the sword or the rose?
Roses are just illusions. Only the thorns are real. And it would be the princess's job to cut them down with her sword.
This girl will end the marriage pact. Another must take her place.
And so, Kamel took my place and married into elven nobility.
Lady Kamel is with child! Lady Kamel is with child!
I wished she could find happiness, too.
The genie bloodline will endure!
That half-blood soul seer won't last much longer.
Get rid of her.
Milady, you must free.
If it weren't for me, if it weren't for the Soul Seer's cursed marriage pact, Kamel would never have died. I'll change everything. That's not enough! Only the nucleus can rend life and death apart. Here, only truth may dwell. It's a miracle! Swamp Seer, protect us! We shall follow you forever!
The Swamp Seer must perish. Time to get to work, Byron.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. Let us stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. Kill my babies, go to the next, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap, got my bodies in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, live in the skies. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor. I'm a warrior, burning, burning up the flame. Rebel, 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 won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight, and I'm reaching for the sky. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior, fighting for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we get whatever die. We keep watching high to the sky. We gonna bring it on it. For honor, we beating the odds. We got the honor, 'cause we are the kings. It's on the showtime.
Blacklist International are looking to get away on this one. The unruly play by Carl. He's going to be on out. Joshi on the problem. Jamie won with the Soaring Great Dragon. They get the pushback on to Miggy, and they're pushing him around. They're doing the damage. He tries to go with it, whatever, but he gets smashed in with the Trevor smash. And the Fever Barrage is on point by Blacklist International. Carl is the last man standing.
The bottom peak T3, one stun might change it.
Yeah, might at this point. Nev with that wind slash, they find him, but they get the kill. Nev is going to be picked off. The Stampede is now going to be used. They get Busan King and VV, and this could be another turn of events. Vesakha, they did this in game one where they're able to get the pick. The Blazing Brilliance covering the retreat. They find Jiyoung as well. Guyu looking to turn, but he gets picked off as well. John Young with that control. And now he we might actually look for the jump in. Misses the Tremor Smash. Infinite Fastest has been used by Golden Kite. He's circling around, and it looks like he wants to go for this one. Golden Kite, and now here comes Justy. Nice two-man stun, though. Draw with the play. The Sage of Sanctuary used by Golden Kite. He's not able to get away, and now Carl is looking to go. Finding Dragon. Carl is looking to turn this. Binding on, but he gets a little bit serious by Chammy. One. Sage of Sanctuary now, and the Stampede is on point. Tatsuri's going to be killed. They fight draw. He's so tanky at this point. Justy's looking to chase him down, and now Justy fighting 1 versus 2. Carl with the shield, and now Sage of Sanctuary for Justy. He's the last man standing with that Storm Strike. Carl looking to go back in, but Miggy scares him away. He's able to dive in. He is not scared as he gets the Storm Strike, and he takes the tower on his way to a team ace. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Skyfall used yet again. Jet mid guards the graves, and he gets back to safety. But Musan King taking a decent amount. Cannon Blast, they're going to stun lock him, but they don't have the damage. Oh, nice! True gets him, and Jay's going to be killed as well. And they find Booby as well, and Vesakha with a great turn of events get 3 for nothing.
They can't even get the annihilation. Raven was super low. This is why you have to be careful.
Yeah, you have to be careful here. I mean, there was the rest of them that were pushed back. They did not expect that angle. Blacklist International have done a good job of compounding the lead here, but with this Overlord going to be potentially taken away. Joshy's in the heart of the enemy team as well. Carl, he's going to take this one. They find Joshy, and now Miggy looking to go for Chammy 1. He's been completely outnumbered. They have 4 members that are focusing it down. Carl had already been killed, but they find Chammy 1 as well. They take down Dragon. Tatsuri goes Golden, but here comes Golden Kite with his damage, and Draw gets picked off as well. Golden Kite even goes forward, goes for Miggy, gets that pick off, and Golden Kite with the left one gets the pitch.
It's going to be a big win for the side of Blacklist.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely found this one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat it, look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace, I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock it, we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, where we have witnessed in the knockout stage itself the first team to be eliminated from a tournament, and that was Bigetron by Vitality here, losing the best of 7, Game 7 against the side of Twisted Minds here. So we are pacing ourselves currently to the second series of the day, which is also the final one. I am your Dead Souls analyst for today, Sagi HOK. With me are your casters, the Voices of the Gorge, Kindofu and also Blam.
Right, this one's going to be another IKL special. Look, they had 2 lives today. First one already snuffed out, and we'll take a look at the second one. Vesakha Esports, this is their time to shine, but I think it's going to be a difficult one because we're talking about Boom Esports over here.
Exactly. I mean, Boom Esports yesterday, though, like they, against Blacklist, this was for me, in my predictions, the first Ultimate Battle that was meant to happen, but it didn't. Like, Blacklist turned up, Golden Kite got a pentakill on Chano, and then that was it. The rest was history. I was just like, what's going on? But this time, with this being the final IKL representative, this has to go either the distance or Vesakha have to, like, kick into gear.
I mean, okay, what we have heard from the Vesakha players is they're already very proud of their journey.
Yeah.
Right? And this is the headline for today, the long road up. Look, they have been, I mean, we are halfway through the tournament, and at this particular stage, we are nowhere near the start, but we're nowhere near the finish as well. So Vesakha has a lot of work to do today.
Oh, that's very well said, especially when they are currently both at the lower bracket itself. Definitely, there is no more backing down. It's only up from here.
Only up from here for the side of Vesakha Esports. But I mean, we keep shadowing them. Obviously, Boom is a team that's within this matchup as well, and they are here with the home crowd buff. They have something to prove with Blacklist, and they want to see SB19 too.
Yes, actually that was a conversation that they had. So the Blacklist players were kind of telling the Boom players that, hey, we want you to watch SB19 in person as well. So this is going to come down to the star players or the featured players on both ends. Vesakha Esports Raven as well as Boom Cow. And I feel like both of them are coming in today swinging hard.
I feel like they are the core essence of their team itself, with Raven being consistent so far with most of the marksman pick, and also Carl. Yesterday we've seen him whip out, I think, every single game the assassin picks aside from the Floron Pank at the final game. So coming into this series, I am interested to see what kind of drafts is Coach Zihong and also Coach CN has prepared for us for this best of 7 series.
What'll be the head-to-head here with the teams? Obviously, it looks more decidedly towards Vesakha Esports, especially those average kills per game and deaths per game as well. Really shows that this team can be quite scrappy, but also quite formulated. Then this head-to-head within the jungle, Nev against Carl. And Nev is looking like he's flying with colors here. I mean, objective secure, average damage, kills, literally everything.
I think, you know, maybe there was a little bit of a skew because Boom did kind of get manhandled by Blacklist yesterday. It was a difficult situation for them to be in. But with that being said, Nev is a new player coming into HOK, right? And I feel like Carl has had a lot of experience. I want to see if that's going to be the difference maker between the two teams.
And talking about being a young player, especially from the side of Vesakha's Nev, there's one thing that today that they are facing off. It's the fact that the home crowd is very much in favor, I would say 80% for the side of Boom Esports here. So that's definitely one of the key conditions that you have to be mentally prepared coming into this best of 7.
But I have to say though, like, obviously, this is Vesakha Esports, who has beaten Nongshim Red Force, who in Season 3 were the PKL Slayers. So they have that on their side as well. Like, this is a team that's definitely got some accolades that are worth shining on, especially the Open Series being a community team as well. But obviously, Boom Esports, they are being very situated, China Boot Camp, everything like that. But obviously, we will see the teams very soon.
Exactly the case there. So Boom Esports will be the first team to take the stage as we will introduce their lineup with this video we have prepared for you.
And this is the first team up for scratch on the stage here. It's going to be Boom Esports, the home crowd team here. Obviously looking to have the support of the guys in the stadium as well as they go nuts for this team going onto stage.
Yeah, and support they will get, right? This is the whole local home team that they're looking to find success as well, but we'll take a look at their opponents after this. Let us welcome Vesakha Esports to the stage, the rebirthed flame now inheriting the spirit of Nongshim Red Force, the greatest red, after taking them out as the potential PH gatekeepers. Can they do it today?
I feel like whether or not they can do it or not, it goes back to the interview that we had with them, whereby they are already happy that they have made it so far. It was from grassroots all the way to this exact moment, but facing them will be Boom Esports.
Yeah, Boom Esports once again made up by Tatsuri into the mid lane, Danny into the farm lane, Carl in the jungle, Draw as their support, and then Miji, the older brother here, obviously being able to set up the plays, but wasn't as quite successful yesterday. But this was obviously against their PKL brothers, Blacklist International.
I think Boom are a very scary team, right? We've seen the potential of Miggy, and look, the cards that were dealt against Draw, every single ban onto him, he still made it out somehow with the picks available in the roam position. But of course, coming in, their opponents, no easy task as well. They will be represented by Vesakha Esports, Jinyong in the roam, Raven in the farm, Baal in that clash lane, Nev in the jungle, and of course, Gen Myth in the mid.
With their performance against HBSC in the upper bracket itself, although they went in with a 0-4 loss, most of the games, it was actually very back and forth with one of the tournament contenders known as Homeboys Black Show Esports. So I'm excited to see, have they learned anything from that series to carry on towards this elimination match?
Only time will tell, right? Let's see what happens. Obviously, this is a tournament life on the line between these two teams once again. Obviously, we've just seen one team, unfortunately for us, and it was one of the IKL representatives here. But you can see here, Boom selecting blue side and then Vesakha onto the red. Obviously, this will really affect the drafts and what they're going to go for in game number one.
I think the telltale sign of this game number one is how fast does Boom get their macro game going, right? Normally in the start of the series, Boom doesn't really play too much into the macro game. They try to take fights, but they rarely find success in taking turrets after that. And I think that's going to be the signal. If Vesakha is able to win the macro game, I think they can take game number one.
And also, to your point as well, there is another thing that we can magnify. It will be the drafting prowess here coming in from both coaches here. As yesterday in the Blacklist series with the side of Boom, for Coach TG, which is the coach of coming in for the side of Blacklist, they actually magnified the drafting flaws here coming in for Boom. So maybe Vesakha has took a bit of notes coming in from that series.
I think that's very important, right? Because end of the day, you have to protect your farm laners. Danny, of course, against Raven. This is the matchup that we've been waiting for. But they're also very prone to be the first ones to be taken down in team fights.
Yeah, situationally and obviously within their positioning, they are always kind of like gun for. So sometimes maybe we'll see in this best of 7 where they have to make sure they're aware of where they're being situated within these team fights, right? Like, depends if they've got a solid front line. If they haven't, how are they going to position it and get on top on that one?
And so far, with the aggression coming in from the drafts itself, we have seen more of the Zhuangzi being unlocked towards the pool, whereby you have seen this Mai Nui, the Dharma, at the very least, if it's a double knockup, you will be welcoming a Zhuangzi as a counter pick, especially on the red side.
I think maybe there's another direction to take with that as well. I think Boom being, of course, coming from PKL, they can consider the Lapu Lapu. So far, Lapu Lapu has had, I think, significant success. Does he have faults? Yes, he have had, right? A couple of losses within the KIC 2025. But Boom, once again, into the blue side, they will get prio pick.
The priority pick here coming in for the side of Boom Esports. I do wonder, are they going to be putting Carl on towards the paint that got them the first win against Blacklist International in yesterday's series here? Because we saw how when Blacklist gets a complete draft and they get to play towards their own tempo, they get to show their destructive team fights.
Potentially here, obviously, Boom banning out the Dharma. I think this is kind of just like a turning stone and sign of the times anyway for most of these games where Dharma is being banned out, but rightfully so here for Boom. Obviously, they don't want to give over the Chano too early onto the side of Raven.
So this means the Vesakha now have to try and ban out the RD, right? Because it's supposed to be a 50-50 matchup. If it's not banned and they open it up, they invite Boom to pick up the Arlie.
I think it makes a lot of sense whereby there is still the likes of the Arlie and also the Long for both farm laners to really contest. And if you do take the Arlie on first pick here, you are inviting Vesakha, especially Genliv, to pick up the Mai Shiranui as a counter here. But of course, in-game the moment itself, we revisit back to the standard stock. It won't be the Dolia that will be hovered and picked up for the side of Boom for that double refresh.
Which means Vesakha has to go for Yang Jin, right? That's the option. Besides the Arlie, since you don't want it, we'll pick it up. And I think putting it into the hands of Raven might be a mistake for Boom here.
It could be a big mistake for Boom as well, to be honest. I mean, like, at the same time, obviously, Vesakha, they take away the Yang Jian. This seems to be this, like, going tactic so far. Like, you can only really get that Dolia Yang Jian combo now within KIC 2025. When you get to that ultimate battle.
Are we going to see a potential Nerza here? Or Yu Huan as a combination here? Good pickup overall for the side of Long towards the farm lane here. Although it's a very difficult matchup in towards Raven on the Arlie, but as long as it scales and he catches the moment when the Parasola Arlie has no spell too, he could potentially just take it out with one combo.
Alright, so Boom, they're gonna try a different strategy here, or rather the stock standard one, right? The Yu Huan with the heals and the refresh coming in from Dolia. Now you can choose between the Unending Sorrow or the Infinite Vastness coming in. With that being said, I think the mid lane is gonna decide the difference maker between these two teams, especially for Danny versus Raven and Vesakha. They're gonna try and pick up this idea as the healing potential coming in.
Yep, the idea, healing potential, obviously, going to be great with that Destiny counter as well. We've seen some great kind of counter-engage potentials with this hero and her ultimate, as well as the healing and obviously the infinite scaling in terms of the damage as well, right? Like, that can really put a blunder, especially if you get into the late game with this lady. But now we're getting to the second ban phase here. It looks like we're banning out the Musashi as well, so some direct bans onto Carl, looking to kind of put down the access into the backline potentially here.
Yeah, you could open up the Organ out, honestly, for the side of Vesakha. I think that's a very strong lineup. And Boom, they're going to take away the Menki, one of the great answers. But Boom still needs a tank. So are you looking at a potential double D here? You know, our favorite Dune and Dolia.
Yeah, potentially.
That could potentially be the case here. Like Dune Dolia as the solid front line with like sufficient healing coming in from the Yu Huan. With Vesakha banning out both the Organ and also the Musashi, that does mean that they are looking for potentially pivoting this Yang Jian towards the jungle here. That also invites Boom to go for that Nerza Dolia combo that we keep talking about.
Nerza with the Dolia double refresh, I think that's a very good chase down. Then we talk about the clash lane here. Does a Charlotte make sense for the side of Vesakha? Boom, they're going to try and stop this burst damage in the mid lane. They're going to take out the Nuwa.
Yeah, get rid of the long range here. Obviously, what will complement the Arlie necessarily within this one, and obviously that emergence to kind of put pressure onto your enemy team as well. But it's going to be the Yang Jian. Obviously, they lacked a little bit of control here onto the side of Vesakha, and this really fills out those boots.
Looking for a place to
These are actually a lot of like Vesakha bans on towards the jungle itself here, whereby that's a double D they talk about here. Dolia doing a stock standard combo will be hovered and potentially lock in for the side of Boom Esports jungle Carl in that jungle pool here. Interested enough to see whether this clash lane here, is it gonna be a Charlotte like you mentioned?
I mean, these double Ds definitely can check things up, right? Because the entrance is going to be really important here. And with a double dive composition, with the Dune and the Charlotte, your backlines are never safe. You have to pay attention to Kao and his Dune as well. So Vesakha, they need something in the clash lane that's able to combat this Charlotte.
Potentially the Byron, right? Or the likes of the Yin. Or to even double down on that, if you want for those big engages towards the backline, there is also the Guan Yu to be considered of. It really comes down to what Bao wants to be showing in this game one.
Potential here, obviously. Will it be the Byron? Will it be the Mai Yin here as well? Obviously, we want some catch onto the backline potentially here. Maybe going for the Lung, so maybe the Mai Yin makes a little bit more sense here, but maybe the Vati as well, right? Obviously, that's going to be able to dive into the backline, do a lot of damage in a quick space of time.
That's a huge risk, though. If you take a look at Fati's weakness, is control, and they have plenty of it on the side of Boom. All 5 members have some sort of disruption that will slow down those number of slices coming in when he activates his ultimate.
That is true, and for this specific matchup, it's not as volatile compared to the Charlotte versus the likes of the Mayin, whereby the burst damage is actually very heavy as we saw in the previous series. So at the very least, Fatih and Charlotte, their DPS is much more consistent in that 1v1, and they will translate that into more teamfight pressure on the side of Danny and on the side of Raven.
Okay, so let's see. They have wrapped up the final drafts here on the side of Boom Esports as well as Vesakha Esports. Both of them looking to have a great start because the winner proceeds, the loser goes home. Different kinds of pressure, one being that you're playing in front of a home crowd, the other being you're the sole representative of your entire region. Who's gonna win this?
Only time will tell. Honestly, obviously these two teams yet to fight each other. They have obviously Boom has taken out Kagendra, which was obviously the second seed of the IKL fall season, and obviously Vesakha have never beaten Kagendra. So that's an interesting point to be bringing up, right? Like, if they can't beat Kagendra, but Boom can, it's like, is this gonna actually be a matchup, or is Boom gonna be tested by Vesakha?
And then Vesakha beats Boom, and then everyone gets confused.
Exactly, that just throws the whole thing in the wazoo, right?
But it also really proves that Vesakha throughout this entire tournament has had exponential growth if they are able to take the series and represent IKL as the final seed towards the side of KIC2025 for that lower bracket run.
I mean, things are only going to get more difficult as we proceed deeper into the depths of KIC 2025. And with a lineup like that, I think it's pretty big investments from both sides, even in the farm lane, the jungle as well. So we'll see how this is going to turn out. Really, I think from today onwards, it really counts on the execution.
For both squads, winning that game one puts them into the correct tempo for a long series like a best of 7. Okay, without further ado, this is the second series of the day of the knockout stage lower bracket featuring Vesakha Esports taking on Boom Esports, the home crowd favorites against the final hope of IKL. Casters, take it away.
I mean, if the people at home can't hear the audience, I feel like the audience needs to do a little bit more of a better job at screaming for Boom in this one. But if you want a little bit of a Brucey bonus here, nice play is the CD key that you can fast track your progress by 1,000 on a pass points instantly.
And looking for a bonus, Vesakha here making that lane swap. So Raven as well as Jin-Young will make that duo switch to the top lane. This is going to be a difficult task for the side of Miggy, but at the same time, they put pressure onto Bao. He's now in a 3v1 potential.
Exactly. I mean, I think I would rather be in Miggy's position, if anything, because obviously you got those flaming palms going to hit Vati pretty early on. I mean, you want to still have a few levels before you're taking a few of those to the face.
That's true, but you know what? Jin-Young also has the heals, right? So I feel like Raven and Jin-Young, this dual farm lane team has always found success in the early stages of the game, and I think Vesakha has been able to extract the full value of that.
Yeah, I mean to that point though as well, right? Like as soon as you get Carl to level 4, which he is now, if he starts going up to that top side of the map and we see that Jin-Young is heart linking to Raven, that's going to be a double wing slash, right? Like a double knocker potentially there. It's going to be a little bit easier to maybe try and out-counter.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think Vesakha needs to be really careful because you want the space right. So automatically, you will expect that Boom will rotate members there. So Raven, he plays it a little bit safe, will not be able to save the fire beat here. And for now, it is looking like Boom conquers the top side of the map.
Ooh, taking a lot of damage is going to be Carl there. Gets caught inside the board already, taking liberties, and first blood going over to Vesakha as well. Okay. It's one on to draw.
I mean, not what I expected. Boom, normally they like to set the pace, right? And the fact that Boom has not been able to in the early game, I think this is the cause of concern. Miggy forced to use the flash. This one hurts.
It does hurt a lot. It really does hurt a lot for Boom. Obviously, maybe still shaken from their series from Blacklist yesterday, right? But at the same time, it's only game number 1. We've seen time and time again from Boom where they draft a very expensive draft in game number 1 and lose with it. But that doesn't define the rest of the series.
That's true. The other thing we have to consider is also how does this laning phase go for Danny against Bao. Now Bao, if he wants to try and freeze the lane, I think that could hurt Danny quite a bit. But in the meantime, it's more about the pacing, the faster rotations for the jungle. They will help out the jungler Nev instead.
I mean, naturally you'd want longer range from the party, right? Like you want to be as far away as possible, but the fact that he's got the flash and obviously going in with the combo with his ultimate as well, he's going to be able to kind of force away that infinite vastness before even like a team fight happens if he really wants to.
Yeah, that's true. And for now, they have 2 kills on the board instead of Vesakha. They have a very healthy goal lead. In fact, it's close to 1.4 thousand.
Yeah, crazy here for Vesakha Esports. They're definitely putting a wedge into the side of Boom Esports, but there it is. Val is trying to do a little chunk of wave damage onto the side of Danny here, trying to make sure he's catching him in these bushes, unexpected.
Yeah, but the lifesteal coming up from Bao, this one is quite hard for Danny to deal with, right? And if you play... Oh, hang on.
Speaking of hard to deal with, it might be hard to deal with for Midgie top side of the map once again. That's another takedown onto Gen Myth.
Yeah, look, he's been forced to take a seat for about at least 20 seconds in the game so far in game number 1. And if you're on the side of Boom as a fan, this is not what you want to see, right? Vesakha having some decent control, and this is scary because we haven't seen the actual jungle engage in fights yet.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, you've seen that Nev is just concentrated down to the mid lane, right? Like, he's just getting all those waves that Gem Myth's leaving behind, which is a good call for the side of Vesakha Esports. And clearly serving them quite well, right? I mean, they're like 2k up at this moment in time. They're 3 kills ahead as the neutral objective just spawns here. That's a good position to be in.
Yeah, and right now I think it's much easier for Gem Myth to get those skills down, because in comparison to Tatsuri, Gem Myth can kind of aim his second skills at any place around within range. Tatsuri needs to more or less watch his positioning to land that monster temple.
Yeah, like I say, we haven't really seen any like initiations from Tatsuri, right? I mean, yes, obviously he's stuck in the mid lane. He's not kind of like a Q1 support here, kind of just buddying system around, but now we could see a possible engage here for the side of Boom Esports, doing a lot of damage onto Val as he's getting pushed away here.
Yeah, but to back up this come, Gem Myth is looking for some information on the side of Vesakha. Meanwhile, Mickey does get the dive. Nev will come and respond. Unfortunately, Mickey gets the one, so he will be left to defend the T1 at the top. Quite a bit of damage has been done already, but because they have the Tyrant buff for the next, 50 seconds, I think Vesakha is in a good position.
Well, with Miggy being dunked on once, I feel like that little bit of the Firebeak's exponential prize for him there, but at the same time, we are getting the wind slash onto one here. Carl's trying to upset the motion of Rhythm going into this team fight. Obviously, Jun Young heart links over the wall as well here, potentially go and help aid and get the T1 takedown top side of the map here. There's nothing really here that Boom Esports can do to defy that takedown of the T1 in top side of the map here. Using the Unruly Blade to escape the board, only Nev gets caught.
Tatsuri, he should be down here. Gonna get the heals. Oh, nice. What a catch from the side of Gem Myth as well. And this is gonna add on to the advantage that Vesakha have already gotten for themselves in the 5.5 minute mark.
Wow. Vesakha, man, like, they know how to fight. They are very much formulated with this draft. They are, I mean, Gem Myth on this Yixing is definitely landing those boards the way it needs to.
Yeah, he's called the ball master for a reason, right? And right now, Vesakha, I like this rotation around the map because they are able to get resources from both ends. Right now, the Crimson Golem should still go into the hands on the side of Carl. He's going to use his smite for it. And it's just the starting of a great escape for the side of Vesakha.
I mean, that would be a problem for the side of Boom, right? If we saw Raven get that Crimson Golem and obviously Carl not have it, it's a huge blunder for them, and it activates Raven a little bit earlier on such a huge pick like the Arlie. But maybe this is the strat from Boom, right? Like, they get the Arlie out of the drafting potential this early on, and then the rest of the series, it gets a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, I would definitely think that's part of the game plan as well, right? And one thing that, we're talking about game plan, I think forcing Carl to use his smite now is always a big delay on the side of Boom to be able to get the other objective, which is the Overlord.
Celestial Medi gives over that second Unruly Blade here onto Carl, but at the same time, potential clash into the bot side of the map there with the minions, not meaning that that T1 is going to get taken down. And Boom really needs to start getting some of these turrets onto the gorge.
I mean, we talked about this, right? When does Boom start taking and playing the macro game? I think that is definitive of their success. If Boom is able to get those macro takes, the T1s across the map, and really out-rotate Vesakha, they will find success in this game number 1. But that doesn't seem to be the case now.
No, they're not finding it, and they're not kind of, it doesn't look like they're that interested in finding it just yet. Maybe they want to get a few kills within a team fight. That sort of doesn't mean that they lose one member, or at best they lose draw on the Dolia maybe, but they're able to pick up like Gem Myth, Raven, or even Baal. But this time around, it's just not looking like it's going to be a bit of any kind of a realm of opportunity here for them unless they get some kind of dive in onto Raven.
Yeah, I think restraint is very important down here. Oh, it's the steal.
Ooh, Gem Myth getting that Crimson Golem. That's a bit hairy for the side of Boom Esports, but there again, was my board being committed here. Catches 4 of the members of Boom, but Midgie into the backline there. But you see Bao, he's always just checking, making sure Miggy's not going to wreck him.
I mean, the growth of Bao has been insane, but right now it's under a lot of pressure. The save coming in from the side of Jinyoung as well. He does have the Star Spring if they need to pop that. They will pop that right now. And this is space bought for the side of Raven.
Yeah, with the Frost Guard's embrace there from being bought by Baal, that's going to make it a little bit harder for the side of Boom to get out of there. It's going to increase their movement speed, but now obviously using the Parasol. Beautiful play there by Raven to escape the Boom.
I mean, the save by Jinyoung. Look, they have been playing together for just a while. It's just IKL 4, and it feels like they've been playing together for years.
Maybe they have. Maybe they're just putting the work off screen, you know? Never know. I mean, that's definitely showing onto the Gorge right now. They're going up against Boom Esports. They are definitely playing like one unit rather than a separate line.
Which is very important, right? This was a team game once again. They get 2 this time.
I don't think he's missed a single board just yet. Gem Myth catches 2, then obviously invites another 2 members of the side of Boom to get in as they try and take this Overlord. The Tyrant, sorry, gets stolen there by the side of Vesakha Esports. Nev came through with that one.
Yeah, very smart utilization of the stuns coming from Gem Myth as well, right? All those mini setups, the sliding stones, they deal additional damage, and for every person it passes through, it lands a stack onto you. That's why Gem Myth has found so much value in the team fights.
Speaking of value, look at the value of this party. He may get paid taken down here, Bal, but he may be able to escape. No, he's going to be the answer there. Boom! Collects 2 and 1's Raven as well, and now they catch CC onto 3. It is men on the run with the infinite vastness here through Danny, but the flaming bomb, it wipes down Jun Young as well. That's a 4-0 trade for the boys in Boom.
Insane value. We talked about Tatsuri. Hey, it's pretty difficult to land a Monfu Tempo. Oh, he did it. He got all of the members on the side of Vesakha, and the rewards are bountiful here. It's going to be a T1 on the bottom, and looking like a T1 in the mid as well.
Yeah, that skill name was definitely named with purpose, because that was a mournful play for the side of Vesakha. They were literally like, guys, what happened? We lost 4 members, but literally nothing.
Yeah, they were soaring in the sun, right? But this one, I think flying a little bit too close, got burnt there. This attempt to take the T2, I think it's worth the risk, but the execution wasn't as clean. That final jump in, along with the stunts by Carl and the ultimate by Tatsuri, really changed the plane of the fight for this one.
I feel like if they only got Val, then yes, the T2 takedown would have made a lot more sense there and a definitely worthwhile trade, but you lose Raven straight away and then Gem Myth as well as Nev and Jun Young. It's like, bro, you've just completely wiped out most of the team of Vesakha here and definitely put a little bit of a blunder into their tempo, but that board's being connected once again. Not really stopping. Gem Myth here with these fantastic World is my board, catching out Carl, especially when these neutral objectives have just turned Shadow Form.
Oh, hell!
Oh! Biggie with a double knockup. It's the older brother of Boom. He's coming in. He's feeding them. He's like, yo, let's get some more kills. Let's drive them away. But this means that it could be contested here. Actually, no. Nev's dead, so no smite, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, Boom is on fire, but hang on.
Speaking of fire, it's the mermaid. She gets taken down, but I mean, that's just a distraction overall, right?
Yeah, this potential save from Tatsuri could come in. He does have vision over this attempt by the side of Vesakha.
No. A little bit too early for Tatsuri there, going in with the engage, but now it's all down to Miji as well as Danny, but that's going to be a double takedown onto Raven. Can he get some more? But Carl comes in, cleans up shop.
Okay, so they buy some time on the side of Boom. They stop that attempt from the side of Vesakha. And Vesakha, they do still have the goal lead. All they need to do now is to make sure they have map control. And in the brush, Carl is waiting.
He's waiting. He gets the wind slash onto Nev here. Gets double knockup, even when he's using the parasol to go back here. But Danny's like, do I go with this? Should we play this safe? Do we contest this?
I don't know. Oh, Raven!
Raven goes down, unfortunately, for the side of Vesakha, and Boom's like, hey, I'll take that one, and we're looking for that Overlord as well. Forget the primal bond. We are primal wolves.
Yeah, complete disarray for the side of Vesakha, and they're going to start losing a lot more. We asked about the macro game from Boom, and they delivered. They're going to be able to put some work on the T1 on the top side as well. Now, T2 under trouble and in trouble from the side of Vesakha.
Yeah, Vesakha's early game looks so clean, but now they are at this one to lose, right? T2 in the mid lane being taken down. We see that Danny top side of the map looking to go for the T2 up there. They are not looking at stopping. They found their momentum.
They were asking about, the timings. It looks like it must be the shadow variants before Boom starts turning on their engine.
Yes, exactly. Their Ru engine, but they don't have Maishirinoi there, but they do catch out the board here. Maybe this could be the turning point for Vesakha with this final defense at their base. But no, Bal, he's definitely trying to do the damage, but Carl is soaking it up. He's like, brother, keep hitting me.
Oh, nice stun coming in, and that's going to be a pushback on the side of Vesakha here. T3 on the top already taken. One more, maybe.
Yep, another one with the wind slash connected onto Nev, but he may be able to get the dive in here. But again, Junyoung dives in with a bit of farewell, is pretty much almost close to losing life, but that Destiny counter is going to be a destined save.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't know, Boom have the lead all the way, but right now, it's a big comeback from them, actually.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Vesakha looked like it was going to have an easy game, but then no, Boom activated. There was like, you know what? What are we doing, lads? Let's get our head into the game. Let's take game number 1, and that's what we're seeing here potentially with the Vanguards rocking through to the Crystal.
Yeah, they took a risk by putting the U1 in the mid here, right? You're relying on draw to be able to survive in these big exchanges in the early parts of the game, and boy, they have. And this is where the value of Tatsuri's ultimate, the unending sorrow, has come to full fruition. Every single kill, Boom is able to fight even longer, even harder.
Exactly. I mean, especially with the Venomous Staff being built as well as the Blazing Cape, right? Like, the healing potential that Vesakha once had, especially when you see Baal dive in, is no longer there.
Yeah, and look, most people would say, hey, maybe this is greedy, but the full magic build is making a lot of sense for Boom right now.
Yeah, it just takes a while for Tatsuri to get online, right? Like, he could potentially be a secondary carry if Danny falls down early in these fights. But so far, since that change of tides, Danny's been popping up.
I like they use the change of tides because they have a Dolly on their team. They definitely have the ability to put water everywhere on the gorge as they please.
Exactly. There's a fire in the pants of Vesakha right now, and they definitely want to put that out if they don't want to get this lead loose onto the side of Boom Esports.
Right, so the hope of IKL, Vesakha Esports, they have to try, but look at the damage from the side of Danny. I mean, this is also because he has the Crimson buff, but Baal is waiting.
There we go, Daybreaker being built onto Raven here. Maybe, just maybe that's the damage they need to try and curtail Carl. But Carl is on the Dune, man, and Dune is so tanky at this point in the game.
Yeah, look, one big fight, you don't even have to get an ace, right? Just taking 3 members away from Vesakha, I think that guarantees you the Crystal take on the side of Boom.
Oh, absolutely. You can just, like, what, get Nev, Gemnith, and Raven, then it's pretty much all she wrote. Because, I mean, Baal on this party hasn't had the greatest performance. I mean, he was obviously at a bit of a disadvantage into the bot side of the map in the early game going up against Danny. Like, there was no real kind of like tit for tat to be had. But he tried his best, right? He got the push for the T2, and ever since that point, it seems to be the pinnacle for the Boom comeback.
I mean, that's why there was a little bit of concern during the BP phase, right? We're talking about, hey, Boom actually has a lot of control coming in from the side against Vesakha's Baal on this party, and once again, control galore.
Control galore, just literally denied Baal into the back line. He has to flash to try and get the safety, and I mean, nice board by Genmith. It slows down Boom for now.
Oh, nice flash!
Was it enough of a slow? There it is, the takedown for Boom. Danny, they just need some minions at that Crystal. They're going for a team ace. Double kill for the side of Boom, and there we go. The boys, the Wolves, they're looking for their minions to get game number 1 Crystal, and it's going to be Boom Esports taking this one away from the Vesakha Esports.
They don't even need the backdoor protection to be taken down. A beautiful game coming in from the side of Boom Esports, and this is exactly what the PKL hopefuls want to show their fans as well as Vesakha Esports.
I feel like the early game from the side of Vesakha Esports was actually very dominant, with multiple kills being generated and in towards the hands of Raven on that early, but that critical point on that bottom side high ground push coming in from Vesakha blundered and gave away 4-0 trade into the hands of Boom Esports, which allowed Boom Esports to come back into the game with a rather big lead.
Yeah, we have seen the success of the Dune-Dolia combination a few times, but not too many. And Boom is one of the few teams that have found the success for the Dune-Dolia combination. A lot of control coming down, and like you said earlier in the game, this Fatih pick, it's a great pick, but when you're dealing with so much setup, how do you play?
I mean, it's kind of like the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. That was basically Baal going into a brick wall and just basically just collapsing, you know what I mean? Like, as soon as the anti-heal was built, it was pretty much good night, Irene.
Yeah, you wanted a jackhammer play, but it did not happen. But once again, this is just game number 1. We'll take a look at the game stats over here. I mean, Sagi, what really caught your eye in this game?
Ooh, for me, this game alone, out of that very difficult early game, props to Danny for having a perfect game all around. 5-0-6 on towards that lone here, and although the pressure was being generated by the side of Vesakha, Miggy on this Charlotte, he had his moments.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's a race between Tatsuri and Miggy, because Tatsuri had a lot of phenomenal setups with the Monfu tempo as well, but Miggy, those flash power gradation catches, insane.
Yeah, that really kind of turned the tides of the game, right? I mean, especially after that T2 takedown, and then we saw the comeback of that 4v0 trade for the side of Boom Esports, and you can see there Danny's damage is absolutely insane, and this just really shows the domination of Vesakha in this one, right? They was able to kind of get a lot of gold, and then it kind of dipped away, and then it was around about that 10-minute mark where we started to see Boom come online.
I would argue it's the domination of Gen Myth. This guy was landing all the balls. Dude, he has so many nice catches, but they couldn't finish the job because Bao could not capitalize. He was constantly being disrupted in the team fights.
It was difficult all around, especially for the side of Ball, because both these mid laners, they are having a phenomenal game number one itself, with the early game centric being for the side of Genmif, and just like what Blam has pointed out, 167,000 damage by this Yixing. This is a monster of a game for him.
You can do a lot of damage, but you need to get the kills and you need to take the turrets. They couldn't do it.
Because Tatsuri, in that mid to late game, he was hitting 3-man, 4-man Mournful Temples multiple times here, but the MVP of this game one itself will be awarded towards Danny here. The Mystic consistent with that long. Despite a very difficult early game, he played it through and he was rewarded with the MVP title.
I like this situation because when we last saw Danny in PKL4, he was in tears, right? But tears of joy. And no, I think he has now found a new calm, composed self. Now 5-0-6, this is a very impressive scoreline against the lineup on the side of Vesakha Esports, especially when you have been caught in almost every board.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that they had like 2 dive potentials but rarely caught him, I think they literally didn't caught him. I mean, you can tell by the damage taken, like this guy was playing with that flash and the infinite vastness in pure, like, every sense.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now the quality has improved so much that we're looking at single-digit damage taken.
That is correct, and this was the comeback play coming in for the side of Boom Esports. They were suffering from almost a 4,000 gold deficit at the 9th minute mark, but it was the fact that Carl, Tatsuri, and also making sure that this fight goes into their favor here, allowing them to secure back that Shadow Tyrant. And this was a pretty masterful fate so far, but Raven getting stuck between the wall does spell his doom in this fight.
Where did that damage come from? I still don't understand how Raven fell so fast. Like, did the Dune get like a damage buff or something? Okay, maybe it's a level differential because he was level 13 at that point in time for Carl.
There was Overlord, there was the downpour coming in from the low, and also the Boron coming in from the Carl here. So a bit of a misplay here coming in from Raven, which cost him the game deeply for this game number one.
I like this situation because, you know, in this current meme world of HOK, we always have the IKL versus PKL. And it looks like, you know, PKL is cooking because they have their ingredients, mise en place, ready for the cook.
I feel like Carl just had something to prove because obviously that Doom performance we saw him play against Blacklist yesterday wasn't it. He was like, you know what, I can play this hero and I want to prove to the guys at home that we can play.
Yep. And with that game one victory here, Boom Esports does secure the first game of the BO7 series here, allowing them to be in the driver's seat per se. So that is important in a long con that puts you into much more of a calm mental state.
Okay, I think for the IKL fans, now they're kind of thinking, all right, let's go for the game 7. We want to win this in a long fight. But the PKL fans are like, look at the scoreline on the previous day. 4-1s, 4-1s, 4-0s. I think Boom has a chance to do it today.
Very much so, right? I mean, they definitely have something to prove after yesterday, and obviously the IKL fans, obviously they were rejoicing with Vesakha's performance in that early game, but then Boom, man, coming back was absolutely chef's kiss.
Yeah. It was indeed chef's kiss, just like the HOK Esports media that we always post about all the star players, all the memes. You can follow us on the HOK Esports page itself. We have Philippines, we have Malaysia, we have IKL, we have a lot of it, different ones that, whichever meme platter that you want, go for that.
Yeah, you'll be rewarded as well for following. And I think right now, the rewards are plentiful for the side of Boom Esports. But once again, we want not just power, we want consistency.
That's correct.
Right, this BP in the next game number 2 needs to be on point, similar to game number 1. And then we need to see, does the execution match the quality that you have been given?
Well, at the very least, in that game itself, we have to give props towards the side of Vesakha. Their early game was rather consistent and they had a phenomenal lead here. If they can repeat this success in game 2, that could really much put the pace of their gameplay back in game 2.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because if you take a look at the Vesakha game against Homeboys, Backstreet Esports, they were consistently losing, but they were growing every game. And it feels like we're on the cusp of maybe Vesakha being the team that almost did it.
Yeah, I mean, it's better to start high than obviously go down, but I mean, it's also even harder to start low and make your way up as well,
Yeah,
especially
holy.
when you're being contested by Boom Esports. And look at this, I mean, I was saying in the actual game, like Boom drafting some really expensive picks like the Dolly, the Hugh, the Lung, as well as the Charlotte as well. I mean, doing kind of like not too bad, but and they normally lose, but they got the win. So it's a time, it's changing, everything's changing.
Yeah, you're kind of like, okay, you're lifting a very light weight now and it looks very easy. Now, does this weight get heavier? Does Vesakha come back punching? Because if they don't, I think Boom is going to get this game even faster.
Yeah, it's about a steamroll in terms of the mentality here, especially if you're on Vesakha here, a very, how would I say it, a rookie squad coming in from the grassroots all the way to IKL fall 3rd place and coming into the top 8 here. They definitely need to prove themselves in a bigger stage like this, and if they can get through Boom Esports, they can potentially go further in the lower bracket.
And I think this is a very scary time for Vesakha Esports because if you take a look at Draw, I think Draw has improved the most out of the entire Boom Esports lineup.
He was definitely drawing attention with that iron glaze on towards us.
That's it. I felt an icy stare. Maybe he's going to play Princess Frost support next game.
Oh, who knows? Who knows? I mean, I pay my fair share of Princess Frost, and I have landed quite a few Frigid Prisons as well as a support.
That is true, and we have seen sometimes that some of these pros will whip out the Princess Frost roam, but so far, an interesting fact, we haven't been seeing a lot of the Princess Frost Liang combination in this meta itself.
That's true.
I think it's because there's just a huge focus on Guan Yu, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It could go either way. You know, if you get the Frigid Prison on the Guan Yu, or even use the power word control on the Guan Yu, you kind of cancel him out. But I feel like maybe that cost is a little too high because now players are like exploring Lunas and the Jinx. There's so many other things to look at besides the Guan Yu.
That's true. Whereby all these assassins are the name of the game here, and especially for both Nev and Carl, they are no strangers towards that assassin picks here, with Vesakha coming in towards the blue side and Boom Esports on towards the red side in this game number 2.
So priority up for Vesakha here. Did they look to prioritize again Raven's first pick here? Maybe go for the Lung, or maybe did they try the Dolia for themselves to try and get maybe the other combo? Obviously, Yang Jiang can't be picked here, but we know Nev has picked Nutsa before, right?
Yeah, that's true. I think the way I would see it from the eyes of Vesakha is, what does Carl want to play? Because when Carl is comfortable, I think Boom also shines with a very good time, because when Carl is doing well, he is the protection, he's the shield, and Danny has all the freedom in the world.
That's true, whereby Carl is the focal point here coming in from Boom Esports' success, and the other players does funnel into a proper draft according to his tempo here. And Vesakha, they have a choice. Do they pick up the eventual Dharma and Maestro Nui here? Because it's a 2-for-1 exchange here. With the bans here coming in from the Dolia and also the Lung, that opens up Vesakha to pick up that Dharma that Bao has a lot of success with.
I would like that, but yeah, like you said, Blam, they are putting a lot of focus on the Raven, giving the Demons here, which means they're expecting that Boom is going to pick up that Dharma.
Yeah, maybe if we see Vesakha here, maybe Jun Young will actually go for something like the Zhang Fei here, some sort of a resemblance of a strong front line, or maybe they'll play Lapu Lapu against the PKL team, you never know.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, you definitely want to have the tank, and right now, if you're talking about tank ability, but also dealing damage, this is a great answer. Boom, or you know what? Boom is feeling fast today. This is a very quick combination.
A very good setup here with the Pei and also the Byron. A very aggressive setup with the strong laning coming in from Megi's Byron, and Pei has the, I would say, one of the fastest jungling speed and the mobility that can traverse the gorge here. And there we go, Vesakha putting the focus on towards Bao's Dharma.
I feel like this is a difficult situation for Bao. Not that because Bao is not a good player, but look, you are playing against a very mobile jungler, the Pei, and this is one of Carl's specialties already. He has shown us how treacherous this Tiger can be.
Exactly, yeah, I mean, we saw in the previous game where just completely clean up shop with that best of 7, right? But now, obviously, Vesakha looked to try and go for the Hue 1 for themselves, because it worked out. Obviously, in the early game, for the side of Boom, it was quite underwhelming. Tatsuri wasn't able to get all those catches, but now they are looking to do it for themselves. Does this go for Jun Young, or does it stay for Gem Myth? But the Motsu picked up here. It's going to be a great setup for the side of Boom.
I think regardless, right, look, Boom has a very strong lineup. The more to roam, probably roam. I mean, it would be a very ballsy move to put him in the mid, but the Cannon Blast is going to put you in very weird positions and very painful positions if you're on the side of Vesakha.
And this draft alone that comes up from Boom, yes, it's very aggressive, but it comes at a cost whereby if they fall behind, they have no solid front line to really face check against the likes of the Dharma here.
Potentially. I mean, the banning out of the Ganamo seems very insightful here for the side of Vesakha Esports. It seems like they have done their homework against Boom, because we've seen time and time again where Motsu comes through, we have the Ganamo into the mid lane, Tatsuri generally has a good performance, obviously, other than yesterday, where obviously Blacklist drafted the Athena against it, and even though it was feeding into it and giving over the stacks, it just never came into fruition.
I find that so scary because now that you refresh my memory about the Athena roam and they go for that big long-range poke, the Mengya coming in. The loose cannon that has already been shown today. That game wasn't won with the Mengya, I believe.
That was. Yeah, he was like what, 7-0-6, like deathless, and just like pummeling through the Ogren, if I'm not mistaken here. And this Mengya, throughout this tournament, has seemed to be much more of a Direnjie direct counter towards that laning phase, and it also outscales him towards the later stages here. The only question is, can it find the proper position against Dharma and also a Maestro in the setup?
Oh, this one is going to be a challenge, man. I mean, Vesakha, they can punch back, and this is going to be a very heavy punch, but this then also requires that initial level rotations coming out from the side of Boom Esports to be not as effective.
Ooh, interesting. The Angela pick coming through here for the side of Tatsuri. Obviously, it's going to do the job against Monkey, right? Like, if they try Dream Roaming in, you've got the Blazing Brilliance, the CC immunity, but you're also going to shred.
Yeah, exactly, and this is where the true value of the Mortal Cannon Blast is going to be, right? We've seen Boom, I think it was Boom that used this, the Flash Chaos Cinder combination into ulti, and they just shredded their opponents very cleanly. Or was it Blacklist? I don't remember, but someone did it.
Yeah, potentially Homeboy's Blackshoe Esports as well, if I'm not mistaken here. But definitely a core memory that we missed out. For Boom's draft, yes, they do not have a solid front line, and Miggy may be that big brother to be that pseudo tank that they are looking for. So if they do fall behind, it will be pretty difficult for them to sustain against the aggressive triple knockup strategy here coming in from Vesakha's Dharma, Monkey, and also Maestro.
Yeah, which means we're just letting you know that First Blood is extremely important for either of these teams. Whoever gets it gets a huge power spike.
A massive power spike indeed for either of these teams. But I mean, if we're looking at like the potential jungle invades, obviously we see time and time again where Pei is more susceptible to do that, especially within with the Guardian sprite. So maybe that could be one of the advantages here for Boom with this draft.
All right, and we'll take a look at this journey for Vesakha Esports as they head into game number 2.
Yep, game number 2 here with Vesakha drafting a Bounce House Teamfight composition to rival Boom Esports in their territory here. We know Boom Esports themselves, they are favorable in those teamfights. They like to fight here, hence it's a very aggressive draft coming in from both squads. But who can find the tempo in that team fight is the question, and the challenge for both these two teams as we head towards the gorge for game number 2. For the side of Blacklist International, they are waiting for Boom Esports to come and challenge them in that upper bracket.
Yes, Boom onto game number 2. Yes, their game number 1 early efforts didn't look like it was hopeful for them, but this time around, maybe they have the wind in their sails to get this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at stats, the Mankey pick has found quite a bit of success in KIC 2025. Not many teams have been able to melt down this fluffy furball. But there has been games where the Mankey did take a fall, and right away, I like this. Look at what Carlos did.
Yeah, obviously you see there that Val was just like, hey, let's get some intel out from our guys and let them know that he's at the blue. So maybe potentially here we'll see that Nev might make a rotation to Carl's blue?
I'm not sure. Right now, there's no response coming in from the side of Vesakha. Not ideal. Gen Myth is already taking a little bit too much damage against Danny, who is the most immobile farm laner ever.
Exactly. I mean, as soon as like Gen Myth gets on top of that and gets the Ryujin onto the Mungya, it's hard to get out of there. That's where you can kind of see the flash has already been used here by Danny. So there was an attempt on his life. We just didn't see it.
Yeah, and I mean, with that being said, they have kind of bitten back, right? Because Raven is super low as well. This means Draw has been landing those shots.
Yeah, Draw has been landing those cannon blasters, and that's going to be really oppressive onto the side of Vesakha, especially in the early game. Not only in terms of the CC, but that damage is definitely going to make a pound.
talk about this matchup here. Bao, oh, the flash. And this one is going to be a little bit scary here. So Vesakha, they have been dealt a difficult card. It's not the end of the world just yet, but Kao needs to be stopped.
He does need to be stopped as well, right? But I mean, Tatsuri there, we saw it. We was on about the flash, and obviously the with the hit of the second skill to try and get the slow there, but it was enough for Bao to force out his flash also. So maybe they got what they came for. They weren't looking for the kill onto Bao.
Yeah, it's all about the timing, right? Draw here, looking a little scared here because his life bars is going to be dropping a little low. Meanwhile, Vesakha, they're trying to funnel as much farm and EXP into the hands of Nev. The third member, Jin Young, coming to share the gold and EXP as well. Let's see if that's going to be something that Vesakha can manage against Boom.
Let's see what they can do here. But I mean, obviously you are seeing that Carl's able to get the gold lead over Nev so far. Obviously being such the fast maestro paced jungle that's paid, but there's the Ruinjin onto Carl.
Yep, scary potential coming in from inside the Boom. Right? Like, you can hide, but okay. That's a Blazing Brilliance already used, but there's a lot of time for the cooldown. We're only close to 3 minutes at this point.
I mean, you can see the efforts of why they did that, right? Obviously, it just completely just meant that Gem Myth, he was looking for a clear guideline onto the backlines of Boom Esports, but getting hit by that second skill and then the Blazing Brilliance was just like, do I go over the Death Blazer or do I just, like, let it go?
Yeah, I mean, for now, their choice is pretty simple, right? They don't really have the lead and they don't want to lose that potential of having a comeback because the gold difference is actually super close, about 500 gold.
Yeah.
That sets both teams apart.
Exactly, that's first blood and maybe like another pick off here and there, or just maybe focus in these lanes whilst that member has gone off of the Gorge here. But as you can see, the wave clear for the side of Vesakha into the mid lane is super fast, and it just enhances the rotation of Nev and Jen.
And the thing here is, okay, they force out the flash from Miggy. This means Miggy won't be too big of a help when he's flashed. Oh, potential for blood!
He checks the rung brush. He wasn't expecting him to be there, but maybe now. The draw and Tatsuri are here. The think inside the box with the flash gets the claim onto Bao.
Yo, Puma on a completely different level.
Looking for some more here. Nev has to go for a little bit of a redraw. Maybe just try and just go back to their lanes and just reconfigure what they're going to do here.
I mean, today feels like a PKL day. A 5-0 Nev getting caught out as well.
Storm Flash gets knocked onto Nev, but I feel like without that minion wave, it's going to be hard for him. Oi, 2v1 going on here, and Tatsuri on Death Stars. Draw gets the kill.
What an outplay coming in from this guy. I mean, Tatsuri, once again, Boom, everything is looking like it's not supposed to happen, but Boom are doing it.
They are doing it, but they may be against, it may be the fault of draw here. That is going to be a takedown for the side of Vesakha. So Bao getting that kill means that it's like, hey, maybe we go for the objective now. We have a handicap over the side of
he needs to run away. I mean, no ultimate on the side.
They're all diving. Yeah. Raven here as well with Jun Young. It's not going to be enough though. He's just driving him away. He's like, you know what? Just keep attacking me. It's fine, buddy.
I mean, maybe they're trying to buy time, right? Because end of the day, they want to get the reset. But let's take a look at the instant replay here. So it's a double outplay, one on the top, and the amount of control coming in. Now, one big thing that Draw did was to make sure he stood in front so the controls wouldn't transfer over to the side of Tatsuri as well.
That's a true support. I mean, I wish you'd play like that, you know. Take a few shots for me every now and then.
That's why I'm not professional.
just not the back shots, okay?
Yeah, we'll see. Sometimes taking shots from the back not gonna be the best thing in the world for you, especially in this particular situation. Now, Vesakha do find some form of response. They're gonna take this first Tyrant of the game. And with that, hopefully, that's going to turn their tides around because Boom are looking extremely potent in this game number 2.
I mean, they get the first Tyrant, but top side of the map has been kind of like taken down to that T2 territory right now, and obviously that's going to force Bao to be a little bit more proactive around the Gorge. Maybe even sacrifice his like GPM, right? Like trying to get that automation, trying to get those resources, but the first Overlord does go over to Boom here.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an even trade, right? Even trade in terms of the objectives, but gold-wise, this is all Boom, man. They have a 1,000 gold lead. At this point, 6 minutes in the game, not too big, but it could snowball into something really huge.
Yeah, not too shabby here for the boys in Boom. Vesakha, they need to do something here, maybe try and take the T1 down to the bottom side of the map, try and alleviate a bit of pressure for the side of Raven, as he's not kind of like been playing the D-Ranger in a traditional sense, right? Like we always see the D-Ranger play quite as a macro kind of playstyle, not really into these team fights until you've kind of got your itemization on board.
Yeah, and it's kind of like getting outraged, right? Because Draw is setting all these cannon blasts with absolute perfection.
Yeah, forcing out the cleanse as well of the Ranger. Like, he has to use that second skill to stay alive. The Blazing Brilliance doesn't quite connect there, but it's going to need Think Inside the Box being committed. That's 2 ults to the side of Boom Esports being committed here. Now Vesakha coming back through, but the crowd's cheering. It's a 2-1 trade to Vesakha. I'm not too sure to know what's going on here.
I mean, they're confident they can get the return here. Here you go. Oh, hang on,
Migi tries to use the force field suppression, keep himself alive, has to force the flash as well. Carl is on the run. This T1 is looking tasty for the side of Vesakha Esports.
Yep, they want to work through this T1. This is a very important tower. They have lost all both T1s at the top and the bottom, so Vesakha needs to find a worthwhile trade. Meanwhile, this is a little concerning. Nev unable to pressure Danny that he needs to back off. Yeah, Danny is reaching that final form soon.
Oh, absolutely. He's got the Eternity Blade just being built there as well. That's going to do a lot of damage for the side of Vesakha, but now looking at a bit of trouble, a little bit hairy is John Young. He doesn't have the ulti, he's already used it. Into the back line, Raven looking low. Dream Roam gets into a nightmare, and now Migi going in, serves up the double kill here for the side of Danny's. Boom, and now there it is. The 4-0 trade, the payback, but Ball is looking to put some pain game onto Boom, but he doesn't.
Yeah, PKO, Boom Esports is on fire. Look, every single time, and it's an ace at the 8-minute mark. Big achievements for the side of Boom Esports, and the rewards are coming in strong as well. Carl, he's gonna get a T2 at the same time, and I think this has to be the family in the community for the side of Carl, right? Carl's family is actually present in every match at the start of KIC 2025.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they definitely are here. I mean, the screams in the stadium are pretty loud for the side of Boom Esports, and I'm sure they're probably just all Carl's family, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, even the founder of Boom is here, and he made one statement just now which really resonated with me. He said that Boom, on their best days, can win the KIC 2025.
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Let's see what happens there. Let's see if Boom can get to those best days and get KIC in the bag. I mean, hey, Manila would love it, right? Being here at the home ground, getting a champion that's none other than the MKL teams. But now, obviously, we're seeing this one. It's obviously IKL against PKL right now. Nev looking pretty low, gets hit with the cannon blast, but cannot be followed up here.
I mean, Raw is just on another level today. Right now, they're looking for an opening. Biggie,
he's quick with a draw, with a cannon blast, but now, speaking of not so quick, it's going to be Raven, but he's able to escape for now. Maybe Migi into the back line, being a little bit scary, but Bal gets taken down as well. They're looking for more. Nev gets cleaned up as well. Top side of the map has become non-existent.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive Boom, and this is the best version of Boom that I'm looking for, right? 9.5 minutes in, the T3 potentially under pressure from Boom Esports, and as well, the rewards is going to be the 10-minute Shadow Tyrant as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're just taking every little bit of rewards, right? They're coming into the flavor of the Crimson Golem, passing that over to Danny. Danny's going to get a little bit stronger for momentarily. I mean, he's already serving up a lot of kills so far within his game number 2.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, you don't expect a Mengya to have so much
Daybreaker.
10
minutes.
Exactly. It's not even 10, it's 9 minutes plus. I mean, okay, well, let's count it as 10 then. Look at that, he already has 3 core items, probably going for the Ominous Premonition, but he's going to build that Protector Kiras first.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to get the Ominous Premonition, especially when you're going against the likes of Bal here as well as the Monkey. But now, Migi just trying to kind of like zone out the side of Vesakha Esports, so they don't get this approach on the Tyrant.
Yeah, and the damage that Danny has been giving is of so much value, right? It's amplified by the fact that Draw, I think, at least in my eyes, my POV, he has not missed a single cannon blast.
He's probably missed one off camera, but for us, he's like, they've definitely landed it. Production's like, yeah, let's make sure that one lands. We'll shine it on to Draw, but he has been very sick with the draw.
Yeah, he definitely has. And now this is space created. They will get that 10-minute Tyrant. GG easy is the call for the side of Boom Esports as they lead this game 10-3.
10-3. I mean, still a low kill game overall, but most of the kills going up to the side of Boom Esports. I mean, KDA-wise, you're probably looking at all being funneled into Danny as potentially, as well as Tatsuri. But if you look at that player head-to-head in-game right now, 36k to 16k damage onto Nev. Ooh.
Yeah, and the fact that he's a pay, right? He's been maneuvering around. Look at the damage. This is with Primal Bond, by the way, guys. And with that being said, Vesakha have no answers. Carl secures it, and now they are on the hunt.
They're on the hunt, and Nev is on the run. He may be the next victim of Boom Migi here, but they get the takedown of the T2 top side of the map. They not only get the Overlord, which may stop that push down to the bot side as it's been procced down there. Bal is looking for some kind of resurgence for his team. He's looking for the backline, maybe freeze the minion wave into this mid lane.
He's gonna try, but I think Boom have done their research. Look at what Miggy is doing. He is trying to scout him out. At the same time, consistent poke coming in, draw. Once again, gets another Cannon Blast.
Gets another Cannon Blast, but it's going to be the Unending Sorrow there that makes... He was untargetable, but he's dead within a moment's notice. Jun Young, but there's the think inside the box. The flash, but he's able to Dream Roam out, but the Ryujin turns the tide here for the side of Vesakha, but they do lose their T3.
But damage has been done. Carl will get that T3 at the top, and that T3 is not coming back. Draw will.
He will indeed, from the bottom to the top. That's a weak T3. That's what Boom Esports is singing right now as they're going for more into the mid lane, into the farm lane. Migi just going tit for tat, trying to keep that Vanguard alive, but it's going to be making sense here into the mid lane. We see that T3 takedown.
A very difficult situation to be in on the side of Vesakha Esports, but this is the dream for Boom Esports. What a lead. 3 times the kills. They're up by a total of 10,000 gold at the 12.5-minute mark. Boom Esports, they look really unstoppable.
Very unstoppable indeed. But I mean, Vesakha, they have one T3 alive. It means they can still kind of try and come back a little bit, right? But it would take definitely a climb to get back to their former standards of game number 1.
I mean, they need like 4,000 gold. Hang on, Miggy, he's trying again.
4,000 gold in a dream. Nev's trying to get, he's a sure golden when he can, but it's not going to be making any ends meet here. Raven reclaims the Crimson Golden.
Yep, and this is where, you know, the difference in positioning has been really clear. Danny has not been founded out any time at all during this game.
Yeah, exactly. He's literally having the time of his life. He is unchecked, unfazed, and unbothered.
Yep, and that is the main difference. Raven, he is on the backlines, but every single time, it's Draw who's been finding him. And the think inside the box has been really scary.
Oh, absolutely. The flash in think inside the box, just kind of climbing on top of it, making him use that cleanse when needs be. But that Cannon Blast catching onto 2 there was very strong here for the side of Boom's Draw. But there's no follow-up. They're waiting for the minions into the mid and the bot side of the map.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Tatsui as well. This Angela pick so smart, right? Coming in from the coast TN as well. And we'll see what this T3 can do. I don't think it can do anything. It's going to fall now, and it's an empty base.
Uh-oh! Speaking of the fall, but it's going to Sage's Sanctuary bought for Carl here. Can he escape? He has built the Fatal, the Destiny as well, and escapes! He does the down, but he doesn't get the outplay, but he survives. There's going to be the Cannon Blast onto the back line of Vesakha Esports, but no kills coming through unless his artillery can finish them off.
I mean, there's no response. Vesakha, they're trying, but they cannot do it. There is no opening. Boom just are too good at this point.
They're clipping the wings of Vesakha. I mean, they are literally running on all fours. It's going to be Boom Esports as they take this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, the Green Garuda here. But Boom saw it as a green light and went go.
Green light, and they went ahead with that one, claiming that extra bit of damage and that movement speed as if they need it. As if they need it, they're 11k ahead.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at what's happening. You can hear the drumming. I mean, there are no drums here, but Boom, it feels like they have the whole stadium in their support right now.
Oh, there we go. Maybe Draw gets taken out here. There's a lot being committed just to get a takedown of the Draw, and it doesn't even happen. Nev Bal gets taken down. Nev tries to come in with a little bit of a denial there, but now the river is a Nile in Egypt, and that is going to be taken down here by the side of Boom Esports as they're trying to push even further into the enemy base.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where the true statement of offense is the best defense, because Boom consistently push Vesakha back.
They are keep pushing him back, but at the same time, Vesakha, they are keeping Boom at the behest of now, but that means Jun Young has taken a lot of damage here. We can see Carl with the prowl. He has very low health, but at the same time gets run down, but it means he's going to open up the crystal of game number 2. Boom!
They have done it. It's the second game in a row, and Vesakha Esports look extremely lost.
Very lost indeed. I mean, I think I would look lost with no T3's 11k gold behind. I think I'd just be visiting a casino and lost. You know?
I mean, you wanted a quick game. This is one of the fastest, but not just fast. This has been one of the most dominant games in the knockout stages, especially. You can see what this means to the Boom Esports boys, and I think they deserve this.
They are confident and they are looking super strong in that skirmish department here. Every single fight that has been brought to Boom Esports in that early to mid-game department has been systematically dismantled by the Boom Esports here. The local favorites have done it again in that team fight.
So clean, right? Like, how many times did they escape from the clutches of Vesakha Esports? How many slivers of health did we see here?
Many. Too many for my liking, especially if it was within my ranked games, because I know for a fact my enemy team would literally just divide and conquer.
Yeah, it's so impressive because number one, Carl on this pay, he does get a shield when he switches forms, right? At the same time, having played Mozi so many times before, when you use skills on Mozi, you also get a shield based on your magic damage. So the amount of calculation that they did to be able to survive and really pull Vesakha out into the open so they really gobble them up, I think that was beautiful.
For me, the main point was really down to the discussion that we had on how Vesakha needs to be playing this composition. They need to be fighting, and brawling is the strong suit coming in from Boom Esports. That's why in most of these skirmishes, everything, I think almost every fight, fell into the favor of the PKL number 2.
Yeah, look, the timing on this, like Danny 5-0-7, was this what you expected out of him?
I mean, yeah, after that game number 1, absolutely. I mean, he got MVP in that one. Why not give him the benefit of the doubt here onto the Mungi when he was completely unchecked, unscathed, and unbothered, even though they had a Monkey, a Mai Shiranui, as well as a Dharma. That should be a disaster for this hero.
Yeah, exactly. And take a look at the game timing. This is 15 minutes. Danny was dealing close to 100,000 damage.
That's a lot of damage
per minute. That's a crazy stat to have at this point. And we'll take a look at the jungle head-to-head here. Carl just outclassing Nev in every aspect available.
I remember there was a certain pop-up in the game just now whereby Carl was really leading in all those aspects here, but let's take a look at the exact marker here whereby Carl damaged there, kills there. GPM was kind of crazy though, 949 per minute.
Okay, I want to point you at the vision score. This is where the story is told. Higher vision score for Nev, which normally should sound like a great thing.
Yeah.
But that is only because he saw Carl and he saw darkness.
Yeah, he just ran. He's like, run for the hills, Carl's here. But no, I mean, to be honest, you see Carl, I mean, yes, he did all that damage. Yes, he was obviously doing the participation of the kills, but only getting 2 there because he was obviously just funneling everything over to Danny in that game.
Yeah, super smart, right? And the Angela pick made the difference. And that's why this man has a lot of success. No deaths in this game, I believe. Danny, once again, a second consecutive MVP as Boom looked to dominate 5-0-7. Insane.
I called him Mr. Consistent in game 1. I'm calling him Mr. Clean in game number 2 because back-to-back games, 0 deaths drop with consistent DPS all around for his team.
Yeah. He really put the word cannon in, loose cannon for the title of Mengya here because there was no one that could find him, but every shot that he dealt across to the side of Vesakha Esports felt like more than a bullet at this point.
Well, he shouldn't be called loose cannon, it should be lost cannon, right? Like, but Vesakha Esports has lost the cannon, and that was the reason why they lost this one, but it was 507 KDA. 34% of the damage dealt, man, but then 15% only taken. That really shows that, like, he was in the team fights when it mattered the most, and elsewhere, he was just putting pressure onto the map.
And this is a Mengya that we talk about here, an immobile marksman, and all of the fights, he was untouched by the members that Blam was talking about. Bao, Nev, Gen Niv, all these picks are heavy backline accesses here, but these are the team fights that we keep talking about, whereby for the side of Boom Esports, they were just getting all the wins for themselves.
It's not just getting the wins, it's how close they were, right? How much of the limit they pushed. They were very low at times on the side of Boom Esports. Like, look at Miggy, look at Carl. They're extremely low, but still, they managed to share the damage across the entirety of Boom and maximize the damage output as well. Like, look at this. You got the true mantra. You're supposed to get the kill, but nothing happened for the side of Vesakha.
And this was another one that you talk about here, whereby draw was so low and actually fallen, but due to the gold lead that's being generated by the side of Boom Esports, the damage was just not enough like the itemization that needs to be doing so.
Yeah, this is a crazy game, and my personal MVP in this game is Draw. Look, the more
so much, man.
Was super good.
You're a support mate. Of course you would. You're denying the facts of Danny, man. Like 507, how can you deny that?
Danny is the poster of success, but you also have to take a look at the foundation of the success.
So you're basically trying to say behind every great man there's a great woman, right?
Great support.
Great support. The foundation matters a lot here, but due to the foundation that's provided by the entirety of the Boom lineup here, match number 6 is the current match that we are going with. Boom Esports currently up the series 2-0. 2 more will proceed them into the continuation of their lower bracket run.
I'm not sure what you're supposed to do on Vesakha's hands here, because the draft, like you said, it makes sense.
Correct.
You're supposed to be able to handle the Mungya, right? At the same time, you have a Mankey that is meant to be this brick wall, but the Tiger somehow has claws of steel, and they just tore through the entire defense that Vesakha Esports thought they had.
I mean, the more impressive thing as well is the fact that Mungi was drafted after those 3 picks were picked.
Yeah,
you know
that
what I
was
mean?
insane. That
It's
was
just like, yo,
insane.
all cards on red. Let's go. Let's see if I can make this one happen.
He indeed made that happen here, and one of those highlights that Bao went in for the flash truth. He flashed it almost immediately, dodging from certain death there. So you can definitely see Danny and the Boom Boys, they are locked in and they want to be the PKL second team to go through that lower bracket gauntlet run here. But for IKL right now, 2-0 down in the second series. They just witnessed VTR losing out that best of 7 very closely by a small margin against the side of Twisted Minds. Now, at the verge of elimination, 2-0, how does Vesakha come back from this?
Important question, great question. I don't know the answer, because every single solution that Vesakha has picked out in these first 2 games of picks has not worked out at all.
Yeah, not worked out at all there, but obviously it was the Mungia that's on the global ban pick there, ladies and gentlemen, not the Fade. I mean, we are experimental, but we're not that experimentable. This is tournament life on the line, which would be pretty crazy, and we've never seen it happen before. But as you can see here, expensive picks, the Byron and the Pay this time around, and obviously Mungia, Motsu, and the Angela, not as expensive.
Nope.
So you're seeing a really good kind of draft coming through from Coach on the side of Boom Esports. He's getting a certain few expensive picks, and then other picks are just kind of like not as expensive.
And they're showing us the flexibility on the side of Boom Esports, right? The game number 1, Dun, that's a tank jungle. Now you go in for an assassin jungler. Yes, they are big picks in the form of the Pay, but do not so much, right? So with that being said, we'll take a look at the side selection. Vesakha wants to stay on the red side this time. They want the counter pick. So Boom gets the blue prior pick. Who do you want?
Boom gets the blue prior pick here. They will potentially look for the things like the Artley for Danny, or potentially things like the Dharma, Mai Shinui. Although, yes, the enemy has already picked these drafts, but going on towards that side, there is also one more that they could consider, which is the Luna.
Ooh. Wait, Luna for who?
Wait, you're talking about Boom blue side, right?
Yeah.
Carl.
Okay, yes, I know Carl at the jungle Boom. But okay, anyway, so Luna, look, I think Luna is great on the side. We've seen the performance. While it didn't net the result they wanted against Blacklist,
That's correct.
I think the standards that Carl has on this Luna will be able to bring them game number 3. And 3 is where you want to be at.
Exactly, yeah, you want to be going into series point, right? Like if you are Boom, and obviously after losing that 4-1 defeat when everyone was really predicting like a really close match against Blacklist, you have something to prove for your other teammates, for the people watching in the audience right now. They're very rowdy and they love to support Boom.
I mean, if we take a look at the comparison for this, Vesakha did mid Blacklist, right? They got dismantled 3-0 in a best of 5.
Correct.
Now, Boom is doing the exact same. After this heartfelt lesson yesterday against Blacklist.
And this goes to show that Blacklist International, after going up against Vesakha, they gave a lot of information to their PKL brothers here to better prepare themselves coming into this important series for their home ground fans. Ooh, that's loud.
That's like a murder. But I mean, right now, in those past 2 games, it pretty was murder on the Gorge, unfortunately, for the side of Vesakha. They need to up the ante here within the draft and definitely execute a better game plan, because obviously Boom's kind of, even when they're reacting, they're doing well, but when they're setting the pace, they're doing even better.
But this is the benefit from coming in a region that loves the team fight, right? Because now you are really tested day in, day out. Your micro skills, your decision making, split seconds to make a decision, and Boom have made every single correct one.
And that's all the story for Boom Esports, right? But for Vesakha Esports, we need to revisit what actually won them the series against Nongshin Red Force, and also how they were really confident in fighting against HBSC in that upper bracket there. It is really Junyong on those engaged roamers here. So I'm expecting Vesakha, in a change of pace, potentially put Junyong on the tank roamers here, like the Lapu Lapu, Zhang Fei, or even the Lianpo.
I think that's a great start, right? Get those big tanky boys on the side of Junyong for the roll.
Correct.
But the other thing is you need to give Nev good space as well. And I don't think Carl is going to make the game any easier.
Exactly. You don't want to give over the Assassin jungle to Carl again. I mean, he was definitely very dominant with that one, but it's going to be the Chano getting through here. I mean, it was banned in game number 1, not picked in game number 2, and now Danny, each draft has literally been like, you know what? Let's give him over the pick. Let's give him what he wants.
We have seen how PKL teams perform. Golden Kite, first ever pentakill yesterday, right? Won himself the what's the title called?
Pentakill? Pentakill, right? Oh, King's Moment. King's Moment. Yeah,
right? So King's Moment for the side of Golden Kite. Danny says PKL standards are the same. He's going to achieve the same here.
Yeah,
I'm putting words in his mouth, but...
But Vesakha here does get their Dolia on towards the hands here. Potentially they can look for the likes of the Dolia Elaine and Dolia Nerza in this composition here because they have already expended the Yang Jian in game 1. And game 2 they expended the Yuan Roam here. So very likely that it will be a Nerza combo here.
There you go. The Nerza combo comes through. I mean, they could also go for something in the mid lane, right? I mean, hey, why don't they bring out a Shangguan? We saw it yesterday.
Oh, that would be cool.
Shangguan for the side of Boom. I think that would be lovely. And here we go. You want to be able to get the shields because you want to negate that first skill. That number 1 already reduces healing, but at the same time also deals burning damage. So it's damage over time. So Leaping Savior on the side of Zhang Fei is going to be really important for Draw to try and protect Danny. And I like this save potential. The Lady Chen, Destructive Deluge, also enough Tears, along with the Flowing Sai, full combination.
Unyielding.
You can handle that for a while.
Yep, this is one of those combinations whereby it is very straightforward. It's like I'm welcoming Nev on that Nerza to fly towards the backline as I have the double peel composition with Tatsuri on the Ladies and Zhang Fei on the side of Draw here. So it is really down to Danny's performance that was so great in game 1 and game 2. Can he carry over that momentum in game number 3?
I think that the chance is pretty high, right? Now, Vesakha depend on the Guan Yu. I like this idea, right? You don't want to be in a position where when Nev dies, Sky falls, suddenly you find yourself either the Crystal or you're going to be under T3 towers.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Lady Shen pick here as well, because obviously if you do get Skyfall done and you just drop down the Destructive Deluge, you're kind of just like a fish in a net at that moment in time, right? Like you aren't going to be able to escape, but the Ho Yi ban as well as the Lady Sun ban here as well, is obviously going up against those disadvantaged picks against the Chana.
But the main pick, I think this is going to be a bit dangerous. There is a danger for Vesakha because this means Bao needs to get those engages on point. Or you might make the same mistake here of over-diving like Nev potentially might.
And this is a Yao Clash lane, by the way, guys. This is a Miggy special that he always picks against a Mayin in that Clash lane 1v1 here. And looking at the side of Vesakha, they're putting a lot of pressure in singling out Danny on this channel. And for Boom Esports, it is just draft more carries and play towards multiple points.
All right, okay. You like this pick? I know you like this Blam, but is it going to be strong enough? The flow ball marksman against...
I mean, Boom has the access into the backline, right? Obviously, they got the Yao, Migji here onto the Yao. They have the Dream Roam as well. And obviously, they might not even need to use that. Just get the Unbridled Outburst, catch him, and then that's it. It's pretty much GG. Like, get the dive, and then that's it. It's done.
So once again, the concept is clear, but can the execution match that vision? That's the challenge for Vesakha right now. Because if they don't, Boom are going to be one step away because they will approach series point with this next win.
That is correct, Jurkin. And this Boom draft does really spell out one thing, which is their comfort zone in this game number 3 itself. But Vesakha drafting a very strong meta composition with the priority on that Dolia refresh for the Nerza double Skyfall, for the Nuwa double Annihilation here. If they can get themselves towards that late game marker, that is a very scary Vesakha team composition.
Yeah, you can see both teams are already planning about their execution, right? Boom definitely has a game plan with this draft. They know exactly where they need to be at appropriate times across the match.
That is correct. This is game 3 between Boom Esports and Vesakha Esports here. One win pushes Boom nearer to that BO7 finish line. One win really puts down Vesakha Esports and IKL hopes further down the drain here. It is really down to Vesakha to to look for their confidence with this superior, strong late game draft, because this might just be their final moments coming into the KIC 2025.
Even if it is their final moments, right, they've achieved so much for a team that's been here since the Open Series, and really just puts hope for the future in 2026 for those teams that really want to qualify for the Open Series and try and go further than Vesakha did this time around. But hey, it's not all she wrote just yet. The fat lady hasn't sung. Vesakha still in this one. It's 2-0 to Boom.
Yep, and right now, I mean, the stress has to be on the side of Vesakha for sure, right? Boom, 2-0 up. It's not the end of the world for sure, but they need to have clean execution on the side of Vesakha. They haven't really won this farm lane matchup duo just yet.
Not just yet, but the Season 16 Hunter Pass is here, so you can get the Sea Breeze Drift Vesakha skin there free as well. But if you buy the pass, you will get the Huyan as well as the Lu Bu, but Raven is going away with just a Boo Boo.
And look, Boom, I think they have done this so well, right? To be able to identify that, okay, even if we can't kill Raven, we make the rest of the map so uncomfortable that nobody comes to help them.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're wondering where everybody else is right now, but it's just tip-tat here for the side of Boom and Vesakha. Just trying to use the soaring shot there to try and get the last little bit of hits off, but it's going to be down to Raven here. This is why I love the Flowborn Marksman. Just such great damage in the early game, but that's going to be the emergence coming through for John Myth as well, but not quite getting the catch.
Right, John Myth. I like the idea, right? Execution, unfortunately, was not in their favor, because I think you don't want to risk diving on the T1 at this early part of the game. We are not even 2 minutes in.
Yeah, not even got the ultimate as well. Not even got the Annihilation to kind of just clean up shop if you really need to here. But Nev and Bao looking to kind of open up their tempo with this phase right.
Yeah, with this TP, they will hit to the mid. Carl is already waiting, and here comes a knockup. This is not going to be a killing move, but this is just going to show them that, hey, you can't just really TP and expect not to be punished.
Exactly, you can't kill Monkey on here as well, right? Obviously, he's very tanky, especially even at just like level 5. They are having a field day with the amount of health that this hero gives.
Yeah, look, I think this game is really about Nev and Carl, right? Whoever gets the more clinical dive, I would say, would be the difference maker for their whole team.
Exactly. Just looking for the dive, maybe even using the Arrow Storm here is probably going to be the potential as well, just to drive them away from this T1, because we've already seen them time before that they pushed Raven and Jung Young just all the way to that T1, but there's the Destructive Deluge! Tatsuri with the first bullet.
Okay, so utility mage doesn't need too much gold, but hey, it doesn't hurt to have extra money in your pocket.
Exactly, money in the bank, baby. That's what Tatsuri's thinking. He's like, you know what? We're up 2 kills.
Oh no! That was close.
Second skill just to get out of the Bridal Outburst was so nice.
I mean, Raven must have had his heart in his mouth with that one. Quick reactions coming in from the young boy, but it's not going to be enough, because right now it's going to be a slight lead for Boom, but with the advantage of the games of the series, Boom are very comfortable here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the 2 points ahead, they literally like, you know what, we could lose a game and we'd still be pretty happy, but from how they've played so far in this series, I feel like they don't want to drop a single round. They are playing very dominant. I mean, yes, obviously they're playing a little bit like over-aggressive down to the bottom side of the map here, considering that Gem Myth is looking for a rotation as well, but fair play.
Yep, definitely well done as well. Annihilation not going to hit the mark. They were expecting Tatsuri to walk in the other direction, but here comes Carl. He does have... Oh, hang on!
Using the leader pack, but it's going to be the Skyfall! Claims Denny!
Yeah, and then he's going to try and put more pressure here.
Looking to put more pressure on, but they have Carl here, right? They have the barge. All they need is the power, and that's what Tatsuri is really going to be hoping for with these floated sides.
Okay, so that's a great response, right? Taking down Danny at this point in the game is going to provide them some room. At the same time, it gives Raven space. He's going to be able to help with this take.
Oh,
that was close.
Just ever so slightly off the mark there. Gets hit with a Wavebreaker and claims it, but that's going to be a beautiful and bridal outburst. But can Midgie do something here with onto the Yao, onto the back line with the Stampede? Is going to be draw. Most people getting hit by that Annihilation, but they are not phased.
Yeah, look at how tanky this entirety of the lineup is from the side of Boom. They're taking a lot of damage, and there is not much gold difference to talk about at that particular point in the game. But Vesakha now have established a 1,000 goldie. This T1 looking likely to fall.
Looking likely to fall here with his minion waves. Obviously, there's 2 minions surviving here, but they do have the Spirit Wolves. That's going to make sure work of them, potentially not going to get a takedown, but it's very damaged.
Yeah, It is very damaged, and this is a much needed space for the side of Vesakha. Not just in the game, but for the series as well. They need that mental stability. Tatsuri falling a little low here, which means they have to give this away, but the TP emergence...
Why? You gotta play Bomberman? Don't go there!
Yeah, exactly. Like, you could have just walked out of that one.
He was in the right position, but he thought, you know what, I'm tempting fate. Why not? Let's see if I can tank this one, just like Carl thinks here. But now the Skyfall does come through. Not quite connect him, but it's able to steal away. Actually, no, did Draw get that one?
Yeah, I think Draw got that one.
Wow.
Nev already had the Crimson Golem when he was flying over with the Skyfall. Now, with that being said, I think Vesakha have found their stride here. This poking composition coming in is great.
Very good. I mean, it gives them the distance, it gives them room to breathe. They're not constantly in the face of Boom Esports, but that could change in a moment's notice.
I mean, it maximizes their damage, right? Because, like you said, the Arrow Storm is very effective in long range, and Genyev complements that move as well.
Exactly.
So, for now, I think the wave clear is definitely in advantage to Vesakha. It's up to Boom. What else can they do to try and either split up Vesakha or maybe just gain resources across the map through the jungle buffs?
I feel like they've got to focus on Gen, Myth, and Raven. I mean, it's easier said than done, especially with the... if they've got Flash on the board as well, right? But I mean, at the same time, they've also got the shove away that Gen Myth can do with the Matrix, and then Raven can use skill 2 to just push them away ever so slightly and create that little bit of a life-saving space.
I mean, we've seen this combination yesterday where it was just one person getting a stun, and then you use like the Zhang Fei ultimate to continue the lockdown, and hopefully you have enough burst, of which they have Danny, they have Miki and Carl. I think there's more than enough time.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see how it does. But with the Unbridled Layer Burst, they need it. It's up for grabs here for Draw. Not quite as dominant as his Motsu performance in game number 2, but we could still wait to see a big Unbridled Layer Burst here. But Bao, level 10, man.
Yeah, a scary potential, and plus Draw is only level 7. So this is a much better performance coming out from Vesakha. They finally have the goal lead against Boom, but we have seen that before, and Boom have swung that back in their favor in a moment's notice. Now T1 in the bottom, under threat. This time Miggy is going to be in charge of making sure that life is not as easy for the side of Vesakha Esports. Raven going to make the trade out the top.
Yeah, Skyfall is being placed here onto Migi as well, trying to get that stop onto that T1, but it is going to be an inevitable trade here. The Annihilation kind of whipping, unfortunately, but now Nev looking pretty low. Help of Val coming through, trying to get onto Migi there. He's able to kick away, but he's onto the back line, and he's going to then take down for Draw, but now the Skyfall comes through as well. Nev's trying to escape. Can he do it? Dreamrock connects. Carl is blocked with those building creation blocks, but it's a blow inside that gets the kill.
That must be the biggest sigh you'll ever hear from the side of Vesakha. Always outplayed at the last moment, and Boom Esports, they come alive.
Yeah, try to brigade and also keep alive Nev, but it just is to no avail here for the side of Vesakha Esports. But now diving in once again, it's going to be the lead in the charge of Migi, but then Destructive Delusion being placed down as well. Raven gets taken down. Can they look to try and push this T1 into the mid side of the map there? But no, the Annihilation clears out the minions.
Yo, who is this team? This is not the Boom I recognize. This is a completely different monster. And Boom, they came here with Homer, they came here with research, but most importantly, they came here with execution in mind.
You missed one really good word there, vengeance. They want vengeance from the game that they was lost of Blacklist yesterday, but now the Tyrant takedown for the side of Boom Esports, really closing that gap of that goal lead that Vesakha once had.
Yeah, it's non-existent. In fact, you might even say Boom have the lead at this moment because the goal is swinging in their favor right now.
It is in their favor, absolutely. I mean, very short, but I mean, they do have the Tyrant. That's also going to kind of make sure that that's no longer just a 50-50 gold lead. That's going to be a pain train here. And you can see to the bot side of the map, both Raven and Danny are equal.
This is a very scary situation, right? Because the better jungler, if he wins you the game, we have seen the difference. If Nev is able to be that unkillable tank that Vesakha needs him to be, then Boom will be running out of options.
They will be running out of options indeed, but it's attached to the T1, the top side of the map here. Skyfall onto the back line though, puts Tatsuri into that Annihilation, but now we're looking for a little bit more here. Nev's trying to get back to his teammates after taking quite a few of those tower shots, but now Carl is going to be that front line. He's going to be the anchor of the team.
I really like the restraint on the side of Draw here, knowing that, hey, it's not worth it to pop my ultimate, and Plus, there's not enough damage from the side of Bao to really come in and commit because you're buying time for the team. So Boom Esports players, I feel this has been the biggest improvement. Just situational awareness of what needs and what doesn't need to be done.
Exactly. Player appears to be built here for Danny as well. A lot of damage coming through. Looking to build Daybreaker a little bit sooner than later, just past that 10-minute mark as well, with the Shadow objectives coming through. But that flow inside is definitely going to just kind of just hit and dive and hit the damage under the back line of Vesakha.
Like, Tatsuya through this game has been really consistent. This series, right? He's been landing those knockups to see Carl looking for the Dream Home steal.
Yeah, I mean, it's patiently waiting, but at the same time, they're looking for a bit of an advance. They may not try and get that reset. They move it out of the way of that annihilation. Good play! We saw Bal was trying to go in, but now the Skyfall comes through. Can they claim a kill onto Miji? That is going to be a yes here for the side of Vesakha, but they're all looking pretty low. The health bars are on the run. The Stampede onto Bal. He has to flash and just gets out alive.
I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade. No, 1-for-2 trade, which Miggy had to give his life. But the response of that is they get an Azure Golem, and Carl is able to deal quite a bit of damage, or at least start dealing damage towards the T2 in the middle.
And now we're obviously seeing just the farm up here for Danny. He's looking to go for that Crimson Golem. So, I mean, that's all they needed, right? Was just a little bit more damage into that team fight, and that would have been those 4 health bars completely deleted.
Yeah, it's so close. It's nail-biting at this point, right? Vesakha, I mean, they're keeping pace, but here comes Nev with a double dive.
Yeah, double dive, dive and dodge, as we see Nev here looking to play a little bit of dodge. Oh, no. Sword and shot, just trying to push him away a little bit further, but the damage coming through for the side of Boom Esports is a little bit too much for Nev. He actually escapes here, thanks to the closing and positioning of his enemy team.
I mean, both teams just playing footsies. This is how close it is, right? Just one wrong move. Take a look at Baldo. Yes. He's on the sidelines. He's waiting for that potential catch. But there's too many Boom members here. It's not worth the risk.
It isn't worth the risk into the team fight, especially when Bal's been turning the tides of these team fights organically with the knockups onto the backline enemy team and just kind of posing a bit of a threat to the tempo. But there's a Skyfall, there's a stop there, a little bit of a faint one, but they're looking to go for this Overlord. Can the side of Boom Esports get the steal? They're in the thick of it. Were they able to get it? No! Nev claims it, but now into the backline it's going to be Genmith!
Whoa!
A little bit overzealous there. We were seeing what he was hoping to do was to get the kill onto Danny, but Boom, Carl was in his face.
Yeah, look, how many outplays does Boom have in their pocket? Because it looks like it's ever flowing.
It is ever flowing. It seems to be just unlimited on tap here as they look to try and push this Azure Golem once again. They look to steal it away from the side of Vesakha and claim it. Give it up to Danny as well.
That is a big win for the side of Boom Esports as well. Vesakha, look, it's been great. They've been keeping up. Right now, the goal difference is about 1,000 in advantage to the side of Boom. But every mistake that is forced out of Vesakha by Boom's decisions, this one is hard for IKL fans, man.
Oh, absolutely. They are definitely blundering this match, obviously, considering that Vesakha had the lead. Maybe this Overlord can be the difference maker.
I mean, I am sure they will hope so, right? Because everything falls onto this next big fight. If they get an ace, you probably could have access into either crystal.
You probably could, actually. I mean, look at that bottom side of the map and top side of the map for the side of Boom Esports. They could definitely create a backdoor here. But speaking of backdoor, it's going to be the Cascader being stopped with that cleanse. But now Nev gets taken down. He was a little bit too ballsy with that play, and Nev falls.
What did we say, right? This potential of overdiving already.
Oh, Bal, no! The Dream Roam saves him.
Alright, there's going to be a nice movement coming in from the side of Boom Esports. They did have to trade away their T1 in the mid. So that's some value for the side of Vesakha Esports as they take a 1,000, close to, lead against Boom Esports. But they need to break a T3. Then this value can be realized.
Yeah, I think that's my problem here for Boom, right? I mean, if they don't break one soon, I think it's going to be a loss for Boom Esports in this game number 3, which is a little bit of a shame, really, because they played very well. Maybe overextended a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, Raven is at that power spike already, right? Level 15. You talk about that arrow shower or arrow storm being so valuable for the side of Vesakha, and they have really shown us the power and the potency of it.
Oh, absolutely. But there's power and potency of that destructive deluge. But Bal, he's an escape artist, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's called the Martial Genius for a reason. And right now, I mean, the cartwheels are working out, but this is a one class laner out of the battle. It's a 4v5.
4v5 here, looking to formulate around the Shadow Tyrant. Nev and Carl lead the charge for now. Miji is coming into the backline as well. looking for some kind of means of a way in here, but it is falling down pretty quickly. The Unbridled Airburst actually stuns and gets the Tyrant for Danny.
Yeah, and now they can really bring the pain over to the side of Vesakha here. T2 is going to sound like a great prize, but they need to kind of take the T1 if they can on the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's been standing for a little bit too long, that T1, man. Like, they need to get that minion wave that's currently already literally... It's been delivered for a reason. They're just not using it.
I mean, we'll see, because Vesakha has been trying their best to pull the attention of the Boom members, and so far it's been working. But who knows, this could be very well a ploy from the Boom Esports boys as well.
It could be, but hey, do you want to go and push that? Because we're going to go and push elsewhere here as well, because I mean, that T2 into the mid lane looks pretty tasty for us.
Okay, I think the difference maker here is going to be this Shadow Overlord. We are 15.5 minutes in. Vesakha has been able to hold and fend off Boom for majority of the time.
Yep, but can they do it now? The Annihilation with the Skyfall coming in at the same time, but it's going to be that Arrow Storm. They're really not connecting onto anybody at Boom Esports, so not really the most impactful, but Nev gets the kill onto Tatsuri. Can they get any more here? Nav is on the run, dies as well, but we aren't seeing any very many low hop bars, but the Dream Roam onto Raven there could be a problem.
Raven!
That's not who you want to fall! Niji gets the kill onto Raven.
Yeah, and this is 4 members on the side of Boom. Danny is still alive. He very well. Bao! Oh, he needs to run. They're all going for him now.
Yes, Val is on the run, but it's not going to be able to get anywhere safe soon. The Annihilation was just a little bit of a Hail Mary play there for the boys of Vesakha. But there it is. Miji getting the kill.
Yeah, and this is perfect timing. They actually extended the Primal Bond duration for the side of Boom Esports, which means now they can take this with full damage.
Yeah, easily taken with full damage here, and a takedown of the Shadow Overlord for the side of Boom Esports. Now puts them only 700 gold ahead. This is the closest gold lead going into about 16-minute mark.
Yeah, we're not going to see any colors on the gold graph later. Nah. It's just going to be flat.
Flat line.
No mountains, no peaks. Yeah. And with that, Boom, right now, one more good play. If they can time it right with the Shadow Overlord, Vesakha, this game might be over.
It could be over, definitely here, especially with a well-placed Overlord there. Push top side of the map that has actually been inevitable for the side of Boom Esports for quite some time.
It's crazy, right? Because we are seeing teams struggle to fight against both of these tank jungles, yeah. Both the Nerza as well as the Mankey. So you know what? That's great advice. Just use it against each other, and the results are super satisfying so far.
Exactly. Clash of the Titans is what it should be renamed of when Monkey and Nerza meet onto the Gorge right now, but it is going to be the Vanguard being fed through to the bot side of the map, but it's going to be the Matrix being pushed away here. The Annihilation doesn't quite hit the Vanguard there, but with that damage from Raven, it's going to get taken down.
Yeah, but now it's safety for the side of Vesakha, but only a moment's notice because right away, looking for the backline.
Looking for the backline, but more important, looking for that T3 down to the bot side of the map. We were saying moments ago, they need to get that T3, and they've just done it.
Yeah. Any damage they put onto the T3 before, on backline.
Yep, Skyfall comes through here, Destructive Deluge placed down a little bit too early into the front line of the map, but it really sort of denies the side of Vesakha into any kind of team fight.
Oh, big moves.
Ooh,
yeah, that was
so
right.
scary.
I mean, Miki is providing a lot of value for the team. Annihilation, once again, does not hit the mark. And the Destructive Deluge from Tatsuri, so much value to get the T3.
The engage there from Miji was huge. It's going to be enough to kind of open the doors of Vesakha Esports. Not losing a single member so far is Boom Esports, but Bal looking to change that one. Sage of Sanctuary being procced onto Danny as well. He's
Raven
on the run. He has so little health. He built the destiny to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and still they can't finish the job. Miggy says, I invite you to try again. And Vesakha, no, they do not hit the mark. And that has been the story of Vesakha Esports today. They just can't find the openings.
They can't find the opening. They can't find the target for the Annihilation so far, which is the Shadow Tyrant being assessed here by the side of Boom Esports. Definitely not the quickest game that they've had against Vesakha yet. To date, around about that 19-minute mark here, the Emergence was being baited there, trying to get the intel onto the side of Boom Esports, but a little bit too late. That Tyrant goes over.
Yeah, too little, too late for them. Vesakha now has to deal with the wrath of the impending Boom domination here. They have 45 seconds before Boom might reconsider their options and go for the Tempest. But for now, Vesakha, this is not where you want to be. Look at the free damage that Miggy is giving to the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I like free things, but I don't like free damage. I mean, you can keep that one in your back pocket. Just keep it away from me.
Yeah, at this point, I think Bao needs to be that big difference maker, right? He has not been able to find those big catches that are long enough for Vesakha to take advantage of.
Exactly. The catches need to be made here from Val just to kind of try and upturn the tides of Boom Esports within this one. They're currently 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially looking to go for that 3-0. Did they decide to just go for the base, or will they peel up and go for the Tyrant, the Tempest Dragon here?
I think you have 30 seconds of Primal Bond. Best not to take a risk. At the same time, you have to really consider bottom wave here. You can see Nev. He's going to try and make that split push happen, but he cannot reveal his position too soon. Actually, he has.
He has revealed his decision there. The cannon minions come through. MVPs of the game of number 3 right now. And Miji obviously rotates from bot side of the map to top. And now we can potentially look for a bit of a team fight here. Tatsuri actually takes a bit of damage from that Annihilation. And you can see Nev trying to go for a bit of a Hail Mary play with that bot side of the map.
Yeah, this is a great situation for the side of Vesakha. Not because they have 2 broken lanes, but because they are in vision of what's happening at the Tempest Pit. Now, this is going to be very vital because there is a potential of a steal from the side of Gen Mid. While difficult, it is possible.
Yep, Skyfall just being used to kind of just be sent back home. He doesn't want to commit an aggressive Skyfall at this moment in time, but right now you can see Carl maybe trying to bait over the side of Vesakha with this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, because they have a wave of super minions on the bottom marching in. Nev needs to address that he does not have the Skyfall just yet.
Not just yet, no, indeed, unfortunately, but maybe he might be able to get it just any moment's notice now, but I mean, it's not looking to be contested here. You can see Draw really keeping the back line of Vesakha out of that Tempest, and it goes to Boom.
Yeah, now is the time to put the pressure on to the side of Vesakha. I mean, if game 1 and 2 weren't difficult enough, Boom have made it extremely difficult here. The Tempest buff, Tempest Vanguards disrupting your towers. They cannot defend for you.
Yeah, you got 70 seconds on that one as well. It's going to be scary for the side of Vesakha as they look for an approach, but it's going to be Val into the back line, just trying to get a touchdown onto Danny, but Danny says Sage Sanctuary gets taken up here as well, but Sage Sanctuary, the Destructive, the Luge, is going to keep him in place. There it is. Ball gets the Destiny, but it's going to fall to Carl. Carl is the Destiny of Ball.
Yep, that's the first part of the 5-piece puzzle. Ball is down for 40 seconds. This is going to be very long for them. Now this is a 4v5. They also have the Tempest Vanguards. Migi trying to pull attention away from Nev. Jumps right back in, pulls the attention. They really want this T3.
They really want this, the T3, but also more importantly, that Crystal there, diving onto the back line. But there it is, the opening of the Crystal of game number 3. Boom Esports, they have the Tempest Vanguard, but we can see here, Nev is like, hold my drink. We're going to maintain it for a little bit longer now as they try and push here, but it's going to be ultimately game number 3 goes to Boom.
In convincing fashion as well, the PKL teams have shown up today and Boom are on a run.
This is definitely the best as Boom performed thus far. Every single game, even if the early game they were put behind in the laning phase or in the mid-game rotation, they always managed to find a team fight to bring themselves back to an equal footing. And right now, they're not just on an equal footing, they're 3-0 in a best-of-7 series. One game defers them to march forward in that lower bracket.
I mean, they must have gone through some secret training, 1,000 years training somewhere, because this is a completely different manner of a beast that is Boom Esports.
A hyperbolic time chamber, that's what they needed, right? Hyperbolic time chamber as they went in as a PKL Spring Season number 1. Obviously, they fell at Fall at number 2, and now they're looking to contend into that top 8 spot.
Yeah, this gives us so much hope because look, the quality of the teams that have stepped into the knockout stages now that we're at day number 3, the growth has not been, just 1, 2, 3 steps. It's been stories and stories of insane growth.
It has been a lot of growth, especially for Boom Esports to retaliate coming in from the series yesterday, where they lost convincingly against their rivals of the same region, Blacklist International. Right now, they are looking very consistent in their gameplay alone, and every single member thus far has contributed to that success.
Yeah, I think I want to really just pay attention to Tatsui here. He, for me, is the one that really changed the fight. He was locking Nev in place like nobody's business. He was making sure that Bao couldn't get the escapes or even the engages.
I mean, we talk about a homegrown buff, right? We've had the first cosplayer of the Lady Chen here for the first time today. It means clearly it's working for Tatsuri, right?
True. I mean, okay, then so does Vesakha need some cosplayers to come in as well? And
they got Flowborn, it's just not working, you know?
No, it was a guy. It was a guy cosplaying it, that's why.
Switch the costume.
You gotta switch the costume, definitely for the side of Vesakha here. But man, what's going on for the side of IKL today here, because if they really lose the upcoming next game, that's bye-bye IKL for the entire KIC knockout stage.
I won't tell you what's going on with Vesakha. Vesakha is a community team. This is their second appearance in IKL. They have managed to acquire third. They are a very young team. Boom is young as well, but not as young as Vesakha.
No,
And they're hungry.
Like I say, they have Migi on the team, right? Obviously, the older brother, he is a father. He's the Honor of King's first father, right? I mean, definitely giving over the aid with this Yao as well. I mean, definitely this draft, like, Danny obviously has been a superstar for, like, the past previous games, but I feel like Hatsuri really had the difference, a tide maker there.
He stepped up, right? And this is where the comparison is going to be. We're going to be taking a look at the farm lanes here later on. But with that being said, we were looking at the peaks in this particular game. The last peak, the most beautiful for the side of Boom.
I remember both of you really said something back in the cast just now. This game, the goalie will be neck and neck until the specific breakpoint, which was exactly when Boom Esports won that teamfight and brought it to a game-winning victory there. And when they got that bottom tower and that forced Nev to burn that Skyfall towards safety, the Tempest Dragon was just for Boom's pockets.
It was indeed, but this is going to be the head-to-head here between Danny and Raven. It seems to be a matchup that we like to see onto the board here. I think it may be a bit of eye candy for those in the stadium here, but right now the 69% participation in kills here for Danny isn't going to stop him with being a funny number, but that damage, man, this is why I always talk about the Flowborn Marksman. It's just the fact that 228k damage is wild.
Yeah, but here we have the MVP. It's going to be Carl. He was responsible for taking a lot of the attention. The very cute but very damaging Menki here.
I thought you were talking about Carl being cute and damaging, but then you added the monkey part on there as well. I was like, you saved yourself, it's fine.
It's fine. 2-0, 12 KDA. It's already 2% damage taken here. The brick wall coming in for the side of Boom Esports, and all these attempts here, making sure that his carries, the Cascader, the teammates, the channel, all had the room to do damage here. And if you were Nev, every time you Skyfall in, you will notice the fact that there will be no teammates following up. It's because they aren't able to do so. This monkey, piloted by Carl, and the Yao coming in from Miggy was always in the faces of the backline coming in from Vesakha.
Yeah, we were so worried about the potential of Nev overdiving, right? And it really did happen. Boom Esports was continually ready for that particular engage. And this is where I feel Gen Myth, he tried his best, but it's so hard to deal damage against such a mobile lineup. You have Miggy, you have Danny, you have Draw, you have Carl as well. Tatsuri is the only possible candidate, but he also has the Ocean of Tears invincibility frame.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there that Overzealous emergence, right? Obviously, if he was like a more squishier team comp and he got like maybe a prod and a shove over more than one person, but it probably would have paid off. But the fact that they have Carl and Migi there just kind of always guiding the back line.
Yeah, it's perfect value, right? And this shows you, like, you know, Boom Esports, I like the confidence. You can see from the way they play the game. They're not afraid to dive. They're not afraid to give their lives for the cause because they know that there's someone from their team will back them up.
This is the Boom Esports that we wanted to see coming in from yesterday, but fortunately, they retaliate well enough and coming into the series against Vesakha Esports at the IKL third seed. They are looking so confident and the execution has been crystal clean.
Better late than never, right? I mean, we didn't see this Boom on form yesterday, but maybe it was just Blacklist being on a bigger form yesterday compared to Boom, and now Boom is here to say, like, hey, we're in the knockout bracket, we're in an elimination match, and we're looking for the first 4-0 in that lower bracket.
I mean, and this will close the day. So this is the last thing you will ever remember for this stream and this broadcast.
It's not going to be happy for IKL fans. They definitely need to funnel their energy towards Vesakha Esports to survive in this series alone.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge, right? Because this is the last IKL team to represent in KIC 2025. With that being said, this is also the last PKL team in the lower brackets, right? So we don't want to send anyone home, but that's the cost of competition.
I think for the safety of us, I'd rather send the IKL one home because we've got some fans and they're rowdy. If Boom doesn't get through, I'm running.
Okay, yeah, I think it's great to play safe. I think we have already seen what safety nets you. It nets you results.
But man, what a series so far. We still need to find out what exactly Vesakha Esports needs to do. But do follow us on our HOK Esports social media. Stand a chance to win tokens and legendary boxes or even anything boxes like this epic skin chest over here. And if you want to see the behind the scenes on what's going on with the pro teams, like the waiting room, all the drama, you can definitely check out our social media pages.
Yeah, I think it's also now keep close tabs because there will be plenty of celebrations. But of course, today we're looking at the success of potentially Boom Esports, who are on the cusp of a 4-0 clean sweep.
That's definitely a dream coming in for the side of the PKL fans here, but after a long series 3-0 so far, I do think that we need to give breaks towards both teams to better prepare themselves for the finale of this series here. Let's take it away.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is day 3 of the knockout stage with the side of Boom Esports, the home crowd favorites here, currently leading 3-0 against Vesakha Esports, the third seed coming in from IKL in that lower bracket run.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I feel like it's getting a bit cold right now. And this is the cold-blooded team, Boom Esports. What a response coming into this last series of the day. 3 wins in a row.
Yeah, they're not seeking any warmth there. They're seeking some more kills onto the Gorge here as well. I mean, you see here the global ban pick. I mean, overall, we've been seeing a little bit of a difference of these teams in the lower brackets, right? Like, it's always been a little bit of pocket picks, even in the last series, about counters to the enemy jungle and stuff like that. We're not going for, like, all kind of like balls to the wall within the drafts. It's kind of just like, let's expand these picks. But yeah, there's still many heroes onto the side of Vesakha that Boom could go for.
I'm smelling something, guys. Do you smell it?
I think I know what you're talking about. What if Boom Esports goes for the Nursa? There's no more Menki to counter that pick.
You know what I'm thinking? The Athena jungle, Athena roam in game 4 for Boom.
Oh, and does Vesakha, have the power to withstand that? I mean, every difficult card has been placed against Vesakha. Vesakha now, they're going to choose the blue side, and Boom are going to be on the red counter pick side. So there is a potential of a surprise Athena roam.
It could be, right? I mean, it's not the most powerful pick. It's, if anything, you have to have a strong mental to play that hero, because you're just going in, dying, and just disrupting the enemy team, Like, it can't play by somebody who wants to be a carry.
That's true.
Yeah.
You definitely have to give and take in terms of the draft itself to really... Because in the line of a coach in towards a draft, if you have too much heroes that require gold all around the Gorge, it's going to be a bit of an awkward situation because you don't know who you can funnel the gold to.
Yeah, and now Vesakha's in a very peculiar position because there's still so many picks that Boom can go for, right? They have not gone the full distance yet. Right now, it's Boom sprinting for the finish, and they want to kick RKL out of this KIC 2025 competition. And the best part for PKL fans, that meme battle, that meme war that we have with IKL and PKL, this is all going to be set in stone after this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely going to be the determinator of who is the better region in international competition so far. And we've seen here that Boom, even despite all odds being PKL in the first part of the upper bracket, are now dropped down and looking to take out the second IKL.
And with the recent events of the side of Blackest National and WeTrend representing KNC, they did beat ID. So if they win against here, the meme between HOK Esports Philippines and Indonesia is gonna be spicy.
Yeah, it's gonna be lit, right? I mean, the bonfires will be lit. Signals will be sent across all the different parts of the country and the region as well to celebrate their win. But for now, we don't talk about the success until we achieve it. Boom. One more time against Vesakha, and they will send the only IKL team left in KIC 2025 home.
Exactly. That's scary thought for obviously the likes of our friends over in the ID broadcast, Momo, Rookie. I feel like there's going to be some tears tonight, unfortunately, but my condolences if that is the case. But Vesakha are not down and not out just yet. This is game number 4 and could actually potentially do a full sweep, and that would be absolutely nuts.
And we start off the draft coming in for Vesakha, banning out the Luna. Boom Esports returning the favor, locking away the Paker. So junglers that has been used coming in from Boom Esports that have proved a lot of value, removed from the pool here. With Vesakha being on the blue side, what do you reckon they first pick here? What's the priority? Is it the Guan Yu for the ball?
I think Bao is a great answer, but maybe you give something that Raven can maneuver well with. Like Flowborn Marksman, great pick, a lot of damage, but not very mobile, right? And Boom, right now, okay, Vesakha, they're gonna use the national pride here, the Lapu Lapu, to try in their potential last stand against Boom Esports.
For giving me a chance.
I mean, that'd be great, right? If they was able to actually get like the return of the victory here with the national hero from the PKL region, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's see what the draft here. Obviously, we're going for the idea onto the side of Boom. I mean, does Tatsuri decide to go for the Mai?
Oh, that's still available here.
Great suggestion. And the Artie does come through. This is one of Danny's most damaging, most successful farm laners. But the thing that scares me the most is that Boom can go for the Nursa pick. How are you going to deal with that?
Yeah, exactly. How are we going to deal with that?
I mean, at the very least, I'm not a big fan of a solo Nerza here, but if they can bring it out, that's great. For the side of Vesakha, they do lock in the Musashi and also Lapu Lapu for the double engage against the Arlie here. But an interesting fact, out of the 3 games that Boom Esports have played so far, Danny only suffered 1 death out of the 3 games.
Really? 1 death?
1 death only.
3 games?
In 3 games.
That's insane!
Wow, floor 1 tanker. So a very consistent lineup that has been drafted for the side of Boom Esports here. You have Diadia, Arlie, very strong mid-game tempo here. Once Arlie gets that 3 items, she will get herself going, and a floorborne tank is a added benefit with the Diadia heals.
Oh yeah, this one's already pretty hard to take down. Just baseline stand on its own as a floorborne tank. Now you have Diadia being played by Draw, who has been, I mean, on a completely different level today as well. It's not looking good.
No, yeah. I mean, the Suya ban here for the side of Boom makes a lot of sense, especially when you're going onto the floorborne tank, because obviously it struggles to move anyway, so if you have the Suya, it's going to make it even worse for your jungler here as well, but it also makes sense going into the Musashi also, but the Dharma being banned out here, we don't want to give Miji another big Titan pick into that Clash lane.
My worry here coming in for the side of Vesakha. What do you play on the side of Raven here? You don't have the DRNG, Channel's banned out, Arlie, Long, all these are not available, and Floorborne Marksman is also removed from the pool here, so what is the pickup here coming from Vesakha?
I am clueless as well because I feel like Boom has also done the mental damage to me, where I feel like I'm running out of options for Vesakha.
And there's the Mai Shiranui ban. We was hoping that maybe Tatsuri was going to go for this one, but maybe they go for something, maybe like a Princess Frost maybe into the mid lane. Maybe go for that, or potentially the newer for Tatsuri maybe.
I have an idea. Usually when we see a Diadia, you will be paired up with a high burst mage towards the mid lane. Potentially the Ganemo or the Kong Ming for the side of Boom.
Ooh, that's a good answer. And like the winning strategy cooldown is pretty good as well.
Yeah.
This can kind of keep pace with the Nev Illuminating Slash, which gets rid of all the projectiles. But I'm curious to see what does Vesakha pick there, considering the Consort Yu. Do you like this pick? Since you like Consort Yu.
I mean, I love Consort Yu, but I mean, do I want to see it get destroyed? Probably not, but I mean, it's going to be good going up against obviously the Ali. Oh, okay.
I like this
one.
Okay.
Is the root of
I like this answer. Okay, you're able to deal with the Floorborne tank quite well. And the Garuda coming in. This is the IKL National Pride, the national hero coming in. So let's see if this Garuda is going to be the game changer going up against Boom Esports. Who is this luxurious mid laner that Boom will grace our presence with?
You know what's easy to enter the backline? It's Tatsuri with that Shangguan here. If he gets towards the backline here, it's not gonna be a good time for both Raven and also Gemif here. So this Musashi has to lock down this Shangguan with a lot of focus.
And the wave clear is pretty good as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, wave play's good in the mid lane. Obviously, being able to dive on top of Garo as well, that's going to be the main cause of point, right? Just constantly get her touchdown, and then that's it. It's kind of it'd be a hard job for Raven.
And where you gonna point your silence arrow at? It's like she's gonna go ring around the rosies around your head.
Exactly.
With this Raven lineup here onto this Garu, the Shangguan and also the Magin coming in for both these picks, the Calligrapher and the Martial Genius, they will be actively looking for that backline flanker. And this Shangguan is always a high-risk, high-reward sort of picker. If you don't get that early lead in, it falls off very quickly.
Oh, I really like that point. I mean, this shows you how high the stakes are. And to be in this position for Vesakha Esports, I think you can be both proud but sad at the same time, because it's looking like Boom, with more experience and more firepower at this point, they could deal that finishing clean sweep.
Not just the firepower, but obviously the momentum. Obviously, they've won 3 games back-to-back. Yes, the first 2 games were short, but last game went the country mile. Maybe it's enough to kind of be like throw a spanner in the works here for Boom Esports. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see here. Vesakha having the pressure of being IKL's final hope, with IKL's pride, with IKL's slot in the hands of Vesakha here. This is potentially their final march in KIC 2025. If they drop the ball, they will book a flight home to Indonesia.
But also, on the reverse, if Boom drops the ball in this game number 4, then they will have to go further and further into their hero pool. And can they achieve this at that point? I mean, we are seeing some new things here from Boom. So maybe they have a lot more in store for us.
Yeah, we'll see. The fuse has been lit. We guarantee you fireworks in this potential last game of the series because no matter what happens, it is going to be exciting.
Yes, and as you can see on the bottom screen, Lapu Lapu has arrived and is in game. So if you like the look of this hero that Jun Young is playing, you can obviously log into the game, do the event, and get it for free.
Yeah, get it for free. That's the most important part. And that's exactly what both teams will be looking to do right now, right? Steal the camps away for free, get the space buy for free as well. And the 3-man rotation at the start of the game, trying to deal as much deficit to the side of Danny as they can.
Yeah, trying to kind of upset the flow here of Miji on top side of the map as well, and obviously try and get that space brighter. It's definitely putting the pressure on to the side of Boom Esports. There we go, Vesakha is able to get it as well. So quick rotation down to the mid lane if they really need to. As you can see, Garuda dropping down there now.
Okay, there's a great pacing coming out from the side of Vesakha Esports. So this is what we want to see, healthy competition as well. But there's a matchup. Mickey against Raven. Already forced out the flash from Raven. This is very scary.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're definitely going to be more susceptible to a gank here down to the bot side of the map. So now that Boom has that intel, will they act on it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one to act on because now Gen Myth, I think they're very familiar with this hero. The poke from the Wings of Judgment are going to be very game-changing, especially if they maximize that damage.
Exactly. Maximizing the damage onto the Garuda is going to be scary here as well, but also even getting this Garo, this late game queen, online early is going to punish this Flowborn tank.
Yep, and especially if Gen Myth gets that Dread combination where he releases the ultimate early, it potentially puts everyone on the pathway for the Silence Arrow from Raven. And the results of that, I don't think the Boom fans will like that a lot.
Oh no, exactly. It'd be a harsh realization here as well, but top side of the map needs to be paying some attention to as minions naturally crash into there as well, but not going to be able to take a lot of damage pre-4 minutes with that structure protection.
Alright, and they have reverted back to their original lanes. Vesakha now have a very small but noticeable lead against Boom Esports.
They do have a very small lead, but again, it's probably just the fact that they've been rotating quite frequently onto the side of Boom without actually being able to get the River Sprite, the Space Sprite as well. So just all these little kind of decisions that Boom has not executed in the early game, hopefully doesn't come and bite them in the bum.
Yeah, they now see the calls around here. Oh, they try.
Val, maybe gets get out. There it is. Whoa. There's a knock up there from Carl. Val goes down.
That is a very decisive move from the side of Boom Esports. They get the benefits of that. Faster rotations. They're going to try and put some damage onto the T1 at the bottom. Silence Arrow going to be used, but it's not going to be too much avail because Raven is not fed yet.
Oh no, definitely not. Not fed at all just in this moment in time, but Miji has to use that flash out. Can Nev get the kill? The door to the death, and there it is.
Cutting down. The Sword Master shows you his moves. And Boom Esports, they now have to also be very mindful that Vesakha may be down, but they're not out.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, they are looking to fight in this brawl. They don't want to go out of the competition 4-0. They want to get at least 1 point onto the board. And right now, they're kind of showing that, right? Obviously, they are trying to get the lead into these lanes, but ultimately, Boom is having a much easier time with gathering that gold.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the wave play here. They're going to try.
Oh, here comes the finishing stroke, but there he goes. He gets out of the range.
Okay, so once again, it's a difficult matchup. You can see the first skill of Nev will be able to cut through all projectiles, and from the correct angle, you can totally negate Tatsuri's ultimate.
Yeah, it's scary. So if you just completely negate all that and then you're able to just run away out of the range of it, it's going to be a lot harder to get that finishing stroke off onto Musashi.
And you can re-engage with the duel to the depth. That's the pain point. So we'll see how this is going to be like Vesakha. Nice 2-man rotation on the top. That does not show his face. But still, Boom, ballsy move. They know that, hey, he's not around, we can try.
Exactly, yeah. Just kind of try pushing the squishy heroes onto the side of Vesakha Esports. Jun Young going for the rotate here with Gen Myth as well as Raven.
Blue team.
Maybe I was trying to go capitalize on this mid lane, right? Just make sure they get everything to stop the takedown into mid lane. They get the T1 takedown, bot side of the map as well.
Yeah, T1 in the mid, I think it's going to be very important, right? Because that gives you the space for Gen Myth to maximize your ultimate. You know, you will be able to put them in a very tight corner, especially if they're hiding the rushes here. You will force potential flashes out, or at least the usage of skill sets from the side of Boom.
Righty-o. Okay, so 1-to-1 drawn here between the two teams of that kill count. We have obviously around about 500 gold lead going over to the side of Boom once again after Vesakha did take the early lead with that one. Looking to get that T1 top side of the map here with no actual trade onto the side of Vesakha Esports. Could be a bit scary here.
Miggy!
Uh-oh, duel to the depth, into the back line, onto Midi. But now we see that Jun Young is looking pretty low, but there's no way to get him down.
Not yet, at least. Carl does make his attention and presence known. For now, they're trying to push them back. They want to get some damage onto Raven. Wait, does he know he's being chased?
I assume so. I would hope so. I mean, he sat in that brush. He's like, you know what? Hopefully I can get out of this one alive. You can see the rotation here from Gen Myth to be like, okay, we'll keep you alive.
Yeah, Bao gonna try and make an early cut into the first wave on the top here, which is gonna be matched up by Miggy. He's gonna be on time for that. In the meantime, Vesakha have made the changes. Now it is going to be putting Funnel into Raven for that Crimson buff because they're looking for a trade here.
Looking for a trade, looking for a little bit more damage here for the side of Vesakha Esports. Raven obviously gets the Crimson Golem. Can they decide to go for the Overlord here? Obviously forcing Migi top side of the map there to defend that T2.
Yep, good rotations coming in from both teams here. Matching pace, right? This is important because if you take a look at the gold, there's no in-between right now. It literally is the same gold.
You've held the mirror up to the gold lead and it's basically the same thing right now. But now we are seeing, again, just Boom, just reformulate themselves, right? They don't want to kind of take a team fight that's a little bit overzealous and lose a lot more than they can gain here, especially on match point.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference maker now is going to be in the farm lane. So far, the farm on both Raven as well as Danny hasn't really been impacted that much. They're about, what, 500 gold away from each other, which at this point, oh, hang on, nice catch.
Ooh, okay, there's the wings adjustment coming through as well. Can they put pressure onto the back line? But it's going to be the heart link there that's going to save Carl. But in the brush there's Nev. Okay, using the Parasol. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? The Imperiled State comes through. Carl gets the kill onto Nev. They're looking for a little bit more. Danny gets a kill onto Bell. And now Tatsuri gets a successful ult onto Jun Young. He's running for him. Run for the hills, buddy.
Oh, we were at the cusp of a ace coming in at the 7.5 minute mark. Boom, once again, now they start to extend the lead. One play, 2,000 gold in your pocket.
This is exactly what happened in game number 1, right? Like, they got 3 kills and they lost nobody on their sides, but it's going to be that Wings of Judgment that's really trying to just stop that momentum into the mid lane here.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is getting that Crimson buff, right? They're going to funnel this probably in the hands of Danny, right? Get the refresh. Or maybe Carl? Okay, no, they will funnel it into Danny, which means this T2 is going to be taken down in a flash.
Take it down in the flash here is going down. That T2 like a treat for the side of Boom Esports. Really driving that gold lead to around about 3K now.
Alright, this is a substantial lead. And with Danny now getting the same treatment from his own team, Vesakha, I don't see a probable win state unless they catch them off guard.
Maybe they will catch them off guard here. Just maybe for the side of Vesakha, like Boom did in the response of game number 1, right? Like, it was going very much so for the side of Vesakha, but then Boom turned it around. But with that takedown of the Tyrant, it's just made it a little bit harder for that turnaround.
Yeah, because if you want to catch anyone off guard, the only person you want to catch off guard is Danny. And Danny is 1K plus ahead of Raven. So even if you get the catch, unless you drop everything down, I think Danny still makes it out.
Yeah, if Danny makes it out of these team fights, it's going to be a problem for the side of Vesakha because they're going to have to reformulate and just kind of get a re-engage here. But Bal, speaking of re-engages, he's not going to have that same privilege. Tatsuri with a takedown.
Yep, easy ones for the side of Boom Esports. And then the pathway seems to be clearing up. Mid T2 available for the taking. They will be able to secure it. One more hit will do it.
That's it. The cannon minions are the MVPs of this game. And Jun Young goes down. Can they get some dive onto the back line here? Nev is going to be the driving force. The spear into the enemy team.
Yep, game number 1 or game number 2, they were playing around with the shield. The value of the HP points. But this one, Draw is coming in with the heals, and this one is so difficult. Vesakha, they don't have any answers.
They don't indeed, right? I mean, they're definitely trying to formulate one here. Katsuri, but that's the whole point! Takedown of Raven is going to be the reason why they're locked in the Shangwan.
Yep, and this is looking like the start of the end here. A T3 on the top. This cut is deeper than it seems.
And he's using the brush, you know? Like, that's got to be some kind of mastery. You're using a brush, but you're getting cuts.
Yeah, exactly. Painting a new reality. That's the new skill set that Boom Esports have.
Yeah, painting those happy little clouds onto the side of Boom Esports as they're looking to run away with this one with around about 5K gold lead. But now as the shadow objectives do come through onto the Gorge as well, maybe they decide to go for the Tyrant. I mean, do they even need Carl to be here, really? I mean, you can see that Nev is nowhere near.
I mean, at this point, it's just to have security, right? In case there's a potential steal coming in from the side of Vesakha as well. Now, with that being said, this is going to be easy picks from the side of Boom Esports. They get the Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant buff. By the way, this is the 10-minute mark. And the next kill, if Vesakha has one member fall, Boom will take this game.
Exactly. If one little member, one little piggy on the side of the gorge of Vesakha here does fall, unfortunately, it will spell disaster here for the side of the IKL region. There's a Destiny counter being put here down as well, just to force them back at that T3.
Yeah, eyes on Tatsuri.
Eyes on Carl. Carl's just trying to be the driving force. The sledgehammer into the back line.
Oh, Miggy!
Carl looking to open up some more. Gen Myth goes down.
Yo, and they don't even fall. That's the big strength of Boom Esports. They win everything. They clear the base, and boom, one last push is all it takes.
All it takes is to deliver the baby that is going to be that 4-0 scoreline. Carl looking to open up the back line. Is there going to be a defense of Neb? Absolute domination. One for the history books. PKL gets a second representative.
It is now set in stone. PKL is the better region. They kick IKL out of KIC 2025.
Painful day for the IKL fans here as the last IKL representative, the grassroots teams, get sent off of KIC 2025, but the home crowd advantage is so prominent here. The fans are cheering for Boom Esports and they have delivered well.
Yeah, big respects to the side of Boom Esports. This was a group that was not foreseen today, but we also have to pay our respects to Vesakha Esports because they have shown us what it means to dare to dream in this particular journey in HOK. But also, you have to put the hard work in, and Vesakha have shown us they have put in a lot of effort.
They have. I mean, like we even said before the stream, right? Like Vesakha were happy they even got to this point.
Yeah.
As an open series team, they should still be proud of themselves. They are top 8, knocking out Nongshim Red Force. Like, what open series team can say they can do that?
Yeah, very few, but of course we celebrate the winners once again. Boom Esports, they take the stage, take the walk down, and thank the fans in person.
You can see the smiles and sign of reliefs on their faces here. They're very happy to be able to continue their lower bracket run as they have put on a very consistent performance, a dominating one in today's series.
A very dominant performance, absolutely. Boom, taking the only 4-0 today. I mean, I predicted this one was going to be a 4 best of 7, not the other game, but no, they proved us wrong. Boom really had statement.
I like this response from Vesakha as well. Even though they lost in a 4-0 fashion, do not be mistaken. This one was just Boom being a lot stronger.
Oh, yeah.
Vesakha, they have just started their journey. There is a long way to go from here.
I mean, it has been a fantastic growth so far. You came from a community grassroots team coming in from the Open Series. Spring wasn't that good. You got 8th in this IKL Spring. Then coming into Fall, with the addition of Junyong, Bao, and also Raven, you immediately dominated the entire tournament and ended 3rd place here. And you are at the same ranking with BTR as the top 8 in KIC 2025. If that's not growth, I don't know what is.
Exactly. I mean, the amount of like wealth of knowledge they'll take back from this international competition as well, back to their own region, the IKL. Hey, you might even see Vesakha as the next IKL champions, you know?
I would like to second that thought. I think there is a good potential.
Yeah.
But of course, with that being said, I think BTR might not agree with that particular statement. We'll see, right, when the next season begins. But for now, let's talk about the present. This game, Tatsuri, goodness me, taking to the skies and painting a new reality for Boom Esports.
That's what you get to see. The red team last pick here on the side of Boom Esports at a deciding game. He's confident with the Shangguan here. And he really delivered here. 60,000 damage, the most dealt in his team towards the back line of the side of Vesakha. Raven, Gen Myth, they were under so much pressure.
Yeah, there was very much a lot of pressure there. Gen Myth was really hoping that the runway of the Wings of Judgment was going to really be the pressure point for Tatsuri, but Carl was always like, hold my beer. I'm going to dive in onto the back line. You go in, deal the damage. Boom. Esports.
Yeah, it's so scary, right? Because he dealt a total of 93,000 damage. Gen Myth on this Garuda. But still, they couldn't find much value. And once Tatsuri got going, you see that landslide of gold accumulation from the side of Boom. That was because everyone hit those big financial markers already.
Yep, all the burst damage piling on towards Vesakha. Here you have Migi, you have Shangguan, all these two players just diving in towards the backline here. Hence Raven, we were 131 KDA here, not the best game for him, but it's not his fault. That's because the fact that there's so much dive coming in from the Boom's lineup.
I feel like the participation and kill percentage there is for Hauler alone.
Do it.
6-7. 6-7.
We know that the PKL broadcast did it yesterday, so I think today's our turn. But in any case, what a performance by Boom. I mean, Danny, he really carried the team with those clutch plays as well, 2-0-6.
And we go back to the statistics that we brought up during the pick and bans here. Danny, 4 games. Only 1 death here. This man has grown so much here. He was getting so much heat back in PKL fall, but the growth of Danny has been such a phenomenal story here. But the mid lane MVP, Tatsuri, with his signature Shangguan, has shown up and painted the history for the side of PKL to advance further in that lower bracket.
Crazy stats, 5-0-3. The gall to dive behind tier 3s even before they were close to taking it down. That was a start and the marker that showed us that Boom Esports are ready for the next stages of the knockouts.
Exactly. 0 deaths onto the gorge there for Mr. Tatsuri himself, but a lot of damage, a lot of being taken to the skies. Really mitigated the touch of that Masashi, which you're going to see here in these highlights.
This was a very interesting one because Nev found the cam on towards Danny. He planned this for a solid 1 minute here, but due to the fact that the entirety of Vesakha was too slow on the follow-up, Danny walked out clean in this exchange.
It's super crazy because if you were to put yourself in the perspective of Nev with the fog of war, that was a guaranteed. I would ultimately crap out of Danny as well.
Yeah.
Slain an enemy.
Absolutely ult in the heck out of Danny there onto the side of Boom Esports, but it was just Carl. Carl was just the sledgehammer to the face. Basically the bank robber's favorite weapon, a crowbar into the base of Boom Esports.
What a convincing victory of the entire series here. Game 1, Game 2, yes. We saw signs of excellence coming in from Vesakha that brought them to the lower bracket thanks to HBSC, but it was really those early to mid-game fights that brought them into a monstrous lead. But it was the final few moments that they couldn't really deliver, which caused the game to be out of their hands.
Okay, so there is a celebration on hand for this. The Blacklist boys were wishing success for the Boom boys, and now they stand one step closer towards not just a bigger prize pool, but also to watch SB19 live.
Wow, that is definitely a big piece of dream here because SB19 is the local icons here that the Filipinos love. But you know what we love? An interview session with Mara with the winners here. Take it away, Mara.
What a phenomenal performance by Boom Esports. Congratulations, Carl.
Thank you.
Listen to the yells, listen to the cheers of the fans because that was so phenomenal. Clean sweep against Vesakha. We're gonna go back to game 3 just a little bit. The opponent picked the Neza Dolia combo, and usually the percentage of this combo, that game they will win it out of all the regions that have used it. But what did you guys do to counter that? This Neza Dolia combo, to counter them going to the backline so freely?
Siguro, expected na namin na ipipick nila yun. So, yung pinagplanuhan na lang namin is, para kasi ma-counter yung comp na yun, kailangan nyo lang mag-gather, magdikit-dikit para hindi makasunod, ay para ma-burst siya agad. So, ayun lang. So, expected na namin.
So that was an expected pick, and what they did was they made sure to group up to make sure that they're able to counter the Neza Dolia combo. But you know what? What's so amazing about Boom Esports that we saw today, it seems like you guys were able to group up really well. What did you guys do prior to coming to today's matchup? Because you reset very well compared to yesterday, after what happened yesterday.
Sobrang gulo nung nangyari sa amin actually kahapon. So, parang ginather lang namin yung mga thoughts, tapos yun, yung mga mali namin. So, konting usapan lang din, parang yun yung naging motivation namin going here. Tapos, ayun, nag-move forward lang kami kung anong kailangan gawin. Kasi hindi naman mahalaga kung ano yung nangyari, yung kung paano yung susunod. Yun.
Very well said. They admit that yesterday was a little bit messy. So what they did was they gathered each other's thoughts. They grouped up, they talked about it. And to Carl, it doesn't matter what happened yesterday's or the mistakes of yesterday's, what happens. What matters more is how they move forward from their mistakes. Very well said. Now, another Philippine team, another PKL team to move to the top 6. You move on to the next week's matchups. What are you most excited about?
Yung sa SB19.
SB19, yes? Why?
Kasi, ayun, sobrang kilala nilang group, syempre, lalo sa Pinas. Tapos, ayun, magpe-perform sila dun. So, nakaka-excite lang na... nakaka-excite lang.
He's saying that what he's excited about the most is the SB19 performing next week because they're so known, not just in the Philippines, but all over the world. So it's exciting that SB19 will come perform for them. How about just one line and just say, we're the Warriors?
We're the Warriors?
Yeah, we're the Warriors. Just say we're the Warriors.
We're the Warriors.
Yes! That's one of the lines that you're going to be hearing next week. Carl, we have to commend the family and the friends that come here all the time to support you and Boom Esports. Your family always present here. What would you like to say to your family and friends?
Yun, salamat sa walang sawang pagsuporta sa Boom Esports. Tapos yung mga pumunta pa para support. Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, maraming salamat. Sana tuloy niyo pa rin kami supportan kasi mas lumalakas kami dahil sa inyo.
He thanks everyone for the never-ending support and he hopes that you continue to support him because they get stronger with your support. What about for the other regions that are supporting Boom Esports as well? It's not just the people that are here that are supporting you. There's a lot of people watching online as well.
To all of our supporters internationally, thank you for supporting us and we're gonna get stronger because of you guys.
We're so excited for next week. Once again, Boom Esports, you've made Philippines proud. Congratulations.
Thank you po. Salamat.
Exciting match that we have today. And that's what you will witness every time you watch KIC 2025. But you know what? That's not the end of today. We still have more to talk about. So we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Salamat to Carl and also Mara here. Very heartwarming interview here, especially the most important one that I looked into was the fact that after the loss against Blacklist International, the way they retaliate, they sat down and they really talked to each other because I remember one of the moments in the documentary was really Tatsuri and Coach Sieng having a confrontation there to solve that, really improve them coming in to today's series against Vesakha.
Yeah, now this is one part of the formula, but we're going to be looking for more answers from the rest of the brackets. With their wins today, Twisted Minds and Boom will advance to the second portion of the lower brackets. Moving on tomorrow, you guys will be in for a treat because we're going to go back to the upper brackets where we take a look at Nova go up against APG and Blacklist, another PKL representative. Can they hold their own against homeboys like through Esports?
That's a lot one. I mean, that's another PKL matchup against the HBSE, right? That's going to be a scary one for us to watch because it's really going to be the setups of obviously champion versus champion of their own respective region, but then Nova against APG. Whoever loses that one drops down to play Boom in the lower brackets, and then again, that's another scary matchup.
It's also difficult for Alpha Gaming because in this year alone, they have yet to find a successful series win against Nova Esports. But with the recent lineup that have introduced Shisan and also the side of Xiang, it has been looking rather good so far here. So they are definitely confident after building Twisted Minds in a 4-1 fashion going into that matchup alone.
Yeah, I'm super curious because the competition is only going to get tougher from here. And now you have seen the strength of the MKL squads, right? Now, PKL has kind of been the successor in kicking IKL now out of KIC 2025. Now it's time for them to try against MKL once again.
That is true here. With the absence of IKL going into the tournament itself, we do bid them goodbye and wish them good luck coming in. This has been a great day. My name is Sagi HOK with the broadcast desk of Kindofu and also Blam. We bid you good night and we pass it back towards Tamara.
Today was a mix of cheers and tears. We've had to say goodbye to two teams who have shown their unwavering spirit and grit. But we know that they have what it takes to rise above and bounce back in future tournaments. So to the players and the fans of Indonesia, keep your head held high, because we know we'll be seeing you soon. But it doesn't end there, because tomorrow, the upper bracket semifinals will start. It's going to be a great fight, so you better not miss it. I'm Mara Aquino, and you've been watching the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and have a great night.
sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only